career as well.
Now, is there other connections between Orville and Wilbur that you have in your family, either stories or memorabilia or things that they had?
Yeah, on the story side, they were both, and Orville in particular was an avid practical joker, would love to pull pranks on the family members and used his engineering skill to do so. From a physical standpoint, I was actually fortunate enough to get passed down Orville's NACA badge. And so NACA was the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics and is the predecessor to what is now NASA. And so they focus more on airfoils and things like that. And when we started seeing space travel as a possibility, it kind of morphed into NASA. So I really love that I have this badge, which is, you know, a connection to the past and also kind of in NASA and what we're looking at and going into space in the future.
It also shows how quickly things moved along after the invention of the airplane. You go from the invention to the airplane into, you know, NACA, and the person who invented it is still alive and active.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's amazing when, with determination and focus in the right areas, how much can get done. And I'm excited to see, you know, in the next 100, 1,500 years, something like that, where we can go.
Okay, well, now Peter and Marty are going to show us a little bit about how to control the plane.
We're standing in front of a reproduction of the 1908 Wright military flyer, and even though it's different than the 1903, the way you control it's fairly similar. How do you control a plane like this?
Well, we're going to talk about that, and don't worry, I'm not going to do my Michael Jackson impersonation, but when we're touching an object in the museum, we always have to wear gloves to protect it. So the Wright brothers figured out that an airplane isn't like a car or a boat where it just moves in 2 dimensions. It actually moves not only this way and this way, but up and down, right, in 3 dimensions. So they had to come up with a control system to figure out how could they do that. And one of the first things they figured out was how do you balance the wings or control the wings like this and be able to turn the airplane. So they came up with this idea that where they literally twisted or warped the wings to do that. And I'm going to show you how that action works on the airplane here. So if you look at the outer wingtips, you see how they twist up and down. One side goes up, the other side goes down. And if you look on a modern airplane, you can see how there's these movable surfaces on the edge of the wings, right? Well, that's just an evolution of this kind of control. It was just simpler to twist the wing than to make a hinged surface on the early airplanes. So this was how they controlled their airplane to turn it. Now, if you look closely, what else is happening? You see that the rudder of the airplane is also moving when I turn it. And here you can see how the rudder turns back and forth, and that controls the airplane going this way. So we can control the airplane in roll like that with the wing warping. We can control it this way with the rudder. And what else do we need to do? We need to go up and down, right? So we need to be able to climb and descend. So we have this device on the front of the airplane, and that's called an elevator. And by moving this up and down, that controls the climb and the descent of the airplane. So well, the Wright brothers had these 3 controls which allowed the airplane to fly in 3 axes of motion, in 3-dimensional space.
And that was the key to unlocking airplanes, right?
It's the same way that all airplanes fly today. One of the things that's really important to know about the Wright brothers, they weren't just the first people to get off the ground, but their airplane has the same basic controls, the same aerodynamics, the same way of propelling itself that all modern airplanes do. Of course, we have jet engines now as well. But the Wright airplane really is the beginning of it all.
So it's like, you know, you fly an airplane today, the Wright flyer is a relative of that plane.
You're flying the same way the Wright brothers did.
That's cool. You've probably seen the very famous image of the Wright brothers' first flight, the plane barely taken off the ground, Wilbur running alongside. Well, we had a chance to talk with Dr. Tom Crouch, a Wright brothers expert, for this expert annotation.
Hi, my name's Tom Crouch. I'm the Senior Curator of Aeronautics at the National Air and Space Museum. And I've been studying, thinking, reading about, and writing about the Wright brothers for a long time. And here is the famous picture of the world's first airplane just leaving the rail on its first flight. So let's take a look at it. The picture was taken on December 17th, 1903. It's about 10:35 in the morning. They're at a place called the Kill Devil Hills, about 4 miles south of a little fishing village called Kitty Hawk. Now, on this first flight, Orville was doing the piloting. He only kept the airplane in the air for about 120 feet, 12 seconds all told. They made 4 flights that morning, and each one was a little longer than the one before it. By the time it was Wilbur's turn for the fourth flight, he actually flew 852 feet down the beach, and he was in the air for 59 seconds. And this is Orville, who is laying down on the lower wing. And this is Wilbur, who was running alongside the airplane, looking kind of surprised. When you look at this photograph of the world's first airplane, what are you really looking at? Well, these two biplane wings, about 40 feet 4 inches across, they're covered with unbleached muslin, and you have wood struts. So, if you look at the airplane, it doesn't have any wheels. That's because they're going to fly from sand, and the wheels would sink into the sand. So the notion they came up with was to run the airplane, get flying speed, running down a monorail track, just a wooden beam on little cross pieces with a metal cap strip. And the airplane runs down the track on this thing, which is a trolley. And when it takes off, the trolley just drops off. So that's where it is. And as you can see from the photograph, that day, the airplane didn't have to run very far down the track to take off. As you can see, it's not even over the end of the track, and it's already in the air. So where did it start? Well, that's kind of neat. If you look back here, you can see the outline of the wing in the sand. Now, how come it's outlined in the sand? Well, before they started the flight, everybody was walking around the airplane, checking things and so on. So where the wing was at the beginning of the flight, they outlined with their feet, which is kind of neat. There you have it. That's kind of deconstructing the photograph of the world's first airplane on its first flight.
Well, Keith and I are now joined by some of our students from Eagle Ridge Middle School, and you all have been practicing flying, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you ready to fly like an eagle?
Yeah.
Okay, what is your name?
My name's Ria Sharma.
Okay, Ria, let's get started.
Okay.
Tell us what you're doing.
So I'm just trying to keep the nose of the plane high so my plane doesn't crash.
If you get it too...
Oh.
Stalled out.
Well, Ria, you went further than the Wright brothers did.
Oh.
All right, let's see who's next. Okay, let's set this up here. And we'll test the flyer again. All right, and you're going to tell me your name?
I'm Ryan Rodriguez from Eagle Ridge Middle School.
Okay, Ryan, let's go. You're going to have to tell us what you're doing.
Yep. So right now I'm just trying to keep the nose of the plane down. Not too down, but just making sure that I can easily control and...
Okay, so you're past 200 feet. All right. And you're just controlling the nose, right?
I'm trying to keep it a bit down so that I can see the shadow of the plane.
Okay, you got 400 feet. Oh! All right, well, you didn't go upside down, so that's good. Okay, Keith, do you want to see if you can get past
Yeah.
454 feet?
Let's see.
Okay, it's all hanging on you, Keith.
All right.
So, Keith, what are you doing?
So same sort of idea. You know, keeping the elevator and the pitch as level as possible, so you don't go too high and stall out, or too low and dig into the sand. And this flies very similarly to what Uncle Orv and Uncle Will described the actual 03 flyer to fly like. A lot of pitch undulation, and that was actually one of their main changes when they moved on to the 05 flyer and had like the first practical airplane, was to move the elevator a little further out to provide a little more stability and control. And
Are you
let's see if I
going
can
to land? Nice landing?
Oh, no, apparently not.
Set her down for a
Oh,
nice
gosh.
landing. Landing seems to be difficult.
Landing is not the easiest part. Good good move on their part to do it in sand.
Oh, and you crashed it
Yeah,
as well.
I crashed too.
Well, Marty and I also had a chance to test this simulator. Let's see how we did.
Farther than the rights, still in the air, 150 feet.
Not doing well.
Farther than the rights. Crashing! Oh, flipped! No!
I have never flipped it upside down. You're dead, buddy. That is not good. That is not good.
So you're saying that this is engineering the wrong way? In my defense, I did fly further than the Wright brothers. I just had a little trouble with the landing. But the Wright brothers actually put a big emphasis on them knowing how to fly, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely. As we talked about earlier, they saw the airplane as a system, as many things having to work together, and the pilot was one of those. In fact, their first craft was not even an airplane, it was a kite, which they used to develop their control system. But then they built three full-size gliders before they built that powered airplane from 1903. And not only were they refining the design, but they were also teaching themselves how to fly. So when they got on that airplane in 1903, they were already pilots.
You ready to take some more questions?
Sure.
All right, let's go to a video question.
Hi, I'm Ashley. Why didn't the Wright brothers use another engineer's plane and engine design and just tweak them?
Well, you know, the Wright brothers, like all good engineers, when they started their work, they looked around to see what others had done before them. And they were surprised to see how little work had been done on aeronautics. A lot of people had been working on it, but not with a lot of success. So when they first started, they really kind of had to sort through all the problems themselves. And they really did invent the airplane in a more original way than most inventions. Almost everything about the airplane was their idea.
Wow. All right, let's go to an online question. How have the planes of today improved upon the Wright brothers' original flyer?
Well, in very simple terms, modern airplanes are just like the Wright brothers airplane. The control system is the same, the aerodynamics are the same. So obviously we have different materials, they're made out of metal, they go faster, we have jet engines now. But basically the airplane, the type of airplane that you fly in when you go off on vacation somewhere is exactly the same kind of airplane that the Wright brothers built back in 1903.
Wow. All right, we've got an audience question. Come on up.
At the time when the Wright brothers were designing their first airplanes, wind tunnels were at very primitive stages. So how did the Wright brothers modify the wind tunnels so they could successfully test their designs?
That's a really smart question. He's asking about the wind tunnel. And the Wright brothers created a wind tunnel, and what was special about it, it wasn't just putting a shape of an airplane wing in there and kind of watching what it does. They actually designed some instruments to get some information to design the airplane. Earlier we talked about their formula for calculating the size and weight of the airplane. Well, they were looking for one of the terms in that equation, and with their wind tunnel they were actually able to design the airplane. So the Wright brothers not only got the first airplane off the ground, but they really invented aeronautical engineering.
Wow. All right, let's go to a video question.
Hi, my name is Charles, and my question is, are there any materials that were used in the Wright brothers plane that are used today?
He talked about materials, and the Wright brothers airplanes were made of wood and they were covered with a muslin fabric. Most airplanes today are made out of metal, but we still have some airplanes that have a wooden fabric, a wooden frame and a fabric covering on them. But designs have changed a bit.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you for joining us today, Peter. I'd like to also thank Keith and our sponsor for today's show, the Alcoa Foundation. Be sure to tune in next month as we look at the biology of long-term space flight. Check this out. This is a full-scale model of Ham, the first chimpanzee in space. The real Ham is buried right here at the New Mexico Museum of Space History. Ham helped pave the way for humans to go to space. Back then, we didn't know how the human body was going to react being in space. We didn't know if the brain would function. We didn't know if we'd be able to swallow. There were so many unanswered questions. There are still unanswered questions about human travel in space, especially long-duration spaceflight. If you want to learn about the biology of long-term spaceflight, be sure to tune in to STEM in 30. Peter, did the Wright brothers ever fail?
Well, all inventors have their ups and downs, and just as anyone else, the Wright brothers did too. Probably the low point in their work was in 1901 when they were flying their second glider, and it wasn't performing anywhere near as well as they thought it was supposed to. And when they were on their way back from Kitty Hawk back to their home in Dayton, Ohio, they almost gave up. But very quickly they regained their enthusiasm and moved on to success.
Awesome. And failure is an important part of the learning process. We've had a chance to talk to some really cool people about the importance of failure. So stick around after the credits. We have a short video talking about that, how important failure is. And we will leave you today with some video of a reproduction of the Wright Flyer from the Wright experience actually taking to the air. Thanks for watching.
You know, there is a phrase at NASA that failure is not an option. And I absolutely agree with that. But I think that we need to add failure is not an option, it is a necessity. We spend an incredible amount of time in simulators practicing launch and entry and our emergency procedures for launch and re-entry in the Soyuz. And we fail. We have a fire and we don't do the right things. So then we get the simulator ready again and we try again. And we fail and we pick ourselves back up and try again. When we say failure is not an option, it's a necessity. We're talking about the type of failure where we're testing ourselves, where we're reaching beyond our boundaries, we're trying new things. Not the type of failure where you're not trying hard enough, you're not doing your homework, where you're blowing things off. We're talking about the failure where you are pushing yourself and trying new things. And to not be afraid of that failure, but figuring out how to deal with it and picking yourself up and using the lessons that you learned from that failure to make yourself better and to apply those to the next challenge. For Apollo 13, when we had 3 astronauts on their way to the moon and they suffered a catastrophic failure to their spacecraft, because the team had trained so much, both on the ground and in space, when the time came that failure was not an option, the team knew how to deal with it. They knew how to recover, and they knew how to get those astronauts back home safely. Failure is a tough thing to experience, but it's absolutely critical to future success.
I've experienced failure plenty of times. Matter of fact, I love to fail. Why do I love to fail? Because that's where I learn my greatest lessons. Not from my success, but how to be better, how to be efficient. In addition to that, how to be creative. Failure to me is the greatest asset that I have as a human being.
I can go back to when I was in 4th grade, and I was a real nerd, I can say for sure, and my father was in the military, so we moved around. And I was always used to being in the top reading group. And I remember I showed up in my new 4th grade, and the teacher put me in the B reading group. And I remember being just, coming home, telling my mom she had to go in and talk to the teacher. My mom, of course, said no, and I realized, nope, you had to just prove that you belonged in the A reading group. So that was like one of my first failures. And then the other time that I failed that was probably the most difficult was when I applied to medical school. The first time I wound up getting on the waiting list at UCLA. I was kind of devastated. The next year I got in, and then it turned out that that year that I didn't get into medical school, I was a TA in chemistry. I wound up getting my master's in chemistry, and then when NASA came along and selected people to be mission specialists, that was what they were looking for. People that had a major area, but also knew something about another area of science. So I had a degree in medicine and a minor kind of in chemistry. So what was a failure at that time later turned out to be very helpful. So I think you wind up looking back, learning more from your failures than your successes, and sometimes unexpectedly wind up benefiting you.
You know, all of us experience failure. And I think the way to recover from it is to, one, catch your breath and recognize that everybody is going to fail. And you need to look at what the recovery path is. And so that's always been my focus. When I've had some particularly bad moments, I've looked at what the next step is to get back on track, and that's served me well.
Have I ever experienced failure? Almost definitely. I think you never learn stuff unless you fail. I think one of the greatest things that I've done in my life is failed at everything. You know, when I was putting together my first, you know, when I first started playing with my hands and taking things apart, there would be extra parts, and I didn't understand why. And I actually learned a lot by failing. I mean, I don't think you actually learn by succeeding. So if you've never failed a test, or if you've never actually gotten a bad grade, it's probably not the best thing for you, because you're like, oh, I know how to do this. When you really learn, when you really grow, is when you fail and you see, oh, these are the things I don't know how to do. And so one of the greatest things in my life has been the failures that I've had, and how I pick myself back up, and how I ask myself, okay, what did I do wrong, and how do I fix it so that I don't do that same mistake again? And I think that's the most important thing, is to don't give up, but keep trying to figure out what happened, and then don't make the same mistake twice. That's very important.
Failure is an important part of growing, of experimenting and learning, assuming you pick the right things to give yourself the latitude to fail at, and are very careful with the big important things. But failure allows you to learn from what you did wrong, what you would do differently, and figure out kind of what your strengths and weaknesses are. And it's the coming back from failure, I think, that makes all of us stronger. And it also shows us that we're trying as hard as we can and reaching and experimenting as much as we might want to or be able to. I feel if I'm not failing at points in my life or with things that I do, it means I'm not trying enough things.
I have experienced failure many times, and I think that it's important to move on and learn from that. One example I can think of is that I took a job once that I thought sounded great, and then in the end I realized it wasn't quite the right fit for what I was looking for, and I ended up leaving that job after only 6 months. And in a lot of ways I felt like a failure. I felt like I was quitting. But in the end, and in retrospect, I realized that recognizing that that wasn't quite the right path, it was close and I thought it was right, but being willing to move on and accept that I had maybe made a wrong turn turned out to be really important and really instrumental. So I think failures actually can always be reframed. It's kind of like a negative result in science. Finding out that you don't want to do something sometimes can be just as important as finding out that you do want to do something.
Yeah.
Hey Beth, what's going on?
Oh, hey Marty, this is Christina Cook. She's an astronaut.
Wow.
Hi.
We're doing some math problems on missions to Mars.
Oh, you mean like orbital injection velocities and the thrust to get out of the atmosphere?
No, actually we did those earlier today.
Oh, well, what are you working on now?
Well, actually, we're trying to figure out how old the first group of astronauts will be when they land on Mars.
Oh, well, can you show me?
Yeah, sure. So right now, NASA has plans for a human Mars mission in the 2030s. So, okay, let's say, pick a number in the middle, 2035. Right now, it's 2017. So, how many years away is that? Let's subtract and see. 18 years. So we can say humans will walk on Mars in about 18 years. So let's say you're a middle school student, you're around 11 years old. Let's see if that would make you the right age. In 18 years, middle school students are going to be around 29 years old, which is the exact great age to start a career as an astronaut. So it's entirely possible that the first person to walk on Mars could be in middle school today.
Wow, we have got to talk more about this.
Well, we have about 30 minutes.
This is STEM in 30.
This is STEM in 30.
Hi, I'm Marty.
And I'm Beth.
We are coming to you today live from the Smithsonian's Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center in Chantilly, Virginia.
And today our program is all about women who are paving the way to Mars.
There have been many women that have been vitally important to America's space program, including the 28 women who flew onboard Space Shuttle Discovery that you see right behind us. One of them was Eileen Collins, who on STS-63 became the first female space shuttle pilot. She later went on to become the first commander of a space shuttle.
Also, you may have heard recently that Peggy Whitson had just broken the record for the all-time female spacewalking times. Peggy has walked in space more than any other female astronaut, and she's also in the top 5 of all time.
You may have also heard of astronaut Sally Ride, the first American woman in space. But it wasn't just her. There were a lot of other females that helped get her into space.
Today we're going to take a look at some of those pioneering women and some of the women that we may see on the Red Planet.
We have some great students with us today. We've got some school groups, some homeschool groups, and some Girl Scouts. They are revved up and ready to go. These guys are out of this world.
We want to remind everyone who's watching online that you can submit questions live, and we may take some on the air. If not, we do have an expert standing by to answer them.
That's right. Right now, get your computers out, start typing in the questions, and send them in, and we will be answering them live.
Well, let's take a look at some of these groundbreaking women who are paving the way to Mars.
These vignettes were written by our friends at Stone Middle School. Check them out.
Hello, my name is Bor, and today I'll be talking about someone I truly honor. Her name is Bessie Coleman. Bessie is of Native American and African American descent from her father. She went to Missionary Baptist School and Langston University. She unfortunately could only complete one term as she didn't have enough funds to continue. Bessie found her passion for aviation when she was 23 and began listening to and reading stories about World War I pilots. When Bessie started her career in aviation, it was a time when people were heavily limited by race and/or gender. Coleman took on this challenge and did not fail. Being an African American woman myself, she has shown me that even if things are going against you, if you put your mind to it and work hard, you can accomplish your dreams and goals.
Hello, my name is Susan, and the pioneer I chose is Jacqueline Cochran. Jacqueline grew up in poverty, which may have discouraged some from doing great things, but not her. To her, poverty seemed like a cage trapping her from seeing the world. Because Jacqueline couldn't get an education, she began working hard to earn money at a very young age. By the age of 13, Jacqueline had become a skilled hairdresser. This led her to greater opportunities in New York and Miami, which was where she found her pathway to being an aviator. Jacqueline was the first woman to break the sound barrier and set 73 flying records in the course of 3 years. In the 20th century, many people thought women couldn't do things men did. This only prompted Jacqueline to prove them wrong. Flying meant everything to her, and she would become the best regardless of gender. If there's something you're passionate about, then go for it. Life is about pursuing you and your goals. Your life isn't owned by anyone but you, so take that chance and fly towards your dreams.
My name is Carson Coleman, and I am very impressed by Catherine Sullivan's career as an astronaut. I was astonished to find out that Catherine Sullivan was the first American woman astronaut to step out of a spacecraft and walk in space on October 11, 1984. Catherine Sullivan was born on October 3rd, 1951, and is currently 65 years old. Catherine graduated from Taft High School and then went on to the University of California at Santa Cruz, then received her doctorate at Dalhousie University in Canada, before joining NASA as an astronaut. When Catherine retired from being an astronaut and working at NASA, she had been in space 532 hours. Catherine is a great inspiration because she did one of the most dangerous things in the world and did an amazing job while doing it. This means a lot to me because it shows that I can overcome my own fears. Catherine is a great role model and an amazing person to look up to because she proved to us that we can accomplish anything we put our minds to.
We are joined by Abigail Harrison. You might know her better as Astronaut Abby. She is a college student who a long time ago set her sights on becoming an astronaut. Abby, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Marty.
Now, let's get this straight. You are not an astronaut.
Nope, not yet, but
you're trying to be.
Exactly. Watch out in 5 to 10 years and you might see me in space.
Now, why do you want to be an astronaut?
For me, it's always been about the joy of discovery. So this idea of going somewhere that we've never gone before, seeing things that we've never seen, and really making discoveries that will hopefully benefit humankind.
What kind of things are you doing to prepare yourself to become an astronaut?
The most important thing that I'm doing to prepare to become an astronaut is education. So I'm getting an undergraduate degree in astrobiology and Russian. I'm also training as a scuba diver. I'm training to run a marathon. I'm learning Mandarin Chinese, and I just recently started training for my private pilot's license.
You've got just a few things going on, but flying, is that something that
Those aren't even my hobbies.
does that ever get scary, flying?
It's a little bit frightening at the beginning, in the same way that driving a car is, because it's a new experience and there's a lot more that you have to pay attention to. Rather than just having forwards and backwards and left and right, you suddenly have 6 degrees. You also have up and down that you have to be watching. And so that's a little intimidating, but once you get used to it, it's really not very frightening.
Wow. Now, you've also founded the Mars Generation. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Mars Generation is a space and STEM advocacy group. So we work to inspire and excite young people, especially about space exploration and why it's important to the future of humanity. Something that we're really starting right now is our Student Space Ambassador program, which is where we're inviting students ranging from elementary school all the way up to college. So that means all of you and hopefully everyone who's watching as well to come join us at themarsgeneration.org as student space ambassadors to their communities.
Nice. Well, you ready to take some questions?
Absolutely.
All right, so if you've got questions watching online, be sure to submit them right now. We're going to start with a video question.
Hi, my name is Ellie, and I was wondering how long the trip to Mars will take.
How long is it going to take us to get to Mars?
So the current estimates with the technology that we have today is about 6 to 8 months to get to Mars and the same amount of time to get back. However, a round trip to Mars is estimated at about 3 years. And the reason for that, there are a couple of reasons, but one of them is that we've traveled so far to get there, we probably want to spend a little bit of time on the surface also, right?
Might be a little bit of science to do that.
It almost seems like there's a reason we're going. Yeah. The other one is that we have to wait for the trajectories of the 2 planets to line up well, because we don't want to be traveling when they're on opposite sides of the sun, obviously. That's just making it harder on ourselves.
Makes it a little bit harder. All right, let's go to an online question next. How old do you have to be to become an astronaut?
Pardon. So this is a little bit surprising. So surprising that I coughed. That in order to be an astronaut, you really only have to be 18 years old. So you have to be a legal adult citizen of the United States to be an astronaut with NASA. However, most astronauts aren't selected until their late 20s, early 30s, at the earliest usually, because of all that education that I was talking about earlier. You really have to work hard to get up to that level.
And the degrees are in STEM fields, but it's a wide range, right?
Absolutely. You can really study anything within the umbrella of STEM, ranging from the example that we like to use is veterinary sciences all the way up to astrophysics, anything that you are passionate about.
That's really cool. All right, well, we've got a student correspondent in the audience, Ben. And Ben, do any of you guys have some questions out there?
Yeah, we do have some questions. The first one is from Isaac.
Can you make food in space?
Can you make food in space?
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, how would the astronauts eat up there? So there's a couple ways we can look at that. You can definitely prepare food in space. That's what we usually do, is we send pre-prepared food up to space with the astronauts that they can then consume there. But something that they've recently been working on as well is growing food in space. So everything from growing potentially algae that we could eat, because that's a great source of protein and nutrients, also to growing more normal seeming things like lettuce. So they have grown and eaten space lettuce on the International Space Station. And hopefully that's something that we'll get to do on the trip to Mars as well.
And maybe they can grow a little like space basil and make some space skin.
That would be quite nice, yeah.
All right, Ben, do we have another question in the audience?
Our next question is from Jack.
How many people work in the International Space Station?
How many people work on the International Space Station?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The International Space Station has a capacity that can hold anywhere up to 9 people at a time. However, the least amount of people that are on there are 3. Usually they average that out and keep a crew of 6 astronauts on the International Space Station. Something interesting about that is that I would bet that every single one of you in the audience has been alive. Your entire life that you've been alive, there has been at least 3 astronauts on the International Space Station. That's kind of a crazy thought, isn't it?
Absolutely amazing, because I'm old enough to remember when that wasn't the case.
So am I, honestly. Well, I don't quite remember it, but it happened.
Thanks. All right, so we recently got a chance to talk with astronaut Christina Cook about some of the training that she's done to help prepare for a long-duration space flight.
So in my career, I've had the chance to work in Antarctica over several different seasons. And I think that's been really helpful in preparing me for some of the things I've come across so far in my training and that I hopefully will come across on a future mission assignment. And one of those things is how to work in novel environments. When I was working in the Arctic in Greenland, I used to have to climb towers in temperatures of around -50 or something like that and make repairs to scientific instruments at the top of these towers. And sometimes those repairs actually involve soldering and real delicate work. And obviously you have multiple layers of gloves on. So learning how to be patient and how to get the job done when you have not a lot of dexterity, you're in an awkward physical position, and you have to have a lot of focus and overcome some of the things that might not make you the most comfortable in that situation. It's a lot like spacewalk training. You're in a spacesuit in spacewalk training, you have huge pressurized gloves on, you can't actually feel anything in terms of the dexterity and the touch sensation on your fingers, but you have to still find a way to get the job done, despite all of those things that aren't comfortable and that might be trying to distract you from the focus that you need.
One of the things that's going to be really important for a future trip to Mars are spacewalks. And Beth has a few friends helping her. And remember, submit questions. We will use them later. But right now, let's go over to Beth and some spacewalkers.
Thanks, Marty. I am joined by Catherine. She is one of the explainers here at the National Air and Space Museum. Catherine, do you want to tell me what explainers do here for us?
Yeah, of course. So the explainers program is here at Hazy and also at our downtown mall building. And we are high school and college students that are just really interested in STEM. And we have discovery stations and demonstrations that talk about science and technology and how they relate to the artifacts that we have here in the museum.
And do you want to introduce our guinea pig friend here?
So we have got Annika here, and she is going to be simulating a spacewalk. So of course we're not actually in space. We're going to make it seem like she's in space by having her sit on this wheelie chair and not touching the ground at all. So she'll have to be actually pulling herself along these rails here. And she is double tethered onto here. She has a camera on her head, just like our astronauts do. And you can see what she's looking at right now. So say hi to our camera, guys. That's just what we have on our actual astronauts so that mission control knows what our astronauts are doing and then they can see what's going on. So what she's going to do now is move herself down to do a spacewalk. So she is going to move her tethers along. And let's see. All right, there we go. All right, so how's that going?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? Yeah? What's challenging about it?
Probably unlocking them.
Unlocking them, yeah. So when we have our gloves on our spacesuits, they're pretty thick. We really don't have a lot of mobility in them, but they're actually the thinnest part of our spacesuit. But it is a little bit difficult to do that, right? And this is still when we're here on Earth too, as well. So when we're up in space,
one tether at a time every time?
Exactly, yeah. So the double tethering means that we are always connected all the time. So we never float away in space. So what she's going to do now is get our wrench. She's just going to screw that just a little bit. And as you're screwing that, what's happening to you?
I have to move the thing up and down, and it's also connected to the harness.
Yeah, so the screw is attached to her, and if you don't hold on to the bar, what were you doing?
You'd float away.
You'd float away, right? But because you're holding onto the bar, you could see a bit ago that she was kind of moving as well. So that torque that she's putting on the screw is actually causing her to move as well. And that's something that astronauts have to get used to because here on Earth, we don't have that. We have gravity helping us out with that. But when we're floating up in space, we're going to move around a lot more. And we can't really replicate that too well here on Earth.
Are you ready to be an astronaut?
No.
No?
Need a little bit more training.
A little bit more training. Well, Marty did actually talk to Ann McLean, who is an astronaut who's currently training for an upcoming mission. Let's see what Ann had to say.
I'm joined by NASA astronaut Ann McLean. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
In becoming an astronaut, did you face any hurdles to get there?
There's lots of hurdles. There's hurdles every day along the path. You know, the path to becoming an astronaut or achieving your dreams, no matter what they are, can sometimes be so long. You know, it really does take a lifetime. And there's small hurdles like, you know, you want to make a sports team and you get cut. There's big hurdles like tests that you don't know if you can pass or that, you know, subjects that you don't understand. There's hurdles every day, but the trick is just to keep going.
Now, you're in training to eventually go into space. What's that training like?
The training is really interesting. It's something different every single day. One of the most important things to being an astronaut that I've learned is versatility. You know, one day I might be speaking Russian, learning a foreign language. The next I might be doing science experiments in a lab and learning how to pipette and sequence DNA. And then I'm flying a T-38 jet, or I'm getting in the suit and doing a spacewalk, in the pool, a training spacewalk. And so we just have to be ready for something different every single day and being able to shift gears.
Now, you're a very experienced pilot, but from what you said earlier, it sounds very much like you're also training to be a scientist as well.
We're training to be everything. You know, what's really interesting, and my class got there in 2013, we came from all different backgrounds, and we always say our background helps us in about 5% of what we need to do, and the other 95% we're learning from scratch. And what's really cool about that is we can rely on each other. So when I went into a lab and learned biology, I got to rely on Jessica Meir, who has a PhD and she's done experiments all over the world, and that's her bread and butter. And so being able to rely on those experts, and then we go over and we fly, and I get to help her out. And so it's and that's kind of really, we learn to depend on each other and each other's expertise.
That's really cool. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Abby, what do you know about coding?
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of experience with coding. I recently learned both Scilab and Python, which are two different languages of coding that are often used in physics and biology. And I also know that coding is pretty important for space exploration.
Absolutely is. So Beth has got a couple more friends, and they're working on a coding activity. Beth, how's it going?
Well, we're going to start on a coding activity. We're going to do a little computer coding. Now, I know this doesn't look like computer coding at all. Catherine, do you want to tell us a little bit what we're doing with this piece of rope and wire and beads?
Yeah, so we've got some beads on here. And how coding works is it uses binary. And that is going to be a series of ones and zeros put in different orders. And so what we're going to be doing is our initials with these beads here. There's 8 beads of each of our 3 different colors. And so we're going to just figure out the right order of the ones and zeros to put them in so that we can kind of code our names on there.
Or our initials. So
Yeah.
for this, the wire, if it's a 0, goes
on the outside.
Mm-hmm. And if it's a 1, it goes on the inside. And you can look at these characters. What's your first initial?
Yeah.
R, so let's look up R. So it's 0,
9
1,
letters.
0.
Well, we're just going to do our initials.
So out, in, out.
Okay. So
Okay.
what's your first initial?
Marty, we're going to get to work on this. How about you and Abby tell us
So
what this has
we're
to
gonna
do
do this.
with the space program?
If it's a 0, we're going to go.
Oh, sorry about that. So, yes, the coding has a long history in the space program, and it goes all the way back to the beginning of the space program and the Apollo 11, the first mission to land on the moon.
And in fact, there was an amazing woman by the name of Margaret Hamilton. Margaret was known as the rope mother because her team wrote the software code and then programmed the guidance computer. The way they programmed the computer was with metal beads and wire.
They could send a signal through the wire, which would recognize it as a 1 or a 0, and that's how they were able to get the code into that computer. Now, here's the crazy thing. That selfie that we just took, the memory that takes up on my camera, or when you guys take a selfie, that selfie takes up 20 times more memory than the entire guidance computer for Apollo 11 that got us to the moon for the first time. 20 times more. That blows me away.
Blows me away also. I happen to know that I probably have a couple hundred selfies on my phone, and I'm sure that most of you do as well. So the question is, why aren't we on Mars yet?
I know. Let's go check back in with Beth and see how the coding's going.
How's your coding going?
It's going good.
It's going good? Is it easy?
Yeah.
It's easy? How's yours going?
Fine.
Fine?
Yeah.
You doing your initials? Okay, now let me ask you this. The Apollo program, the computer code, was 72,000 bytes. Do you want to do 72,000 of these?
Not really.
No? Okay, what if you made a mistake? You'd have to go back and find it. Would you want to go back and find a mistake like that?
No.
No? Okay, well, Marty, I think that we're okay doing our initials, but probably not coding for the Apollo program. We're going to keep working on this, sending it back to you and Abby.
Awesome, nice job, guys. Abby, are you ready for a few more questions?
Always ready.
All right, let's start with a video question.
Hi, my name is Austin, and I was wondering how I can become an astronaut and go to Mars.
How How does Austin become an astronaut and go to Mars?
Yeah, that's a great question that Austin has. So the first thing is that Austin is definitely in the right age range. So everyone from Austin's range, so middle schoolers right now, all the way up even to college students like me are within that age range where, we're going to Mars. It's happening in mid-2030s. But in order for Austin to do that, he needs to focus really hard on his education. So he needs to get an undergraduate degree and then a master's degree and then probably also a PhD degree in a STEM field. So that's science, technology, engineering, or math.
Awesome. And I know Austin really also wants to know how he can send his sister to Mars. Any advice on that?
I don't really know, but Austin should probably talk to my older sister, who for a long time has been the president of the Get Abby to Mars Club, which might be because she supports me as family, or it might be that she just really wants me far away. I like to think it's the first one.
I think so. I think so. All right, let's go to an online question. Do men and women have an equal chance of getting into the program?
That's something that I'm excited to say now, yes. This most recent astronaut selection, in which 8 astronauts were chosen, 4 of them were men and 4 of them were women. So I hope that in the future, as I start to become an astronaut and as maybe some of these young folk become an astronaut as well, we'll get to see that same balance occurring.
Nice. All right, Ben, do we have any more audience questions?
Yeah, our next question is from Ben.
Hello. What is your motivation to become an astronaut?
What's your motivation?
That's a great question. So for me, it's been something that I've been passionate about since as long as I can remember, honestly, since I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I was really into science fiction, and I actually thought that I was going to be an astronavigator. And then when I was about 9 years old, probably, I realized that that wasn't a real position. And so I settled for astronaut instead. But it's just something that I've always been passionate about, with this idea of, going somewhere new, looking over that next hill, crossing that next boundary, and seeing what else is out there. So for me, that's what motivates me.
Nice. All right, Ben, do we have any more questions?
We also have a question from Erica.
Did you always want to train to be an astronaut ever since you were little?
Yeah, honestly, for as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be an astronaut. I've entertained other career options, but that's the great part about being an astronaut, is that it is not the end-all be-all of a person's life. It's actually just a small portion of it. So you have to be something before you're an astronaut, and you have to be something after you're an astronaut as well. So that means that I can be a biologist and a mathematician or a physicist or anything else, as well as being an astronaut. So for me, it was always something that was, there.
All right, let's go back to an audience question. Ben?
We have a question from Millie.
How long does it take to train to be an astronaut?
Yeah, so that's also a great question. Once an astronaut is selected for a specific mission, they can train anywhere from 1.5 years to 2.5 years for that mission. However, that's usually for a 6-month mission. So for a 3-year mission to Mars, the training period might be a little bit longer than that.
All right, well, we've talked about some female astronauts today, but there are a lot of other females paving the way to Mars. Many of these are working behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. Including veteran spaceflight engineer Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will be the first woman to oversee a NASA liftoff and launch team.
NASA engineer Miley Chain is contributing to the Mars mission by helping us understand how humans collaborate with robots and automation.
And Julie Williams-Byrd is an electro-optics engineer helping to identify technologies that enable human spaceflight.
That is an absolutely incredible list of women. Well, we're out of time. Abby, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was a blast.
I love that. I can't wait to see where your journey takes you over the next 5-10 years. That's going to be a lot of fun to follow along with that. We'd like to also thank explainer Catherine and our sponsor NASA for the show today. And we want to encourage everybody to tune in 2 weeks when we talk about World War I. 100 years ago this month, the United States entered World War I. And in 2 weeks, we'll be heading to the residence of the Belgian ambassador to talk all about it. Check it out. I'm at the National World War I Museum in Kansas City, Missouri, and check this out. This is a field of 9,000 poppies, each one representing 1,000 soldiers killed during World War I. What influence do you think World War I had on science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math? If you want to learn more about World War I, check out STEM in 30.
So today we are going to leave you with an animation of the sights and sounds of an SLS rocket launch.
This may be the rocket that takes Christina or Anne or Abby or maybe even one of you all into outer space and to Mars. Thanks for watching.
Nozzle checkup. The firing chain is armed. Dousing pressure water system armed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
We choose to go to the moon.
9,
Not because they are easy,
8,
but because they are hard.
7,
Science leap for mankind.
ignition sequence started.
I'm not sure you were hit by lightning.
5,
Hey, Houston, we've had a problem here.
4,
They got more dirt than fall this time.
3,
Man must explore.
2,
All we gotta do is jump out the edge and we got plenty of rock.
1.
We leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return, with peace and hope for all mankind.
Those were the words of Gene Cernan, 50 years ago when humans last walked on the moon. But even in 1972, he talked about going back.
And we are going back. The legacy of the Apollo program lives on.
Today we are in the brand new Destination Moon Gallery at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
We are going to look back at the Apollo missions and forward to the Artemis program and humanity's return to the moon.
Plus, we're going to take you around and show you this amazing gallery.
This is STEM in 30.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
People have always been fascinated by the moon.
So much so that music, art, literature, and even very early films focused on the moon. Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty. We are on the mezzanine level of the Destination Moon Gallery.
And we are standing in front of the mural, Lunar Landscape, painted by Chesley Bonestell. Painted in 1957, when little factual information was available about what the surface of the moon looked like, Chesley Bonestell imagined the lunar surface with dramatically lit sharp peaks and jagged canyons. The 10 by 40 foot mural was commissioned by the Boston Museum of Science and was on display there until 1970. Then it was given to the National Air and Space Museum, where it remained in storage for over 30 years. In 2005, the mural was unrolled and examined. While it showed signs of aging, there wasn't any permanent damage. The mural has since been restored by our conservation staff. This is how the moon was imagined based on our best scientific evidence 65 years ago, 12 years before that one small step.
Science and exploration don't happen on their own.
They build upon the work of others, and NASA's Artemis mission is no exception.
We are returning to the moon on the lessons learned from Apollo.
The history of humanity's fascination with the moon is told in the National Air and Space Museum's reimagined Destination Moon Gallery. Here, you will learn the stories of imagination and the human desire to explore the moon. You will see the artistic, the technological, and the personal sides.
The moon has been a source of inspiration and fascination ever since people began looking into the night sky. Countless artwork, books, and movies describe the machines and ways to get us there. Some more accurately than others. Others imagined what life would look like on the moon.
In the gallery, beside the fanciful, you'll find the more practical ways to get humans to the moon. including the Saturn V F1 rocket engines, the command module Columbia that brought the first humans who walked on the moon home, and other spacecraft from the earlier Mercury and Gemini missions.
If you look carefully, you'll find an ILC Dover sewing machine used by the seamstresses to sew the spacesuits used for the Apollo missions and beyond. Of course, you'll also be able to visit Neil Armstrong's spacesuit.
There are also stories of those people who helped get us to the moon. Human computer Katherine Johnson, who checked the calculations for John Glenn's return. Astronautical engineer and astronomer George Carruthers developed and built a compact and powerful telescope, which became the first, and still the only, astronomical instrument sent to the moon.
You can try your hand at building a Saturn V rocket and check out the Apollo landing sites. You'll be able to see lunar samples and take a look at Earthrise, a photograph that some have said is one of the most influential ever taken.
Most of the lunar overboots worn by the astronauts on the moon were left there to save weight and allow for more lunar samples to be brought back. But not Gene Cernan's. These boots left the last footprints on the moon.
While they made the last footprints for Apollo astronauts on the moon,
they won't be the last prints made by humans.
Apollo 17 was an amazing mission 50 years ago.
Apollo 17 was the first U.S. crewed spacecraft to launch in darkness, and the huge Saturn V rocket treated viewers to a spectacular show.
It was the first mission to have a scientist, geologist Harrison Schmitt, as part of the crew. And while Commander Gene Cernan and Schmitt spent their time on the lunar surface, command module pilot Ronald Evans orbited above.
Apollo 17 is widely remembered as the last mission. It was also a mission that broke many records, including the longest stay on the moon, just under 3 days on the surface. They collected the largest collection of lunar samples, approximately 250 pounds, and they covered the greatest distance, almost 5 miles, while conducting their extravehicular activities in the lunar rover.
They also captured one of the most recognizable photographs of the Earth, commonly referred to as the blue marble. It was the first photograph of the whole Earth taken by a human. Once the photograph was released, it caused an immediate sensation and was printed on the front page of newspapers all over the world. Taken at a distance of about 18,000 miles from the planet's surface, it became an icon representing the growing environmental movement.
The Apollo program ended in 1972 with Apollo 17. The science experiments, returned lunar samples, and lessons learned from personal experiences are now paying off as NASA plans a return to the moon.
In 1972, the astronauts of Apollo 17 took a core sample on the surface of the moon.
And that core sample has been stored ever since, never being exposed to the Earth's atmosphere.
It is pristine and has never been studied until now.
All told, the Apollo missions brought back 842 pounds of lunar rocks, core samples, pebbles, sand, and dust from the lunar surface. Samples were distributed to countries all over the world. Many can be seen in museums, planetariums, and science centers, including the National Air and Space Museum. You can even get NASA to send you some to your classroom.
Most of the lunar samples, however, ended up in Space Center Houston's Lunar Vault, where they have been kept in a special environment to preserve them. Over the last 50 years, NASA has given samples to scientists to study. These scientists have conducted many experiments to learn more about the lunar surface and its formation. One of the most significant things for NASA's return to the moon is identifying the most important and significant things to look for on the surface.
Some of them are obvious, like oddly colored rocks.
Let's dig a little deeper.
Hi everyone, my name is Erica Jowen and I am a geologist. I call myself a planetary scientist at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. Specifically, I look at how the surfaces of planets and moons and asteroids change over time. Stratigraphy, it's how layers have formed over time and how you can figure out older versus younger material based on where it formed in this column. 50 years ago, NASA sent astronauts to the moon in the Apollo missions. There were 6 missions to different parts of the moon, and each of those missions brought back hundreds of pounds of rocks from the moon back to Earth. Most of those rocks that were brought back were sent around the whole world to be studied by planetary scientists like me. So since we're doing an experiment here, we should follow the scientific method. Has anyone here heard of the scientific method before? There's different steps. Yeah. The first very important step before you do the experiment is to make a hypothesis. Hypothesis is what you think you're going to find from the experiment. So you'll use your very extensive knowledge about candy and what you think you're going to find when you push that core into the sample. So we're going to give you some paper and some pencils, and we'd like for you to draw what you think this candy bar would look like if you cut it in half. And then we can talk about it within your tables, and then we'll do the experiment and see how your hypothesis compares to your results. Well, you all drew some fantastic diagrams. You made some really, really great hypotheses. Now we're going to do a demonstration to try and take some of these cores ourselves. So how would you all like to do that? Would you all like to become geologists? Yeah! Today, for our laboratory analysis, we're going to be using boba straws. We're going to be using the flat end here because we're going to be pushing these into our geologic materials. If you push your corer through your geologic materials, you'll then be able to see what the inside of this little rock looks like. You all did a fantastic job with your experiments. I saw some really, really incredible cores that you took. We were able to see the separate layers in the candy bars. If you think about stratigraphy, like we talked about before, the stuff on the bottom is older than the stuff on the top. So those of you who had 2 separate layers, you had your nougat and then you had caramel. The nougat had to be deposited first, and then the caramel was poured on top of it. And then the chocolate was poured on top of both of those. So the nougat layer is the oldest, and the chocolate layer is the youngest. So when we look at those cores brought back from the moon, we do the same thing. The layers that are lower down are older, and the layers that are closer to the surface, to the top of the core, are younger. You all did a fantastic job today. You took some fantastic cores. I see a lot of future geologists and future scientists in the room here. So the only thing left for us to do is to eat our geologic materials.
Yay! Behind us is the lunar rover. This one was used for testing of temperatures and vibrations expected on the missions.
Rovers similar to this one were used on Apollo 15, 16, and 17.
It allowed the astronauts to travel further, explore more of the lunar surface, and collect different types of sample.
But how do you pack up a car and take it to the moon?
It takes a lot of engineering to figure that out.
In order to get the rover to the moon, it had to fold up and take up as little space as possible, and it had to be very lightweight.
It also had to be easy enough for the astronauts to remove, assemble, and drive, all while wearing bulky spacesuits.
Even today, things that you use have been engineered to make them smaller, lighter, and more convenient.
Consider things that you might use every day, which are engineered for maximum flexibility. What sort of things can you think of? A sleeper sofa? A table? How about a beach chair?
Have you ever seen or used a collapsible bike or a foldable scooter? Think of the seats in your car. They can fold up to make more room for people, or down to make more room for things.
Even computers have been engineered to take up as little space as possible. Even today, NASA designs things to be compact in order to send them into space.
One way to make things compact is to fold them, like the James Webb Space Telescope.
I'll bet you've all had to fold your laundry to try to fit it into your drawer or closet.
Folding is an art form. In fact, it's a literal art form.
One that you can try at home.
Hello, hi, my name is Brian Kitahara. I'm the founder and creator of Down to Fold, a live origami workshop. I am thrilled to be here to share the origami experience with you today. What started as an ancient craft for ceremonial purposes has been picked up and utilized by today's technologies, including NASA and JPL. Yeah, they found out how origami could help solve their problems packing things and shipping them into space. Today we're going to build and create a modular origami piece. What we'll need again is 8 sheets of paper, 2 sets of 4 to complete this project. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to dive right in. Grab your first sheet of paper and identify what you want as the top and the bottom. This is going to be my top. We're going to start with it facing down. We're going to fold corner to corner. Draw your fingers straight down and then magically push out to the side, push out to the other side. We're going to unfold this here, rotate 90 degrees, up to the edge, corner to corner, down, out to the edge, out to the edge. So now we have a nice little X marks the spot. Now we're going to take this corner to the center. Rotate second corner into the center. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to fold that right here. Take the module here, find that center spot, the fulcrum here. Repeat that 7 more times. Here's the 4 that are those wild kaleidoscopic colors, and we have the 4 solid green. And now we're going to stitch them together. We're going to find that. It's going to seat right in between these 2 flaps here. Fold this tip into this crease here, basically just to nice and tuck it in. We get the other side here. We're going to go ahead and repeat, and we're going to do this process all the way around, alternating between the pattern and the solid color. You can already see what's going to happen. We're just going to bring this fella in right here. There's a spine now that didn't exist before. And those same folds that we did right here, they're gonna go on either side of that spine. So now we have our octagon, and it turns into that gear. We have made a modular origami piece.
Throughout the Apollo missions, there were many lessons learned.
Everything from technological advancements to ways to connect with the public.
The Artemis 1 mission will be taking 5 species of trees with it to orbit the moon.
Back on Earth, the Forest Service will germinate the new moon tree seeds and grow them into seedlings.
This isn't the first time this happened.
On Apollo 14, former smoke jumper Stuart Roosa flew tree seeds with him around the moon. They were brought back, grown into trees, and given out around the country.
Let's learn more about the Apollo moon trees.
Hi, my name is Dave Williams. I'm a planetary scientist at Goddard Space Flight Center, and I'm also the curator of the NASA Moon Trees page. And behind me is one of the moon trees, one of my favorites. This is our moon tree here at Goddard Space Flight Center. It's a sycamore, an American sycamore, and it was planted in 1977 here at Goddard Space Flight Center. The moon trees are trees that were grown from seeds taken to the moon on Apollo 14 by Stuart Roosa, who was the command module pilot for Apollo 14, and he used to work for the Forest Service, and he brought a few hundred seeds with him out into space and brought them back to Earth, and they were germinated by the U.S. Forest Service and planted all over the country.
One set of a new generation of moon trees is actually being grown here at the Smithsonian in Smithsonian Gardens from cuttings from the sycamore at NASA Goddard.
So in December of 2021, the team at Smithsonian Gardens took about 30 cuttings from the moon tree at Goddard. Then they brought them to a tree nursery where they rooted and cared for them in a hothouse over the winter. In the spring, these tree cuttings were planted at a farm where they're going to grow for 3 to 5 years to about the size of a 2-inch diameter tree, if you can imagine a tree trunk about 2 inches in diameter, before they're going to be removed and replanted at the Smithsonian Gardens.
And Emily, it's like incredible because that little 2-inch diameter tree, when you uproot it and put it in a new place, carries 500 pounds of root and soil for that replanting. That is like almost a ton of material.
The gardens around the Smithsonian museums are very intentional, and they're tied to what goes on inside the building. For instance, at the Natural History Museum, you have, as one example, the pollinator garden outside. It's trickier when your whole museum is airplanes and spaceships. So that's one of the reasons that our fun friends at Smithsonian Gardens are so thrilled, is that moon trees are something that they can actually work with. That's something that they can put around the National Mall and outside the National Air and Space Museum that actually says something about what's inside the building.
Some of the most important lessons from Apollo did not involve science, technology, engineering, or math.
Those lessons came from the people.
The many, many people involved in getting humans to the moon and back safely. Getting into space and then onto the moon was not easy. The Apollo mission proved a great many things. From the beginning of the Apollo 1 accident, we learned traveling off our planet would be risky and dangerous. But there were things to be learned and studied. And even today, Apollo continues to inspire generations of scientists, engineers, and today's astronauts.
Gene Kranz is probably best known for his work during the Apollo 13 mission, where he is famously credited with saying, "Failure is not an option." He was with Mission Control long before that, and it was his work during the early space missions where he learned the most valuable lessons.
Failure is an ingredient in life. It's an ingredient in growing. Probably the worst failure of my life and our lives as mission controllers is when we lost our crew in the Apollo 1 fire. And we lived with that failure, and what we did about it, though, became very important. We sat and established a set of values, a set of standards that we would all live up to. They were expectations for ourselves and for others. Failure is an incredible, intense learning process. And if you use it as a learning process, it was worthwhile.
Poppy Northcutt became the first woman to work in Mission Control. At the time, she was a rare female engineer and came to Mission Control as technical staff for Apollo 8. Being the only woman in a room full of men wasn't always easy. But she knew she was part of a larger team that was doing historic and important things that inspired the world and are still being studied today.
Well, I think it's one of the greatest human achievements that we've had so far, to actually land a spacecraft with people on the moon. It's an inspiration as well. I think it shows that we as human beings, if we cooperate and work together, we can make great achievements. And we can make great achievements across national lines. And we can really build a unity over that. I think everyone on the planet was watching, okay, when we did Apollo 11. Everyone on the planet.
As part of the crew that first landed humans on the moon, Michael Collins understood the enormity of that mission. He knew it would change history. He also knew that he and his fellow astronauts were part of a larger, ongoing experiment. Each spaceflight built on the work of the previous flights, which helped build the foundation for longer duration flights that may take us to Mars and beyond. What did we learn from that helps us now with long-term spaceflight?
Well, there are a number of things, many of which I have just read about. For instance, effects on the blood supply to your eye, which changes in weightlessness. Of course, we felt stretched out. We actually were a little bit taller because the space between your vertebrae extends a bit. These things are not important at all for the kind of work we were doing, to the moon and back in 8 days. Not a medical challenge in that, but if you're talking about several years to Mars and back, then the medical component, the medical considerations become extremely important, perhaps paramount to such a trip.
The Apollo program ended in the early 1970s with Apollo 17. But for future astronauts, like Colonel Alvin Drew, it was the very beginning of an era in which humans, including himself, would eventually live and work in space.
We're watching the countdown for Apollo 7. Of course, the clock hit 0,
and this thing just lifts off and just blasts off into the sky. I'd never seen anything like it before. I was not prepared for that at all. And this thing disappeared. Like, what was that? And she goes, that was Apollo 7. And says, we are trying to go to the moon, and this is the very first way. This mission isn't going to the moon, but this is the first step. So 6 months later, I'm watching Apollo 11. I asked my dad, how much do you have to pay to go put on a spacesuit and walk on the moon? And he goes, well, if you're an astronaut, they pay you. That's your job. And so the whole time there, that was what kind of kept me going, watching the Apollo Soyuz, watching Skylab, and then finally the shuttle program. They were and still are an inspiration to me to this very day.
As we get ready to send humans back to the moon, there are so many lessons that we learned from Apollo.
Diverse teams get better results.
Moon dust is abrasive.
Walking on the moon isn't intuitive and has to be learned by trial and error. Ha! Look at these guys!
Some places where we can land on the surface provide better science than others.
The lessons learned from Artemis will help pave the way for longer stays on the moon and future flights to Mars.
The lessons we learned from Apollo, the space shuttle era, and living on the International Space Station have shown us that astronauts need to take care of themselves both physically and mentally.
Our friend Dr. Christopher Williams from the National Museum of African American History and Culture got a chance to catch up with Artemis astronaut Victor Glover.
Thank you, Commander Glover, for joining us today here at the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Chris, my pleasure, and it's great to see you again.
So you completed multiple spacewalks during your mission. Were you ever scared, and what strategies do you use to keep calm during those frightening moments?
You know, it's really interesting. I thought about it a lot, trained for, almost 8 years, and so going out the door, fear wasn't one of the emotions. There were a lot of emotions. I think respect for what I was doing, knowing that I was going out into that vacuum of space, temperature swings, that you can't survive without that suit, and knowing that all the systems I'm wearing have to work perfectly for us to be successful, and then going out there and having this hard work to do. I respected it, but I wasn't afraid of it, and I had a conversation with my wife the night before, and she asked me, was I nervous? And I said, no. The things I had control of, I had them. Mm-hmm. I was ready. And if something outside of my control was going to happen, well, it was outside of my control. And so I just focused on what I could control. And then also I had got some great advice from classmates and from some veterans who had gone out before. Lots of good advice, but one of the greatest pieces was to keep my world small. Mm-hmm. And that was a reminder for me to just focus on one thing at a time and just focus on that, to focus on the work, the things that were familiar. Because so much of that first spacewalk was unfamiliar. So much of it was new. That focusing on the familiar allowed me slowly to open that view up, and then by the time I had some extra bandwidth to look around, it just happened to be night, and then the sun came up, and I got to see the planet with nothing but that thin panoramic visor between me and it was glorious. Without preparation, exploration can lead to frustration. And I think that's an important thing, that when you do something like this, where you're going to be in uncomfortable situations, you prepare. Not always just because that one thing, you need to know that really well, but when you have solid building blocks to fall back on, you can take those and use them in whatever ways you need to. And so again, knowing when to keep your world small and focus on what you can control, that helped me that day.
I know on Earth it's hard to maintain mental health, physical health, and even emotional health. But how do you keep it all together while you're up there?
Kind of like relationships, with other people. I guess it's a relationship with yourself, It takes time and intentionality. And it's great that the program carves out a slice of our day, because it's so important for astronaut health when they return to Earth. The harder you work on orbit, the better condition your muscles will be in, the better condition your bones will be in. We've actually found that the strength training is important for maintaining bone density. As we do more science and we have more capability up there, there's a drive to just continue to utilize the space station and do more science and more research and more hardware, but they need to always protect that time that we get to work out, because it is so important for your reconditioning, but also for your mental and emotional well-being, especially if you love to work out. It takes time, and you have to give yourself time. Because once you get to space, you might find out things about you that you didn't know, and you have to be prepared to take care of yourself so that you have some spare capacity to take care of other people. Yeah, I could go on for hours about that one. Very important concept.
If you only take 2 things away from today's show, is that we are going back to the moon.
And you should come visit us here at the newly reimagined National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
And if you like this episode, be sure to follow STEM in 30 on Facebook and Twitter, and subscribe to the National Air and Space Museum's YouTube channel.
And like Victor said, make sure you're being a good crewmate. Take care of yourself and take care of others.
Thanks for watching.
This gallery is amazing. In 2009, a plane made a dramatic water landing in a New York river.
We were in the air for 90 seconds and we heard a loud boom.
That's Beth McHugh. She survived along with everyone else on board in an incident that would become known as the Miracle on the Hudson.
Beth's story starts with a boom. Today, we're going to take a look at what caused that boom and how STEM professionals are constantly using science to prevent accidents when we travel.
Today we're looking at the science of safety. This is STEM in 30.
This
is STEM in 30. Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty, and today we are coming to you live from the America by Air exhibit at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
Today we are going to be looking at the science of safety, and some of that science that keeps you safe might surprise you.
Joining us today are the great students from McKinley Middle School. Welcome, guys. They are raring to go.
We want to remind you that if you are watching online, you too can submit questions. Just put them in the comment section on the Facebook Live page.
We're going to get to as many of them as we possibly can on the show today.
Beth McHugh was a passenger on U.S. Airways Flight 1549.
Flight 1549 landed in the Hudson River in the middle of New York City on January 15th, 2009.
And because all 155 passengers and crew survived, it became known as the Miracle on the Hudson.
The boom that Beth heard was actually a bird strike.
We met with Maggie Benson, the host of Smithsonian Science How, and her colleagues at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History.
Before anyone stepped on that flight that day, the folks over at the Feather Identification Lab had spent years studying bird strikes.
Let's take a look at the culprit, the birds.
The National Museum of Natural History isn't just a place to learn about elephants and dinosaurs and really big diamonds. It's also home to the Smithsonian Institution's Feather Identification Lab. Its job is to analyze the remains of birds that strike planes so that the airline industry can work to reduce the chance of a potentially fatal crash. Carla Dove, yes, Dove really is her name, works at the lab.
Are birds dangerous to planes? Well, they can be, depending on how large the bird is or if it's a flocking species. Birds can be very dangerous to airplanes, and that's why our lab is here in this museum, because we want to help prevent that.
Carla, what exactly is this? It's a package of stuff.
This is a package. This is a typical bird strike sample with a report, and this is what we call snarge, or bird ick. And it consists of some feathers, you can see, and a little bit of blood or tissue smeared on this cheesecloth. And this is what we are going to use to identify the species of bird that hit this aircraft.
Hey, there's not a lot in here. How do you do that?
So we have some special tools here. In addition to all of these specimens here that we have for our library to compare the feathers, we also have DNA analysis, and we have microscopic characters in these feathers that will tell us what group of birds the sample came from.
Carla, you all worked on the bird strike on Flight 1549. What did you find out about those birds?
Well, that was an extremely, exceptional case, because in that case we received about 69 different samples. And so as they were investigating and tearing down the engines and trying to figure out exactly what happened, they went back through the engine and they would send us every little bit of feather and snarge that they found. And what we determined in the end is that it was Canada goose, and that is one of the more hazardous species to aircraft.
Once you find out all this stuff, what have, people who build airplanes, what has this research caused them to do?
So they design engines to withstand certain weights of birds at certain speeds. And all engines have to pass the bird test. And the bird test involves figuring out what is the maximum weight of a bird that we can afford to design this engine around. You can't, make every engine to take a pelican. That's just too expensive. So by knowing the species and the weights of the species, we can look at that data and the engineers will figure out what is that maximum weight that they're going to design the engine for.
Does the work you do here at the Feather Identification Lab help protect birds too?
Yeah, actually it does. So we like to think if we are keeping birds away from the airplanes, then they're not getting hit by the airplanes, and when a bird and an airplane collides, the bird is not the winner. So by keeping the birds away from the airplanes, we are also helping to save birds. All of the major airports have wildlife biologists who are there to scare the birds away or to let pilots know when it's safe to fly and when it's not. And that's something that everybody should remember, is this is not a scary thing. We have people out there who are trying their hardest to help prevent this from happening for the bird's sake and for human safety.
Who knew that studying birds could save lives? Well, I guess you guys do.
Well, yeah, we did, of course.
Okay, I am joined by materials engineer Eric Mueller, who works for the National Transportation Safety Board, or the NTSB. Eric, what does the NTSB do?
So the NTSB is an independent government agency whose job it is to investigate accidents from all modes of transportation. Obviously, we just talked about airplanes and aircraft, but we also investigate accidents related to train derailments, as well as pipeline, marine accidents, and certain commercial highway investigations. The one thing we don't do is your personal vehicle.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your job? You're a materials engineer, but what does that mean?
Right, Beth. So as you said, I'm a materials engineer, which is I'm involved in the engineering of materials, anything from metals to plastics, glasses, all kinds of things. Specifically, what I do at the NTSB is I look at broken parts where they broke or fractured, and I look at the fracture surfaces. Because when something breaks, it leaves telltale features or signs, kind of giving an idea of what happened when those parts broke.
Now, Eric investigates or looks at bits and pieces, but there are several other scientists and researchers working at the NTSB. Let's see what their jobs are.
I'm a materials research engineer at the National Transportation Safety Board in Washington, D.C.
I am a vehicle performance engineer. I'm an electronics engineer.
I'm a materials engineer for the National Transportation Safety Board.
My role in the investigation is mainly to collect facts. So my job is to collect any sort of data related to the investigation. This involves all sorts of electronic devices, and so starting from the very beginning, I specialize in both aviation and highway accidents, though we also cover rail and marine accidents. And for example, for a highway crash, I'll be there on scene collecting those devices.
My job as vehicle performance engineer is to take a look at the different data sources that we have available and to see if in my case, the airplane or aircraft, a helicopter, flew through the points of data that we have in a way that makes sense. Was the aircraft behaving as one would expect according to physics and aerodynamic principles, or was it doing something more unusual and unexpected?
We will do all of our work here in the laboratory using our microscopes and our various analytical equipment to determine how the material performed in the accident. So we will try to determine whether a material failure caused the accident or affected the survivability in any way.
With science, That is not the knowledge, but the pursuit of the knowledge. In searching for an accident, we are not looking to place blame or culpability. Rather, we want to figure out what happened so that we can prevent that same sequence of events from happening again.
Eric, I think you've got a little experiment that you want to run here.
Right, so I was trying to get a little quick idea of like what I have to do as a materials engineer and why we know the things that we know. So I work on a lot of broken airplane parts, but I can't bring them here for a federal investigation. So instead I brought some food.
Okay.
So we have over here a gummy worm, and we over here a bar of chocolate. These are different materials, and so they'll have different material properties. So what I want you to do is I want you to take the gummy worm and I want you to pull it apart till it breaks. And I want you to take that chocolate bar and I want you to bend it until it breaks. Okay, so you'll notice like this one deformed a lot before it broke, but the chocolate bar did not. Anything else you notice about your fracture surface where it broke?
What do you notice?
I see that it's like little pieces of chocolate like right in the middle, and it looks like it's not smooth like the like it was before it broke.
Right, but is the fracture surface like kind of rough or is it flat generally?
It's rough.
Okay.
Okay. What do you have? What do you notice?
On this side, it's larger, and this side is smaller, but they're still basically the same.
Right, exactly. So the different halves can give telltale evidence as to what happened with this gummy worm. You can go ahead and eat some of your parts right now. But as I don't want to just have sugary sweets here, I also brought some healthy food as well. So you both have a carrot, and this is the same material. But when I have you break it, I want you to break it in different ways. So I'll have you bend your carrot, and Trinity, if you can twist your carrot when you break it.
Yep.
So what do you notice different about your carrot?
Is when I twisted it, it broke right away, and it's like the breaking part is not like even. It's like I don't know how to say it, but it's like
Is it twisted?
Yeah, it's twisted.
Right. And yours?
It's like, it's just like you can't find a way to put it back together.
Right, well that's another thing too. So yours is generally flat, and yours is generally kind of a twisted look to it. It's the same carrot, it's the same material, and you have about the same force, but it's just the direction in which you put that force on there that broke it apart. So when I come upon a scene, I'll see a part that will have either a fracture surface that looks like this, or possibly like this. And so from the knowledge I already know about that material, I can begin to start to figure out what kind of loads and what kind of way that part broke right before or as the accident occurred.
Okay, you guys can take your candy and sit down. Go ahead, take your candy and sit down. Eric, do you want to tell us a little bit about one of the more interesting cases that you've worked on?
So as we've discussed a lot, at the NTSB we do a lot of airplane accidents. But one of my more memorable ones was a train derailment that happened in a cold day in December 30th, 2013 in Castleton, North Dakota. In this situation, we had 2 trains, and one of them derailed, and one was carrying a lot of crude oil. And as you can see in the picture here, the crude oil, and that was over 400,000 gallons, caught fire and had what looks like an explosion. We called it an energetic release. Fortunately, nobody was hurt in this accident or this derailment, but it did cause a lot of environmental damage, and we did have to evacuate a lot of people from the nearby towns. So our accident investigators went to this scene, which was a big mess, and they had to decipher through a bunch of the evidence. So lo and behold, what you see there is that they discovered this broken train axle. And a train axle basically has 2 wheels pushed on it, and the train cars sit on top of this axle. So this was the part, and this is a several thousand-pound part, that came back to my lab, and my job was to begin looking at where that broke. And so you can see here, this is a section of that fracture surface from that train axle. And one thing you might notice right away is there's a big hole in the middle of it. That's not normal. A train axle is supposed to be a solid piece of steel. But one thing I noticed was there's a crack that began to grow from the inside where that hole was in the train axle all the way to the outside. And so this was very unusual. This had not happened before in looking at train axles in the past. So one of the things I was able to do was take a laser scanner, scan both those surfaces, so I had all the points of all the different fracture pieces, and then put them back together to reconstruct what this hole or void in the center of the axle looked like, which is what you see in the top part.
Wow.
From there, knowing that, we had our really smart finite element people go through and figure out where the maximum stresses might be on that part. And lo and behold, that was exactly where the crack on the inside had begun to start and grow outward from.
Wow. Are you ready to take some questions?
I'm ready to take some
All right,
questions.
let's start with an online question. What are aircraft manufacturers doing to decrease incidents such as the Miracle on the Hudson?
So with the Miracle on the Hudson, the NTSB obviously investigated that, and we had lots of recommendations, not just to the engine manufacturers, but all across the board. One of the biggest things was better communication. But the aircraft engine manufacturers also now have better standards for testing, as well as preventing and mitigating issues like having birds come in there. And really the best way is prevention. So one of the best things that we've had start now is having the birds dispersed before any aircraft can take off, and better communications with the aircraft before they begin to take off.
We have a question in the audience.
Hi, my name is Zaria. When is the NTSB called in to investigate on an accident?
When do they call you guys in?
They call us in all the time. So it kind of depends on the mode. And by mode, I mean whether it's a plane or whether it's a train or something else. So we're required to investigate all airplane accidents that happen in the country. We're called to investigate most train derailments. And we also have special memorandum with the United States Coast Guard for marine vessel accidents. Those have to be of a certain tonnage and certain monetary value. We also investigate pipelines, which many people don't know about, as well as a lot of highway accidents involving motor coaches, buses, and things like that. The one thing we do not investigate, unless there's some special circumstance, is your own personal vehicle.
Okay, let's take another audience question.
Hi, my name is Lowell. How did you get interested in becoming an engineer?
How did you become interested in becoming an engineer?
Basically by failing at everything else I had done before that. No, becoming an engineer was something that I had some good friends that were doing, and I started looking into it. And while not every engineering field was interesting to me, the materials engineering was. And so once I found an interest in that, I started to begin learning about the subject and studying really hard to get better at it.
Well, Beth's story started with a boom. Let's see what happened next.
The captain said, "This is your captain, brace for impact." And everybody needed to brace in the brace position with your head down, arms over your head, if possible. And the flight attendants kept yelling, "Brace, brace, heads down, stay down, brace, brace." And we hit the water at 3:31. And we hit the water going 150 miles an hour still. So it was a huge impact. And when you look at the plane, you can see the large 15 to 20 foot hole in the bottom of the fuselage that was torn in the plane at the time it hit, which allowed water to come in then to the cabin. And we could see it coming up immediately. It was rising very fast. So those of us who were in the back of the plane were already really wet by the time we got out of the plane.
All right, well, I'm joined by Demetrius and Sky, and you guys heard Beth talk about the force of that landing. We have a little demonstration here to talk about force. Now, I've got a question for you guys. Have you ever flown?
Yes.
Have you flown?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're flying, what happens to your body when that plane starts to take off?
You go backwards.
Yeah, you get pushed back into your seat a little bit. And now, have you guys ever ridden in a car?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens when you're in a car and the driver steps on the brakes real quick?
You move forward.
Yeah, you go forward real fast. And those are real world examples of Newton's laws. An object in motion stays in motion, an object in rest stays in rest unless acted upon by a force. In the airplane, that force is the airplane starting to take off and it pulls you back into the seat because your body wants to stay at rest. On the car, your body's already moving and it wants to keep moving. And so when that driver hits the brakes, you go forward, and that's one of the reasons why seat belts are so important. Now we've got a great little demo here that you can do in your classroom. And so Demetrius is going to come over here and he's going to apply a force to this tablecloth. Now, right now, there's no force being applied to anything. So Demetrius, I want you to go not real fast, but not real slow, and we're going to see what happens. Go for it. Oh, it didn't quite make it. We knocked it over. We made a little bit of a mess there. Not bad, good try. So when he applied that force, the force from the tablecloth got applied because of friction to the glass and the plate and the spoon. Now Sky's gonna come over and she's gonna apply a little bit more force to try to overcome that friction. So come on over here, Sky. Let's see what's gonna happen. So I want a nice, solid yank on that tablecloth. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Woo, look at that. That was awesome. A real world example of Newton's laws. And teachers, we want to see your videos of this. If you do this in your classroom, send us the videos. Now, you guys, if you try this at home tonight, you might want to ask your parents first, okay? So the NTSB, to learn from accidents, has to understand what happened. And inside airplanes, there are recorders. You've probably heard of them, but they look a little bit different than what you might think.
What is this?
This is what is colloquially called a black box.
It is not black, Eric.
It isn't?
No.
Oh.
Why is it orange?
Well, this is actually a cockpit voice recorder.
Okay.
And this is something we want to find after an accident. So where do you think parts are that usually, after an accident?
They're not technically with the...
Right, they may be hard to find. So having this bright orange color makes it easier to find visually for people looking for this.
What's inside here?
Well, actually inside here is a lot of insulation and everything to basically keep the parts inside from being destroyed or damaged during the accident. But inside is a small little memory module which basically records everything that the pilots are saying during the course of the flight.
That's it?
That's it.
So all of this protects this little tiny piece of equipment.
That's right, Beth. All the engineering and design that went into this is basically to keep this secure through all kinds of different events as far as like impact with the ground and temperatures at either high temperatures or long times.
Now we do want to say that we took this off very easily, but you had unbolted it before. The idea is not to be able to just lift this off.
No, this instrument is made not to be taken apart very easily.
Why is this information important?
So when an accident occurs, a lot of times they'll end up looking the same at the end, but the circumstances that led to that accident may not be known. And so this is some of the data that we can use to determine what may have been going on with the flight before the accident occurred.
And all modern aircraft have one of these on?
All modern commercial aircraft that you fly will have one of these, as well as what's called a flight data recorder, which records what the plane is doing during the flight.
Okay, you ready for some more questions?
No, but I'll go do my best.
Okay, let's take an online question. Did the NTSB have any recommendations after the miracle on the Hudson crash?
Yes. The NTSB had a whole slew of recommendations afterward. Anything from recommending better prevention of birds flying around the airports, as well as better defense and better testing for the engine manufacturers. There's also a lot of recommendations for better procedures as far as training, because one thing that hadn't happened as much before was that losing both engines due to a bird strike or any other reason. So that's one of the things now the pilots as well as the cabin crew train for frequently before flight.
All right, let's take an audience question.
Hello, my name is Seth, and my question is it really important to wear a seatbelt?
Is it really important to wear a seatbelt?
Yes, Beth, and yes, Seth, it is important to wear your seatbelt. Because basically what the seatbelt does is it keeps you attached to the car, or if you're on an airplane, it's also important to wear your seatbelt as well. Because when the car stops, you won't, and that's when bad things can happen, and we don't want that to happen.
Okay, let's take another audience question.
My name's Isaac. Do personal device like cell phone or tablet play a role in researching an accident?
So you have the black box recorder, but do personal devices like the cell phone or tablet, do they help with the investigation?
Absolutely. While this can not necessarily always be helpful in some investigations, use of downloading cell phone data can be extremely helpful. It can give us information like, was some person talking or texting or communicating ahead of time, as well as other data like possibly like what towers they might have been communicating with in the cellular network. So yes, we can find that information out, and we will find out eventually.
We have time for another audience question.
My name is Makai, and my question is, how dangerous is texting and driving?
How dangerous is texting and driving?
Texting and driving can definitely be very dangerous. It's real easy if you've ever just walked around with your cell phone and tripped on something. That happens while you're walking maybe up to 5 miles an hour tops. If one is driving at over 60 miles an hour, a lot of things can happen in a short amount of time when you're distracted.
All right, another audience question.
Hi, my name is Milky. What can I do to keep myself safe when travel?
What can we do to keep ourselves safe when we're traveling?
So one of the best things one can do when traveling, whether it's in a car or whether it's an airplane, is just being aware of your surroundings, being aware of the situation. Another thing is staying in shape is always helpful as well too.
We have another online question. Do all planes have black boxes? Now you said commercial airplanes, but what about private airplanes?
That's one of the things we're working really hard to do. Most private airplanes do have some sort of recording devices, but not all, especially because many private pilots fly airplanes that predate some of these requirements. But we're definitely working hard to make sure that all aircraft have them.
Okay, so Beth McHugh went through a harrowing experience. Let's see how it ended.
I hesitated because I looked down and there was a life raft hanging off of the door, but hanging down into the water. And it looked like about 5 or 6 feet that I would have to jump down before I touched the life raft. So it frightened me a little bit, but the flight attendant put her hand on my back and very gently said, "You have to jump, close your eyes and jump." And I did. And I landed down in the life raft. It had about a foot of ice cold water in it, and there were probably 12 people in the raft already. So I slid down into the lower part of the raft along with them. So the raft was filling up quickly, and at some point, the captain and the first officer came into that same raft. And we looked up, it was probably 4 or 5 minutes after we were out there in the raft, and we saw these giant ferry boats steaming towards us from both sides of the river and heading towards us at top speed. So we actually felt at that point that we could be rescued.
The fact that everyone on board made it out safely is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us today.
You're welcome, I enjoyed it.
This month we looked at the science of safety.
Next month we'll be taking a look at the engineering behind the world record skydive. Check this out. This is the suit that Alan Eustace wore when he set the world record skydive. Imagine being in this suit underneath a giant balloon, flying up into the atmosphere above where birds fly, above where airplanes fly, over 25 miles up into the stratosphere. Releasing yourself from the suit and plummeting back to Earth, breaking the sound barrier with nothing but your body and this suit. If you want to learn more about the world record skydive, check out STEM in 30.
We'd like to thank Eric Mueller for being here from the NTSB, and we'd like to thank our sponsor, Boeing.
We'd also like to thank McKinley Middle School for joining us today. You guys were great.
We want everybody to keep in mind that when you are traveling, there are people out there keeping you safe.
Safe travels.
Thanks for watching.
Amelia Earhart was an aviation trailblazer.
She's probably best known for her firsts. She was the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean, the first woman to make a solo non-stop flight across the United States, and the first person to fly solo from Hawaii to the U.S. mainland.
She served as a nurse's aide during World War I, launched her own clothing line, played banjo, and even wrote poetry.
She was a staunch supporter of women in aviation, becoming a founding member and the first president of the 99s, an all-women's pilot group.
In the summer of 1937, Amelia Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, set out to fly around the world. Somewhere between New Guinea and Howland Island, their Lockheed Electra aircraft disappeared.
Today, we're going to look at the life and legacy of Amelia Earhart and the ongoing search for evidence of her final flight. This is STEM in 30. Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty. Like all good stories, let's start at the beginning. Amelia Earhart was born in Atchison, Kansas, and it's where you can find the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum.
The museum was a private home until 1984, when it was purchased and then handed over to the 99s to care for.
Before we head to the museum, let's hear a little bit more about the 99s from museum curator Dorothy Cochran.
Hello, I'm Dorothy Cochran, and I'm a curator in the Aeronautics Department at the National Air and Space Museum. The first woman pilot organization was the 99s. The 99s carry on Amelia Earhart's mission in support of women in the aerospace industry. The 99s was founded on November 2nd, 1929 at Curtiss Field by a group of licensed women pilots for the mutual support and advancement of women pilots. Amelia Earhart, among others, had called for a meeting of these pilots following the 1929 Women's Air Derby, also known as the Powder Puff Derby. An air derby is a race of pilots and their airplanes from one point to another. So they take off either all together or in a succession, depending on the rules of the race, and then all arrive and a winner is determined. The derby flyers and all licensed female pilots, a total of 117, were invited. The group is named for the 99 charter members who attended the meeting or expressed an interest in forming an organization. Today, the 99s is an international organization of licensed women pilots from 44 countries with thousands of members throughout the world. The members are professional pilots for the airlines, for industry, and government. They are pilots who teach and pilots who fly for pleasure. The 99s are pilots who are also technicians and mechanics. But first and foremost, they are women who love to fly. As a nonprofit organization, the 99s sponsor scholarships, promote air and space education, and are caretakers of the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum.
As Dorothy mentioned, the 99s oversee the operation of the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum.
The museum highlights the life of Amelia Earhart not as much as a pilot, but as a person.
Many historic places help show that famous people were really just people who somewhere along the way found that spark.
We encourage you to look for those kinds of places in your area and go visit them.
Let's take a look at the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum.
Yeah, I'm Heather Raish. I'm the director of the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum, and we're at the childhood home of Amelia Earhart. She was also born here in 1897. The room we're standing in is Amelia Earhart's birth room. It's pretty spectacular to be able to be in the same room that she was born in. Her grandpa purchased a one-room cabin in 1861, and he added on for 12 years. He just wanted to make a roomy home for all of his family. The last room he added in 1873 was really spectacular, and that's the dining room, and I'm so glad that he continued to build on. That's one of the really nice things about the museum is you could look at old things, back in the time. You could look at things from, theories. You could look at fashion designs, and there's just so much to Amelia that she accomplished in her 39 years. Yeah, the handprint downstairs was done by a lady, a palm reader, and you can kind of compare. We have it laid out, and Amelia had really long fingers, and on that The palm reader told her that she didn't take unnecessary risks when she was reading her palm, which I guess you could take it in two ways. One, she was totally wrong. Two, Amelia didn't think maybe it was an unnecessary risk. People need to know that even whenever you start and where you're from, you could always build, and if you're determined to do something, you can. Her dad took her on a flight, and she said it was $10 for 10 minutes. He paid for the flight, she went up, and she said after 200 to 300 feet up, she said, that's what I gotta do. And right after that, she started raising money to fly. She wasn't one to give up. And even when you talk about her world flight, her first attempt failed. And not a lot of people realize that she crashed her plane when she was taking off from Hawaii and really kind of had to start over. All the things that she accomplished, you know, she had hardships too, but she got back up and went again.
One of the things I didn't know about Amelia Earhart was that she wrote poetry.
Poetry can be a really great way to experiment with words and language.
It can help you build those important literacy skills.
And it's fun.
Let's see what our friends at Epic Elementary School in Liberty, Missouri came up with.
Hi, I'm Mr. Brown. I'm here in Liberty, Missouri at Epic Elementary with my fourth graders.
Since Amelia Earhart was a poet herself, we decided to write our own poems about her and add them to pieces of art we created.
Here's a sneak peek of how we made our Amelia Earhart haiku art.
Whenever you write about a topic, it's important to know some things about it. So first, we all read about Amelia Earhart and learned about her life. We read about her love of adventure, airplanes, and of course, poetry. Then we wrote a special kind of poem called a haiku, about Amelia and the things she loved. Every haiku has the same structure. Each poem has 3 lines, with 5 syllables in the first line, 7 in the second, and 5 again in the third. Since the syllables are so important in a haiku, you can see our class counting the syllables in each line on their hands. Next, we drew pictures of planes, the sky, or portraits of Amelia herself. We also featured our haiku poems in our artwork. We added detail with markers and painted in the rest with watercolor. Some students even transformed their works into animations when they were done. It was so much fun reading, writing, and making art about Amelia Earhart. Making something creative alongside learning about it is one way to better remember what you've learned. You can try this yourself. Find a topic you're interested in, learn something about it, and then create art or poetry. The sky's the limit.
Everyone knows that Amelia Earhart was a famous pilot.
But what made her famous?
And what do we have in our collection that highlights her milestones?
Let's go back to Dorothy and find out.
Amelia Earhart is the most recognized woman in aviation. Amelia always had different ideas about who she wanted to be. She always thought that she would do something different. She wasn't particularly interested in marriage and having children or being a school teacher. So she considered many different things and eventually decided to become a pilot. And immediately after earning her license, she decided to set an altitude record. Beyond that, then, she got noticed to be the first woman to be a passenger to fly across the Atlantic Ocean, going with 2 male pilots. But she had been told that she would get time at the controls so that she would be able to fly the plane too. Over the course of the flight, though, however, she never did get the opportunity to fly the aircraft. And she was deeply disappointed and actually said that she felt like I was a sack of potatoes. Then she determined that she needed to prove herself. And so she decided that she wanted to do a solo flight across the Atlantic, doing it in 1932. The museum is very honored to have Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Vega, the one in which she became the first woman to solo the Atlantic Ocean. And it's just a fantastic airplane. It's one of the planes of the era that just has the look of a new exciting technology. And this one in particular had a really wonderful streamlined design to it, which made it very speedy and just looked terrific. Amelia was very interested in having women become part of aviation because they were a necessary part. There was no reason why women shouldn't be involved. They deserve to have a choice to enter this new field back in the 20s and 30s just as much as any men. It's the time frame when not everybody agrees with that, so she's willing to push the boundaries to do that. Amelia had set so many records already, and she was contemplating, how long is she going to fly? How long is she going to continue to do that? Because she's been contributing in many other ways to aviation too. So she decides to take kind of what she called, her one last flight. But she chooses one of the hardest things she could possibly do, which is to fly around the world along the equator. Flying their Lockheed Electra. It was a beautiful plane. They had everything they needed in most regards. And in the end, unfortunately, she was unable to make that flight. She was lost. She and her navigator, Fred Noonan, became lost on the leg between Lae, New Guinea to Howland Island. That set off the largest search for anyone in the Pacific Ocean for decades to come.
When people think of the U.S. military, they usually think of its use in wartime. But often, the military is used in humanitarian efforts, helping people.
Amelia Earhart was one of the stars of the golden age of flight. And when her Lockheed Electra airplane went missing on her ill-fated 1937 world flight, it sparked one of the largest rescue searches of its time.
The search even included one of the Navy's fastest aircraft carriers.
Ordered by the Secretary of the Navy, the rescue attempt immediately following Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan's disappearance was one of the largest and costliest in the U.S. Navy's history. On July 2, 1937, the Itasca, a small U.S. Coast Guard cutter, was anchored at Howland Island, the Lockheed Electra's intended destination. The ship's job was to communicate via radio voice or telegraph with the aircraft and guide it to the small island. An hour after the ship lost contact with the Electra, crew efforts got underway to search the area. While the Itasca searched by sea, the U.S. Navy dispatched a PBY Catalina, an amphibious plane from Pearl Harbor, to search by air, but weather conditions forced it to return to Hawaii. The U.S. Navy then sent the battleship USS Colorado to Howland Island. The battleship carried 3 O-3U Corsair observation floatplanes. Seaplanes from Colorado, supported by the USS Swan, searched an area of over 25,000 square miles. On July 12th, 10 days after the last message was sent from the Electra, the USS Lexington, the fastest aircraft carrier at that time, arrived and took over the search efforts. It brought with it 63 aircraft which continued the search over the next 6 days, covering thousands of square miles. Aircraft carrier support for the rescue mission allowed for an extended scouting area, an increase in the number of search party teams, and extended the time each team could survey a particular area. Planes could launch and land off the Lexington, permitting the search via aircraft a wider range without requiring them to return to land to refuel. The search ended on July 19th and they were declared lost at sea. All told, rescue teams, which in total included 10 ships, approximately 4,000 service members, and over 60 aircraft, searched an area roughly the size of Texas over the course of several days, never finding any evidence of the Electra or its crew. While the original search for Earhart and Noonan was extensive, it continues today by combining new methods and technologies with some old-school ideas.
The facts of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan's disappearance remain a mystery to this day.
Nobody knows what happened to them or their aircraft, and looking for a plane in the ocean is kind of like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Over the years, people have tried to find evidence of her Lockheed Electra, tracking down leads and considering conspiracy theories. But so far, nothing concrete has been found.
But this doesn't mean the search has stopped. And one group is trying to pinpoint where the plane went down and solve this mystery once and for all.
Since 1999, a group of Amelia Earhart enthusiasts and retired radio engineers have been looking at the communication systems Earhart used on her final flight and breaking down the performance of each in order to help future searches.
In the Earhart mystery, as she's approaching Howland Island, she makes several radio transmissions by analyzing how strong the signal is and a bunch of other parameters, technical parameters about the airplane and the radios she used and the radios on the Itasca. We should be able to determine the distance that the plane was from the island during these various radio transmissions.
Before these radio experiments, this was accomplished using computer modeling.
Well, one of the big questions is, can you trust the computer program? How do we know it represents reality?
Obtaining and restoring all of the scarce 1937 equipment prevented these kinds of tests until now.
It's hard to find some of this old equipment. For one thing, it was very expensive back in the 30s. They didn't make very many of them, and then even fewer of them survive today.
The crucial piece of equipment was a Western electronic transmitter. It is one of the only ones still in existence. It was restored and filled a crucial gap to implementing the tests. The team also needed two more critical items: an aircraft similar to Earhart's Lockheed Electra and a seagoing vessel to simulate the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca. Dynamic Aviation offered the use of a Beech-18 aircraft as well as technical support.
The look of the two airplanes is very, very similar. Because of that, we can put the same style V antenna on the airplane and have the same kind of engine noise and background that would have been present when she made her transmissions.
It's important to understand Amelia Earhart, her thinking, what got her to the place where she was willing to take what was acknowledgeably high risks.
The Dynamic Aviation airplane, Miss Amelia, had to be configured with equipment racks, HF antenna, and a rare direction finding loop antenna provided by Nauticos. During the recreation of Amelia Earhart's last flight, the engineers measured the signal strengths and distances for each of her last transmissions.
Beautiful scenery out today. The airplane's looking good.
In order to accommodate the radio gear that matched the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca, they selected the Nellie Crockett, a Chesapeake Bay oyster boat built in 1925. The team from Dynamic Aviation, Nauticos, and the Nellie Crockett came together in mid-September 2020 to bring the radio test to life.
What this all comes down to is the complete process of the scientific method. The fact that you're starting with a hypothesis and you make it full circle all the way down to the beginning, where you start back with the questions that you started with and go back to another hypothesis to try to figure it out. And all of this, although we're using different pieces of science in different areas, all of this comes together through the scientific process.
The test provided critical data about the radio transmissions between the Lockheed Electra and the Itasca during her final hours, ultimately validating the computer models that had been used to guide the previous searches. These tests will help future explorers to narrow the search area as the pursuit to find Earhart's Lockheed Electra continues.
Amelia Earhart campaigned for a wider public acceptance of aviation and the increased involvement of women in the field.
Her work and celebrity helped open the field to women.
But she also had some powerful friends in high places who not only believed in her, but also helped champion her cause.
Our friends at the Airspace podcast looked at the friendship between Amelia Earhart and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt,
and how this friendship between two historic influencers paved the way for women in the field of aviation.
Welcome to Airspace from the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum. I'm Nick.
I'm Emily.
And I'm Matt.
One of the best-known names in early aviation is Amelia Earhart. That's in part because she was a record-breaking pilot, but it's also because she used her platform to speak out about aviation and women's rights.
Someone else who was really famous at the same time was First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. What's less well known is that Eleanor and Amelia were friends, and they had similar tactics for raising awareness of the things they cared about.
One of the essential commonalities that Eleanor Roosevelt and Amelia Earhart had was that it wasn't about them. And they also understood how to use media in a way to promote, in an accessible way, in an engaging way, the challenges that they wanted the country to address.
Although women as yet have not taken full advantage of its use and benefits, air travel is as available to them as to men.
When Amelia would take these extraordinary flights, it wasn't about, oh, look at me, I'm the one that followed Lindbergh. Aren't I cool? It's like, oh, look at what together we have been able to accomplish. Look what aviation can do. Look what women can do if given the chance. Look what this opens up for us. I am somebody who has achieved a dream that should be accessible to all people. It was Amelia as a vehicle, as a conduit to talk about aviation, to talk about women in science. Okay, with Eleanor, it was never about her. It was about the topic that she was using the media to promote. Even in her daily newspaper column, she was talking about other people, even though it was called My Day. She would use her fame to support, introduce, and elevate issues, other leaders, unknown Americans who had risked themselves to do good.
May I hope this movement will spread throughout all branches of applied science and industry, and that women may come to share with men the joy of doing.
Yeah, and I think they both became incredibly iconic in their own day and have really remained cultural icons even, so many decades after their deaths.
Near the Birthplace Museum is an amazing tribute to Amelia Earhart. At ground level, it doesn't look like much, just a collection of rocks and bushes. But once you take to the air, where Amelia was most at home, you can see this stunning work of art. On a berm next to Warnock Lake in Atchison, Kansas, is a 42,000 square foot earthworks portrait of Amelia, created by artist Stan Hurd, along with the help of many community volunteers. It was created as part of the Amelia Earhart Birthday Centennial Celebration in 1997 and is made of different colored stones, grass, and rugged junipers.
Wow, now that is a pretty impressive tribute.
Yeah, but there have been other tributes to Amelia, and some of them you may not have even considered.
The subjects that are chosen for United States postage stamps are subjects that are historically important, that have great appeal to people around the country, but also around the world, and that represent American diversity and culture. And I think for that reason, the stamps commemorating Amelia Earhart fit all of those categories. People like to collect stamps because they represent different moments in history. They really mark different historical periods. And so you can look at subjects like, for example, the history of aviation. Amelia Earhart's personal collection was entirely consisted of mail from her own flights around the world, including, in a couple of cases, special stamps that were issued to commemorate those flights. And so she frequently created souvenir mail that she carried on her planes and on her different voyages. And then when she returned, she would sell these covers, as stamp collectors call them. And the proceeds from the sale helped to defray the expenses of her flights.
Along with stamps and letter covers, Amelia Earhart has been in the public consciousness in movies, inspiration for costumes, and even the subject of a Lego set. For International Women's Day in 2021, LEGO chose to enshrine Amelia Earhart forever as a LEGO minifigure, with a tribute to her groundbreaking solo flight across the Atlantic. Along with her own unique minifigure, LEGO designer Mel Craddock created a scaled-down model of her Lockheed Vega 5B that she flew solo across the Atlantic. The designer drew from blueprints of the original plane, which is now a part of the museum's collection. She hopes the set inspires people to follow their passions, even in the face of rigid traditions.
Amelia's legacy continues to this day, and the museum continues to get lots of inquiries about her. In fact, in 2000, a letter arrived in my mailbox addressed to Amelia Earhart, National Air and Space Museum, Washington, D.C. So it was quite amusing that that it found its way directly to me, the curator, who usually handles these letters. And it's just amazing how many people, young, old, men, women, really still want to know about Amelia. This particular one was from a student. It gets lots of student inquiries, why was she so important? How does she influence women? How does she influence aviation? And it's just nonstop. Her legacy is one of courage, and it's one of endurance, and it's still one of, giving people the desire to succeed. So it's just amazing, and we're always happy to respond to them.
Earhart didn't make it around the world, but her scarf did multiple times, with the help of someone who has an out-of-this-world job.
Let's hear from NASA astronaut Randy Comrade Bresnik about his special connection to Amelia Earhart.
Hello, I'm astronaut Randy Bresnik. I'm a retired Marine Corps colonel. I was an F-18 pilot and test pilot, and got the fortunate opportunity to join NASA in 2004 as an astronaut. And I've had the opportunity to fly in space aboard Space Shuttle Atlantis on STS-129 in 2009, Expedition 52 and 53 to the International Space Station in 2017. The Bresnik connection to Amelia Earhart is through my grandfather. When he was a very young man, early 20s, he was just getting started in the photography business in Hollywood in California. And so he had, some work at the Hollywood studios and things like that. But there was this young pilot that kind of took a shine to him, took an interest in him, because he wasn't like all the big photographers that were had all these clients and did all this work. He was just a good photographer who cared about getting pictures and cared about the people he was taking pictures of. My grandfather had been her personal photographer for several years before she did her 1939 flight. For him, having been with her for several years, taking all these pictures, he took all his negatives and everything and locked them away in his photographic vault. And it wasn't until it was approaching the 50th anniversary in 1989 that he decided to go into his vault and found all these negatives that he had put out of his mind and forgotten about, and was able to then produce the pictures from those negatives that no one had seen in half a century. So on my first space flight on STS-129 on aboard Atlantis, I contacted the 99s Museum in Oklahoma and asked if I could take something of Amelia's to space with me on the Space Shuttle Atlantis. Turns out the scarf that's in the photo my grandfather took of one of the photo shoots was what was in the museum. And that exact same scarf took up to space and flew with me on STS-129. And now anybody, young men, young women, whoever goes to visit the 99s Museum can see the scarf that Amelia Earhart wore that actually got a few million space miles on it.
Learning about a person can be a lot of fun.
Biographies are just one way to engage with the life of a person.
Amelia Earhart wasn't just a famous pilot. She was a poet,
a designer,
and a musician.
So when you want to learn about a person, be sure to explore those untapped inroads.
It could be art,
or music,
or even poetry.
Keep in mind that, like us and like you, famous people have hobbies too. Let us know what your favorite part of today's episode was down in the comments section.
And if you like this video, be sure to follow STEM in 30 on Facebook and Twitter, and subscribe to the National Air and Space Museum's YouTube channel.
Thanks for watching.
What are you doing?
There's a mouse in here and I'm trying to catch it.
You know, Marty, there are way better mousetraps than what you've got going on here. In fact, there are hundreds of mousetraps that have been patented.
Why do you need a patent to build a mousetrap?
Well, a patent will help protect your invention, but it also helps people improve upon your invention so that you can build a better mousetrap.
There must be like zillions of them here in the museum.
There are a lot of them, and some of them might surprise you.
I think we're gonna need a little more time.
I think so.
This is STEM in 30. Ooh, I caught one! This
Is STEM in 30. Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty.
And we are coming to you live from the Wright Brothers Gallery in the Smithsonian Institution's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
Today's show is all about patents. We're going to show you what you have to do to get a patent, how you could get a patent, and we're going to tell you some of the stories of some really interesting patents right here in the museum.
But to begin with, we want to welcome the Lab School from Washington, D.C.
We want to remind everyone watching right now that you can go to Facebook Live and submit your questions. Go down to the comments section, submit a question, and we might even use it right here on the show today.
Now, right behind me is the very first airplane invented by Wilbur and Orville Wright. Now, there's something interesting about this. This invention doesn't actually have a patent on it, but there is a story, and we will get to that.
Well, before we dive into those patents, we want to look at a young inventor. Check this out.
I'm now joined by RJ Batts. RJ, thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to let you explain what's going on here because this is your product. So why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
So this is my invention. It's the Tip Tuff. It's a finger guard that helps protect your fingers while cooking and cutting in the kitchen so you can't cut yourself. So all you do is slide your fingers in the box right here and you place it on the food. It has spikes on the back to hold the food in place so you can just cut without having to worry about the food rolling around or moving around. And when you get close to it, you can get thin cuts without having to worry about getting those fingertips cut, which ensures your safety in the kitchen.
How did you come up with this idea?
Well, actually, my dad he's a chef. He cut himself in the kitchen one day, and I decided he shouldn't have to suffer doing what he loves. So I sketched it up, and I was able to have the opportunity to go into the Young Entrepreneurs Academy, which helped me form my business from the ground up. And through connections and through opportunities like this, I was able to get my product to a manufacturing point to be able to get it out into market.
Now this actually has a patent on it, correct?
Yes.
So no one else can build these,
Yes.
just you guys, right? How old were you when you got the patent on this?
I was 12.
You were 12 when you got a patent on this?
Yes.
So there's no age limit?
No.
Okay. And so did you just walk into the patent office with your sketchbook and say, oh, I've got this really great idea, please give me a patent so no one steals this?
I wish it was that easy. No. We tried that at first. We were referred to a patent attorney, and she helped us get our provisional patent, and we're now 2 years into our utility patent, and we're going on to our third year. So
from this, you've built your own business, correct?
We've gotten on Amazon. We have our own website, tiptuff.com, and we've gotten into local retail stores in Salisbury, Maryland.
RJ, thank you so much for joining us today and for protecting fingers all over the world.
Yeah, no problem.
We're joined by Elizabeth Doherty from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Marty, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
So now this is just a regular old mousetrap. Why would you need a patent on something as simple as a mousetrap?
Well, people patent inventions for a wide variety of reasons. But probably the biggest and the greatest reason for seeking a patent is as an inventor is to control and to protect your invention. Because by having a patent, you are able to exclude others from making, using, selling, or importing your invention without your permission. And as an inventor, that's really important because you may take that invention to then go on to build a business, to grow a company, to even create an industry. And you'd want to have that control over where your invention is used and how it's marketed.
Now, the patent on something like a mousetrap is kind of the end of that process. Where does that process start?
Well, it starts in a lot of different places, but it primarily starts first with an idea. It's the product of someone's imagination. It's the product of their intellectual property. A patent is one form of intellectual property. And people invent for a variety of reasons. So oftentimes it's someone recognizing a problem and seeking a solution to that problem. Sometimes it's actually recognizing a technology that already exists, but thinking, hey, I can do that better. I can improve upon that. I can make it better, more efficient, more fun.
All right, well, we've got some young inventors with us today. We're going to come over here and talk to them. Now, guys, you were given the task earlier today with coming up with a new design for a mousetrap. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. We have made the Mousebox 2.0. Yeah, we've made an idea to capture it inside of it without getting hurt. It also, like, it goes up a ramp that's, like, at this angle, and it climbs up, it falls down, he walks in, and then the ramp goes back up. So he's stuck inside of it. And when he tries to walk this way, he can't get out because he would be pushing the ramp up more.
Wow. What do you think?
It sounds like a very humanitarian mousetrap, I'd have to say. I love your creativity, and I think you're really onto something here.
So now they've got this kind of basic idea. What should they do next?
Well, as inventors, what you're going to want to do is start to crystallize your invention. And these drawings are a great first step. If you decide at some point down the road that you want to file a patent application with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, you'd want to use drawings. You'd also want to record your invention in text, in words, where you actually provide a written description of your invention. Because those are two very, very necessary parts for a patent application, that you disclose your invention so that others will know how to make and use your invention.
Well, I think you guys have a really good start. We're going to give you a little bit more time to continue working on this, refine it. You've got a computer here to work on the text of it. You've also got some old mousetrap patents here so that you can look through those and make sure that you're not replicating an idea that's already been done, and maybe give you some inspiration to go on as well as you refine your idea. While they're working on that, are you ready to take some questions?
Sure, I'd love to.
All right, Beth has our first question in the audience.
I sure do.
Who can obtain a patent?
It's a great question. So the patent laws and patent rules, which began as early as 1790 here in the United States, they don't preclude anyone from applying for a patent as long as they're an inventor. So no one's too young to be an inventor, no one's too old. They come from all walks of life, all backgrounds, men, women, seeking a variety of protections for their invention.
So it's not somebody that's far off working in a laboratory or something that comes up with an invention. It could literally be one of the kids watching the show today.
It certainly could be. Inventors, again, come in all shapes and sizes. There's our garage inventors, our kitchen table inventors, and those that are working in industry and university labs all around the world.
Nice. All right, we've got an online question next. Who's your favorite inventor?
Oh, Marty, that's such a tough question. I love them all. If I had to pick just one, it would probably be President Abraham Lincoln. I know, I see that look. Most people don't realize that President Abraham Lincoln had a U.S. patent, and in fact is our only president who had a patent. Now, the device was never manufactured, but he still held that patent and was a great proponent of the U.S. patent system.
That's really cool. Beth, do you have another audience question?
Are there different types of patents?
Are there different types of patents?
There are, and these different types of patents protect very different things. The patent that most people are aware of is what's called a utility patent, and it protects things like a mousetrap, or a bicycle, or a cellular phone. Those protect articles of manufacture, machines, chemical compositions, and improvements thereof. Then we also have design patents, and design patents protect the ornamental appearance of an article of manufacture. So oftentimes, inventors and companies will seek both of those forms of patent protection to protect a single device, recognizing that they protect different aspects of that same invention.
So one thing might have more than one patent involved with it.
It's true. And then we can't forget our plant patents. Those are pretty remarkable as well.
Nice. All right, we've got another audience question.
What's the difference between a patent and a trademark?
Oh, that's a good question. And again, like different types of patents, these two can oftentimes play together in an intellectual property portfolio. So a patent, as we've talked about, protects an invention. It protects and controls what can be done with an invention by others outside of the inventor. Now, a trademark protects a brand. It protects and it identifies the source of goods or services. So they're used by companies so that we know where the goods and services come from. That way we can build brand recognition, we can build brand loyalty. So oftentimes a company will have both of those, and one or the other can oftentimes be their most valuable piece of intellectual property.
Cool. All right, well, the airplane that you see behind us is the Wright Flyer, the first airplane. It actually didn't have any patents on it, but the Wright brothers had a patent that allowed this airplane to happen. Check it out.
Wilbur and Orville Wright were two brothers. They were brilliant, self-trained, intuitive engineers of genius. At the turn of the 20th century, they were operating their own bicycle shop. They'd been interested in flight since they were small boys. By 1899, they were ready to do something about it, to join the group of experimenters who were out to build a powered flying machine. 1903, they made their first successful powered airplane flights with the world's first airplane. And by the fall of 1905, they had done what no one else in the world had done before them. They had produced the world's first practical airplane. What did the Wright brothers patent? Basically, they patented the method that they had developed for controlling a flying machine in the air. Now, obviously, they developed more than just a control system. They had wings that would lift them into the air effectively. Propellers especially had been a real problem to develop efficiently. But the core, their control system, which is what they had begun with, they knew would be the one thing that nobody else could fly without using some of their ideas. Their lawyer, a fellow named Harry Toolman, helped them to focus in developing a patent that would really be defensible in court and establish them as the developers of wing warping. Again, something that nobody else would be able to fly without using some of their ideas. The tough part in terms of developing an effective control system was how do you control this? How to balance the wings. And the Wright brothers developed something called wing warping to do that. Essentially, what happens is that if you're flying along and this starts to happen, the Wrights came up with a means of decreasing the lift on this side and increasing it on this side. So it enabled them to balance the airplane. But it was a complicated thing. It really was a brilliant patent and one of the great patents in the history of the 20th Century Patent Office.
Now I'm joined by Dr. Margaret Whiteycamp, who's a curator here in our Space History Division. Margaret, you have this great story about Buck Rogers, a space cowboy with a ray gun. You want to tell us a little bit about this?
Yes, so the character of Buck Rogers here at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum, we're interested not only in actual spaceflight, but in how space has been imagined. And this is an iconic character that started in a short story in 1928 and quickly became the main character in a really famous series of comic strips. But when they were turning it from the short story that had been written by Philip Nolan into the comic strip, which was also written by Philip Nolan, they thought Westerns are really popular. So maybe this character of Anthony Rogers should really be Buck Rogers. And every cowboy has a sidearm, has a six-shooter. So they developed basically the idea of a ray gun, a rocket pistol is what they called it at the time. And that is the patent I thought we could talk about today.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about the design of this ray gun?
There is a really great story with the design of this. The museum actually has the prototype that was developed based on the drawings that Dick Calkins had done in the comic strips, and that's on the left-hand side of the image that you see. But it was too expensive to produce as a toy, so they came up with the design that's on the upper right-hand side of that image, which is the toy that they actually produced. And what was funny was then, of course, it doesn't match what's in the comic strip. Right. So they went back to Dick Calkins and they had him from 1934 on. He drew Buck Rogers' rocket pistol so that it matched the toys that they were selling in the shops.
So that's sort of reverse of what we usually think.
Exactly.
Now, this had more than one patent on it as well.
It did. This was right at the beginning of the Great Depression, and Daisy Manufacturing of Michigan, which had developed the famous BB guns, had this toy, and very quickly they realized it was a little too expensive to produce, and so they redesigned it and patented it a second time a year later.
And it had a benefit after the redesign.
It did, because this was a tremendously popular toy, and actually for the holiday season of 1934, this was the it toy to have, and there actually turned out to be price wars between various stores. So in New York, for instance, Macy's and Gimbel's department stores started cutting their prices on this toy to try to lure buyers to one store or the other, and so a toy that was supposed to be 50 cents a piece at some point was being sold for 25 cents.
Well, that's quite a price war.
It was.
Now, this toy was sort of the beginning of these like space ray guns, or...
Yes, so this was the very first three-dimensional ray gun toy, and if you have played with a Star Wars blaster or a Star Trek phaser or anything like that, they are in some ways descended from these very first toys and that patent.
It's a lot of work for one little cartoon space cowboy.
It is.
Well, it's not just toys that are patented here in the museum. A lot of the NASA spacesuits are also patented. And we talked to space history curator Dr. Kathy Lewis about a patent idea that came from sort of a creepy crawly beginning.
A spacesuit can have many different patents and be patented in many different ways. You can file a patent for the entire spacesuit, or you could file a patent for a small component, a hinge or a restraint or a screw or a helmet. So in the case of the Apollo spacesuits, the entire spacesuit was patented as a whole, even though smaller components, most notably the helmet, the bubble helmet, was patented as an individual patent itself. One interesting patent is based on the tomato worm. The design was patented in order to capture an idea about making a spacesuit that was still mobile while protecting the astronaut. And the biggest problem with a spacesuit is that it's a balloon, basically. And finding a way to allow an astronaut to operate inside that balloon was very important. The idea behind the design was that if one side of a joint contracted, the opposite side of that joint would expand, sort of like bending your knee or your elbow. That was the way to localize the air displacement. So when the air moved away from where you were bending your arm, it would move on the opposite side of your elbow, so where the suit was expanding. And that was the important idea that people really hadn't thought about, because usually when the spacesuits were pressurized, they get very stiff and would make it very difficult to move around. That tomato worm idea was used in the Apollo suits that took men to the moon. It also still exists in some forms in the current suits that astronauts use to perform EVAs outside the International Space Station. Patents are really important because that's the way ideas are transmitted. Having the patent is that final bookmark that tells people, this was my idea, and if you want to use my idea, you have to give me credit, and I welcome you to come and make it better. So you have ways for people to have these long continuing conversations in invention and innovation through patents.
Are you ready for some questions?
That sounds great.
Okay, let's start with an audience question.
How long does the patent process take?
It's a great question. So the answer to it is it depends. It depends in part upon the technology area you're filing in, as well as the complexity of the technology area. It can be as short as a few months to it can be several years. So unfortunately, there's not one definitive answer. But at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, we have over 8,000 engineers and scientists serving as patent examiners, reviewing patent applications every day. So they're working hard and fast and furiously to get out those patents. But there's a lot. There's a lot to look at because we have over 600,000 filed each year, which is a lot of inventivity and a lot of creativity.
Now we have an online question. Does a patent in the U.S. apply in Australia?
So the answer is no. Patents, like most forms of intellectual property, are what we call territorial. They only protect you in the country in which they're issued. So for example, a U.S. patent only protects you in the United States. But certainly an inventor would want to think about the global marketplace and think about applying for patent protection in countries around the world with their invention, particularly depending on what type of invention it is, where it's going to be manufactured, where it's going to be sold.
We have another audience question.
What was the first patent?
You must be a history buff. So the first patent, interestingly, was issued in July 31st of 1790, issued to a man by the name of Samuel Hopkins for a method of making potash and pearl ash. Anyone here ever heard of potash? I didn't think so. It was actually one of the first industrial chemicals produced here in the United States, and it's made from the ash of hardwood, and it's used primarily in making fertilizer. I think one of the interesting things, though, is the fact that the patent was issued in 1790, which was only shortly after we had the creation of the U.S. Constitution. So the U.S. patent system is almost as old as our country.
We have another audience question.
How long does a patent last?
So that's another question where the answer is it depends. It depends in part upon the type of patent. The utility patent that we talked about that protects the mousetrap, that protects a soccer ball that lights up with electricity, those are good for 20 years from filing. The design patent that we talked about briefly is good for 15 years from the date of it being issued by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. So the timing depends on the type of patent that's received.
I think we have another audience question.
Is the patent the same as a copyright?
Is a patent the same as a copyright? The answer is no. Similar to our discussion of a patent versus a trademark, a patent and a copyright are both forms of intellectual property, but they protect very different things. A patent, as we talked about, protects an invention, whereas a copyright protects an artistic expression that's been placed in a fixed medium. Things like writings, books, music, again, works of artistic expression.
Now, you brought some inventor cards, and we're passing them out to the audience. Do you want to tell us a little bit about these fun things?
I'd love to. Thank you, Beth. These are something the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is actually very proud of, and it's something that we love to share with an audience, particularly of young inventors. These inventor trading cards depict a number of well-known and even some lesser-known inventors and help bring the teaching point that inventors come in all shapes and sizes from a diversity of backgrounds, and they also work in a diversity of technologies. Some of these are inventors you've probably heard of before, the famous Thomas Edison, my personal favorite, Abraham Lincoln, or even Dean Kamen. Anyone here ever heard of the invention of the Segway? One of our prolific American inventors. So I'm happy that we're able to share with the audience today our inventor trading card series.
And you have a favorite inventor in here?
I would say George Washington Carver. I helped my son write a report about that and helped him with some of the research and really got interested.
Well, before we go back to see how our young inventors are doing, let's take a look at what's going to happen this season on STEM in 30.
Here's what's happening this season on STEM in 30. The Apollo 11 command module is going out on a nationwide tour. Learn all about the Apollo Moon program.
Then we take a highway to the danger zone to check out what happens on an aircraft carrier.
What roles do music and the arts play in space travel? Learn about the psychology of long-term space flight.
Next stop, Mars. Meet Orion, the space capsule that could be flying to the Red Planet.
Speaking of flying, we learn about the airplane's family tree.
Also on STEM in 30, we'll show you how to train to become an astronaut.
We'll also learn about the science of staying safe
and the engineering behind the world record skydive.
And you get to learn how scientists and you can explore the universe. That's all this season on STEM in 30. We are back with our mousetrap inventors. Guys, you've had some more time to work on this. How's it going?
It's going really well. We've added a lot to it.
So what are some of the things you've added?
Well, for example, we added a spring right here to keep it up when trapped.
Nice. And I see you've added a lot of lot of directions here telling exactly what different things are.
Yes.
How important is that drawing in the process of getting a patent?
It's a critical part of any patent application where the invention can in fact be depicted in drawings. So it's part of that teaching tool, it's part of that disclosure to the public of what your invention really is all about.
Now, these guys, it looks like they have a really good invention, and we talked about the text earlier, so you guys have written out some text, so tell us what you got going on there.
Well, we call our invention the Mouse Box 2.0. We place some cheese inside the box, usually, and when the mouse eventually picks up the bait, it will walk onto a ramp that will end up going flat, allowing the mouse to walk in. But as soon as it walks off, it will just fling her up, and the mouse will be trapped.
One of the favorite things looking at this is they have the word sproing in there, and I think that's awesome. So what is their next step? They've got this idea, they've got some text, they've got a drawing, now what?
Well, again, if they'd like to pursue it at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, we'd welcome them to draft an application. And in doing so, they might want to seek the assistance of a registered patent attorney or patent agent, because there are some complexities involved. But a drawing like this and a description are certainly a good start. Another thing to consider as well is you've looked at a few prior art patents, previously invented mousetraps. You might want to also broaden your search to see if there's any others out there that might impinge upon your getting a patent. Maybe somebody else, your idea is so great that somebody else has already thought of it.
Now, when they get that patent application to submit it, it's not like it just goes into the patent office and is never heard from again. That's actually a collaboration, right?
It really is. We like to think of the patent process as a period of communication and collaboration. When you file your application, one of those over 8,000 engineers and scientists is going to look at your application, help you to determine what is patentable subject matter, and work with you through the process. So no, we're not a black box agency. We want to work with our inventors to get to know them, to get to know their invention, and to hopefully issue you a U.S. patent.
And maybe some of the kids watching that become scientists and engineers can come work for you guys.
Most certainly. We'd love to have them.
Awesome. All right, well, next month we're talking all about naval aviation. And recently we had a chance to go to the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Hey, Beth, check this out. Here comes an F-18 to land on the deck of the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. 130 to 0 in 2 seconds.
That takes a lot of math and science.
If you want to learn more about naval aviation, check out STEM in 30.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. I want to thank both Elizabeth and Margaret for joining us today. And I also want to thank the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for collaborating with us for this program.
We leave you today with some of the sights and sounds from Thomas Edison's laboratory and some of his patents at the Henry Ford in Dearborn, Michigan. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Imagine you are on the moon. 8 hours we'll be exploring, traversing up and down lunar hills, sampling rocks, and setting up equipment. Temperatures can reach a blistering 250 degrees Fahrenheit. Luckily, you have a portable life support system, a backpack that provides oxygen, water, power, and for the excruciating temperatures, a cooling system. Under the Artemis program, NASA and its partners are planning to return astronauts to the moon, and the agency is testing new spacesuit technologies. As a new age of exploration heats up, engineers are looking to improve how to keep astronauts cool in space. Outside the International Space Station, astronauts perform extravehicular activities, EVAs, also known as spacewalks. During the Apollo era, spacewalks took place on the lunar surface, and with the Artemis program, humankind will once again return to live and work in the harsh environment of the moon. Future plans call for spacewalks to last longer and be more demanding, not just on the astronauts, but also on the spacesuits and systems that protect them and keep them alive and healthy. NASA has been working on advanced technologies needed for next-generation spacesuits. NASA's reference design, the Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or the XEMU, features greater mobility, visibility, and flexibility. This prototype is just the beginning. To meet the needs of future exploration as part of the Artemis program, NASA will share its newest designs, research, and data with commercial industry, whom NASA will partner with to build the next generation spacesuit. It is an effort that will benefit from NASA's most recent studies and the agency's 50-plus years of spacewalk experience. Spacesuits are essentially a spacecraft made for one. They have many important life-preserving components, but none is more complex than the system to regulate the temperature of the astronaut. Engineers call this cooling system the thermal control loop.
The thermal control loop is part of the portable life support system, or the backpack that the astronaut wears when they do an EVA. The thermal control loop is designed to keep the astronauts cool. When the astronauts are doing spacewalks, they can be exposed to extreme temperature swings, say up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit. The thermal control loop is part of a system that consists of a liquid cooling ventilation garment, or LCVG, that the astronauts wear under the spacesuit. It consists of tubes that are filled with water that circulate from water pumps in the backpack to keep the astronauts cool.
During the Gemini program, engineers realized that astronauts not only needed protection from the temperatures of space, but also from the heat generated inside the suit, from their own bodies as they worked. Originally, the suit designers thought that airflow over the astronaut's body would keep temperatures regulated. What they discovered was that air cooling in a spacesuit is insufficient to do that job. During the Apollo era, it was decided running cool water through a garment that covers the body could help keep the astronauts from overheating. The means of cooling the astronaut was now an essential life-sustaining element to the spacesuit and was here to stay. The spacesuit currently in use on the space station, developed in the 1970s, also uses a water-cooled garment. Circulating water is still the best way to cool an astronaut. However, improvements can be made on how to move that water through the system, using new technologies and materials to test how to make the essential cooling system safer and more reliable than ever before. The result of this research is SERFI, the Spacesuit Evaporation Rejection Flight Experiment, all the critical elements of a spacesuit cooling system in one box. 2 SERFI units have been built, one to work here on Earth in our gravity, and another SERFI unit meant to be tested in the absence of gravity, in space. On board the International Space Station, astronauts take advantage of the microgravity environment to perform a variety of science experiments and to test exploration technologies. When engineers developed the spacesuits for the Apollo and Space Shuttle eras, NASA did not have a space station in operation. Today, the station presents a perfect platform for engineers to use microgravity to put the SERFI cooling system to the test.
In that experiment, we will test a couple different versions of the water pump that will be used to circulate the water through the system. We'll test temperature sensors, we'll test pressure sensors, integrate all those into one little package and test them for long duration to see how they'll perform over the expected life of a spacesuit.
SURFY shows how the water will move through the system as if it were inside a spacesuit, cooling the astronaut. But a spacesuit cooling system needs to do more than just circulate water. As the astronaut works, their body generates heat, which is transferred into the liquid cooling and ventilation garment. A thermal control loop needs a way to remove the heat from the water that is circulating through the system. That's where SWIMMY comes in, the spacesuit water membrane evaporator.
SWIMMY consists of some porous hollow fiber membranes that are contained in a metal manifold. When warm water flows through the porous membranes and then is exhausted into space, the cool water continues through the porous fibers and continues to flow through the LCVG liquid ventilation garment to cool the astronaut.
With the means to run a cooling system and offload heat and gases, the unit runs for 8 hours at a time, the span of what a spacewalk might last in space or on the moon. The tests are run again and again, simulating the rigors of what a spacesuit thermal control loop would encounter during its life cycle. Astronauts take water samples from SURFY for analysis, just as a spacesuit might be in storage for a time between spacewalks, like during a trip to the moon or Mars. SURFY is sometimes switched off. This time of dormancy is when contaminants can grow in the system.
That's when the bugs, the microbes, grow in the water system. And those little guys grow and they reproduce and they can grow through the system. They'll clog your filters, and once your filters get clogged, the water stops flowing.
When the water stops flowing, the suit stops cooling. And the water are such a problem for current spacesuits that astronauts set aside time for regular water maintenance chores every 90 days. The SURFY tests hope to demonstrate that new technologies and materials will be far more robust in working through water contamination issues, reducing the risk of the cooling loop failing.
We don't want to have to worry about water quality. We want to be able, we've joked among the team, we want to be able to pour chicken soup into the exploration EMU and it'll still run the way it's supposed to run. Even if there's microbes in there that the system doesn't care. So we want the filters to catch the microbes, and if the filters don't catch the microbes and they flow through the pumps don't even notice the microbes or the contamination or whatever's in the water. They keep operating the way they're supposed to operate. We want our crews to be spending their time exploring, not running maintenance procedures on our spacesuits.
All the testing for SURFY in space is duplicated on Earth, with a twin SURFY running in 1G, Earth's gravity. By testing here and simultaneously testing in the microgravity of the space station, engineers can infer how the cooling unit will run in the 1/6 gravity of the Moon, the 1/3 gravity of Mars, and all points in between. The knowledge gained from building and testing the twin SURFY units is already paying off, as work is underway building a full-size backpack for NASA's prototype exploration spacesuit.
How's it going to perform in microgravity? Well, by sending SURFY to space station, we can actually test how it's going to perform in microgravity. That in itself buys down the risk. So now there's one less unknown that we have to worry about when we send our hardware off to do what it's supposed to do.
I am so excited that SURFY, SWIMMY is on orbit, that we're working great, our ground unit is working great. SURFY has made a difference. We've had engineers, scientists, thermal analysis, water experts. It's been an exciting multi-discipline collaboration.
It's a collaboration that will inform spacesuit technologies for the Moon and beyond. A new design for a thermal control loop and its ability to help regulate temperatures for astronauts during exploration can benefit from the data gathered from SURFY, making it one cool little experiment.
This is a science mission on par with Apollo missions, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and Hubble missions. For nearly 2 decades, thousands of people around the world Many are spending their entire careers built the James Webb Space Telescope. And it all comes down to this.
Once we launch the James Webb Space Telescope, there are no second chances. We have 300 single-point failure items, and they all have to work right. When you're 1,000,000 miles away from the Earth, you can't send someone to fix it.
We've never put a telescope this large in space. We want to see distant parts of the universe humans have never seen before. Looking back in time, almost 14 billion years, to see the first galaxies that formed after the Big Bang. And we want to search for the building blocks of life in the atmospheres of planets orbiting distant stars. To unfold the history of the universe, we must first unfold this telescope.
This is the largest primary mirror, the largest sun shield, and the most powerful space telescope ever built. And yet, this large telescope needs to fit inside a 4-meter diameter rocket. It's the largest fairing size available on any rocket, and it's the fairing size on our ride to space. The Ariane 5, provided by the European Space Agency, is one of the world's most powerful rockets. To cheat the fairing size limit, we built Webb to fold, like origami, to fit inside the rocket fairing.
And this brings us to our most challenging part of this mission, unfolding it in space.
6, 5, 4.
Think of what you're doing. You're taking this extraordinarily delicate, precise, state-of-the-art scientific instrument, you're slapping it on a rocket, and for the next 8 minutes, the explosion from that rocket is following you into outer space. Vibrating you, shaking you. Everything that goes into outer space has to live through this environment and work once it gets there without having someone come to fix it.
Two weeks. That's how long it will take to fully deploy the Webb telescope. We can take longer if we need to, but those 2 weeks after launch are going to be nail biters. This is the Mission Operations Center at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. Those 2 weeks after launch will be like our Super Bowl, World Cup, you pick the analogy. Years of training comes down to these moments.
The Webb Observatory has 50 major deployments, 50 depending on how you categorize them, and 178 release mechanisms must work to deploy those 50 parts. Every single one of them must work. Unfolding Webb is hands down the most complicated spacecraft activity we've ever done. Then again, nothing about Webb is easy. We've never done any of this before. There's nothing simple about sending anything into space. You can't do it without taking risks.
This mission is squarely in new spacecraft territory. Webb is the perfect example of science desire driving engineering capability to new frontiers. Webb's unique design was born from reasoned engineering to accomplish its science goals.
Here's the plan. Shortly after launch, we unfold Webb's solar panel for power and our Huygens antenna for communication. About 12 hours later, we have an important engine firing that sends Webb on the proper course towards its orbital destination, about 1,000,000 miles away. That's where Webb will do its science. Webb will be moving so fast, it passes the moon's orbit in 1.5 days, half the time it took Apollo astronauts to reach lunar orbit. First, we lower the sunshield pallet, then raise Webb's primary mirror and instruments away from the sunshield. The solar wind will push us around with the sunshield open, so we'll unfold a trim tab to help keep us stable.
We got these huge, iconic, golden segmented mirrors that will help us deliver amazing new images from the cosmos. But in some ways, the sunshield is a lot more complicated, and it's just as essential. Without it, nothing works.
Here we've got 5 sunshield layers of approximately 8,900 square feet, almost the size of 3 tennis courts, a very thin Kapton material, about 1 to 2/1000ths of an inch thick. Making them go where you want them to go in zero-G is extremely challenging.
The sun shield shades the telescope from the heat of the sun, earth, and moon. The concept is simple, but there is nothing simple about the design or operation, especially when you get to space. Webb's sunshield assembly includes 140 release mechanisms, approximately 70 hinge assemblies, 8 deployment motors, bearings, springs, gears, about 400 pulleys, and 90 cables totaling 1,312 feet. All this just to keep the sunshield under control as it unfolds. First, we release these special restraints that protect the sunshield during launch. They roll out of the way, but not all the way until we are ready to deploy a side. Next, we release a set of covers over the core region. Now comes the critical point. All 107 sunshield release mechanisms need to fire on cue. 107. They free the 5 sunshield layers, allowing them to extend as the mid-booms deploy.
Sunshield fully deployed, we start setting up the optics. First, the secondary mirror is extended and locked into place, and a special radiator behind Webb is extended, which helps further lower the temperature of the science instruments. Finally, we open the primary mirror's wings and lock them in place. With that done, Webb is in its final configuration, but we're not done yet.
After 47 deployments, and accomplishing the hardest spacecraft unfolding NASA has ever done, Webb still won't be ready for science.
While the instruments cool, we'll control motors behind each of Webb's 18 mirror segments, a secondary mirror, and the fine steering mirror located inside the center of the primary mirror. We'll precisely align the mirror segments to form a perfect mirror. Then, Webb will be ready to explore the cosmos.
Flashing across California desert skies, the airplanes you see here are writing new chapters in the story of man-made flight. There she goes.
This is my first opportunity to greet you as Deputy Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Together, you and I must make our new agency
the most unusual place.
An organization that can challenge conventional wisdom.
We can engineer anything we can write the requirements for.
We're going to make your idea work. This particular idea is quite disruptive.
A typical flight, of course, starts under the wing of the B-52.
This sleek, high-speed machine would have made Rube Goldberg proud.
The manner in which we fly re-entry from space on the space shuttle was pioneered on the X-15.
The X-31 pretty much wrote the book on thrust vectoring, along with its sister program, the F-15 HAR.
An observation of an occultation is one of the more challenging missions that Sophia can do.
Right now, we are looking at the dawn of a new era of aviation.
Flight loads is a crucial discipline. It is one of the areas that requires a good combination of both science and art. That every airplane that we have ultimately goes through the loads lab.
In 1964, a new building was rising from the desert shore of Rogers Island. Yes, this laboratory has 50 years of almost every type of vehicle the aerospace industry has to offer.
We do a lot of
in the laboratories to make sure that components are going to withstand the environments that they will see.
Every time we go away from the standard configuration on a vehicle, it changes the loads, and we've got to understand how it affects the forces and stresses within the airplane.
We in the Flight Loads Lab have been interested in thermal testing for many years.
Temperatures from 400 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
To calibrate the thermal effects on the strain gauges, ground heating tests were conducted.
Also, over the years, there's been low temperature testing using cryogenic cooling capability.
A cooling system was used to lower the glove temperature to the minus 30 degree Fahrenheit pre-launch condition. The heating and cooling systems work together to bring the entire glove to cold soak condition.
The type of loads that a wing will experience in flight are bending loads, torsion loads, and shear loads. They're loads that are applied to the wings as a result of the air loads that are put onto the airplane when it's flying or when it's maneuvering.
How far can we push it? Where is it going to fail and how is it going to fail? So this work here has really been key to being able to help us anchor the models that we're developing to analyze the performance of these structures and also to take that next step and optimize the design of these systems.
The second HIMAT aircraft underwent extensive ground vibration testing after its delivery to the UL Dryden Flight Research Center.
Any aircraft in flight has resonant modes which occur as its structure flexes under aerodynamic loads. These flexures can become rapid and large. Under extreme conditions, they may even result in structural failure.
In Dryden's Flight Loads Research Facility, mechanical vibrators are attached to portions of the aircraft structure. As the aircraft structure is excited at known amplitudes and frequencies, its mechanical responses are carefully measured and tabulated.
So we're trying to understand how the airplane rings, basically like a bell.
You actually want to see the structural characteristics and how it behaves. Once you go and fly it, if you experience any flutter or dangerous vibration motions, then it's practically too late.
We can tell if the structure is sound.
With all this data, we'll be able to update our models, which will be used in our flutter analysis to validate that we are good and can give flight clearance for the vehicle.
Inertia testing, understanding basically how the mass is distributed around a vehicle, which gets important for the control laws.
The moment of inertia essentially tells us the angular momentum properties of the vehicle. We want to understand during flight, when we're trying to control it, how it pitches up and down, to understand how much resistance and inertia happens during those pitching maneuvers.
We need to know for certain that our sensors are behaving properly so that when we put them on our structures or put them on our vehicles, we actually believe the data that's coming off.
Not only test a large test article, but to bring in some new test techniques like the FOSS and really calibrate that against more traditional strain measurements and the finite element modeling.
The Flight Loads Lab here at NASA Armstrong performs some of the most sophisticated tests that I've seen on vehicles, flight vehicles as well as entry vehicles.
This facility is not only very unique, but it's a national treasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Artemis II crew.
During an April 3rd event near our Johnson Space Center in Houston, we introduced NASA's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Hammock Cook, and the Canadian Space Agency's Jeremy Hansen as the crew for Artemis II. It will be the first Artemis mission to fly astronauts around the moon and back on our Orion spacecraft to validate the system's capabilities and techniques needed for humans to live and work in deep space.
Together we will usher in a new era of exploration for a new generation of star sailors and dreamers. To the moon, to Mars, and beyond.
Learn more about Artemis II at nasa.gov/Artemis-II. Engineers at our Stennis Space Center conducted a hot fire of an RS-25 rocket engine on April 5th. It was the 5th hot fire of the 12-test series to certify production engines. 4 RS-25s will help power our Space Launch System rocket on future Artemis missions to the Moon. Our James Webb Space Telescope captured this new image of Uranus that highlights the planet's dramatic rings and bright atmospheric features. The data demonstrate Webb's sensitivity for the distant planet's faintest dusty rings, which have only been imaged by 2 other facilities besides Webb. Our Perseverance rover recently collected and stored the first sample of the mission's newest science campaign. The sample came from a rock the science team calls Berea that is located near the top of Jezero Crater's delta on Mars. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/twan.
I'm Christina Cook. I'm a mission specialist.
I'm Jeremy Hansen. I'm a mission specialist.
I'm Victor Glover. I'm the pilot.
I'm Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander for the Artemis II mission to the Moon.
To the Moon.
To the Moon.
To the Moon.
When I was young, I had a poster of the Earthrise picture, the famous picture that was taken on Apollo 8. And the fact that it was a human behind the lens that made that picture so profound and changed how we all thought of our own home was so amazing to me. The moon is not just a symbol of thinking about our place in the universe. It's not just a symbol of exploration. It's actually a beacon for science. It's a beacon for understanding where we came from.
You know, pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human. That's our nature. We go out there and we explore to learn about where we are, why we are, understanding the big questions about our place in the universe. The exploration we're doing is the first few steps on the path of getting humans to Mars.
The Artemis campaign of missions have set such an ambitious goal for humanity that it's inspiring contributions from around the globe. Not just one nation is inspired and moved by this, but nations from around the globe are coming together. When I look at the Artemis II crew with Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they want to go do this mission. They are keenly driven. They are humble to a fault. It is so cool to be around them. Artemis II is a huge mission. But I hope we will look back and realize that this was one tiny step in humans on Mars and a sustained presence on our moon.
4-stage engine start.
Artemis II will be NASA's first crewed flight test of the Space Launch System rocket
and Orion spacecraft around the moon.
To verify today's capabilities for humans to explore deep space
and pave the way for NASA's long-term human and scientific presence
on the lunar surface.
We are ready.
We are going
to the moon
for all humanity.
We are Artemis.
Our world is full of new and exciting inventions that continue to push the boundaries of technology forward. Every day, it seems something new is announced, developed, and implemented that changes how humans interact. Just in the past few decades, cell phones, internet speed, medical breakthroughs, and the reinvention of basic infrastructure is beginning to change the norms in our everyday lives. But have you considered how these changes in science, engineering, and medicine occur? To most of us, on the outside of these revolutionary practices, it seems like magic when innovations appear in our lives overnight. In reality, it's years of painstaking work, trial and error, and rigorous testing that occurs before a finished product is ever realized. Researchers in the world of engineering and science move in small incremental steps, slowly building a case for these new revelations until they are sure technologies are ready to be shared with the world. In fact, there is an old saying in research, quote, "An amateur works on a task until they get it right, but a professional works on a task until they can't get it wrong," end quote. Fortunately for all of us, over the past few years, NASA, the FAA, and industry have been engineering the next big idea that may completely change how we interact in our world with the implementation of unmanned aircraft. The idea for inclusion of these aircraft is not new. The basic concept for small flying vehicles has been in popular culture and in the limelight for quite some time. But until recently, these vehicles have rapidly accelerated off the drawing board and into the skies. Over the past few years, NASA has been testing and validating research associated with unmanned aircraft through a project called Unmanned Aircraft System Integration in the National Airspace System, or UAS in the NAS project. This project spanned several years and addressed many of the early concerns of how unmanned aircraft would be integrated into our national airspace. After years of study, the UAS in the NAS project has tackled many of the early concerns. But one last big hurdle remains: to successfully demonstrate how unmanned aircraft will work in harmony within the national airspace. With this in mind, the final phase of testing, called the Systems Integration and Operationalization Demonstration Activity, or SIO, has begun in earnest. Throughout our country, at various NASA field centers and other testing locations, NASA has assembled a core strategic group of researchers to analyze and test unmanned aircraft through the SIO demonstration. Some of the key flight activities will include using various sized unmanned aircraft built by 3 different companies to highlight commercial UAS missions that have the potential to provide economic and public benefit to the American people. Throughout the testing, NASA plans to document best practices and lessons learned from the SIO activity and provide it to the UAS community to prepare us for routine commercial unmanned aircraft operations in our communities. On this episode of NASA X, we will take a look back at years of testing and development that have led up to the SIO demonstration flights, and we'll meet the companies that are helping to make these flights happen. This research and engineering has the potential to influence a massive shift in how we receive products and services, and may ultimately make an impact on how people travel and interact in our world.
in the airspace now with pilots are voice communication. So it's a pilot talking to an air traffic controller or talking to other pilots, and they use voice to do that. Well, so the aviation spectrum that's been set aside for voice control doesn't work for an electronic control, because if you're going to control the aircraft through some sort of communication methodology, it's got to be done electronically, because you're sending a message to the aircraft to be able to turn, or to be able to climb, or descend, etc. And so, so the technology that NASA worked on was to develop a radio that could be used in that bandwidth, that spectrum bandwidth, to be able to send electronic messages to and from the vehicle, and thus be able to command the vehicle. So that's why the command and control work that's been done under the UAS and the NAS project is so important.
Although there were other flight demonstrations throughout this project, the last major hurdle of flying the SIO demonstrations is now at hand. NASA, in partnership with the FAA and industry partners, have begun the demonstrations of potential commercial applications using different sizes of unmanned aircraft systems for the SIO demonstrations. The goal of SIO is to work toward commercial UAS operations in the NAS. In order to accomplish this goal, NASA has partnered with 3 pioneering companies to conduct flight demonstrations in the NAS that emulate commercial missions and begin working toward Federal Aviation Administration or FAA type certification.
When NASA was selecting the partners for SIO, we went through a partnership process that included the evaluation of a number of candidate partners. And we were looking for some key aspects that these partners could bring to the table. And so the first was really great domain knowledge in unmanned aircraft and associated technologies. The second attribute was knowledge of certification and the knowledge that's really needed to kind of take these vehicles from the concept and early development stages through to becoming a commercial product. And then the third thing we were looking for are viable commercial missions. That would be publicly beneficial. We really wanted to showcase how unmanned aircraft can play a role in the future of the world and have a positive impact. There's 3 different companies that are participating in the SIO activity: Bell, General Atomics, Aeronautical Systems, and AATI. Bell is bringing their AP-70 unmanned aircraft, which weighs approximately 300 pounds and is capable of vertical takeoff and landing and operations around urban areas. The primary mission that they're focused on is emergency medical supply transportation in an urban area. General Atomics is utilizing their Sky Guardian unmanned aircraft for multimodal long-endurance infrastructure inspection. So it's much bigger than the others that are participating in SIO and is intended for an infrastructure inspection mission at altitudes above 10,000 feet. AATI is using their AI Ranger unmanned aircraft, which weighs approximately 180 pounds, for a pipeline inspection mission at lower altitudes between 1,000 and 5,000 feet. And then lastly, throughout this process, we've been collaborating with the FAA, who has provided extraordinary support and helped us to navigate the regulatory process that's in place for these demonstration activities.
The 3 partner companies are each using various sized and different types of unmanned aircraft configured for the SIO demonstrations.
Over the past several years, actually going back probably a couple decades, NASA has been working on UAS, first more in the technical side and now maybe more on the standard side. And I think the SIO activity was looking, or the objective was to address some of the gaps that still remain. And one of the ways that we were able to do that is by partnering with some companies to go after some of these things. The outcome of the demonstrations is to try to help the companies really get their arms around some of these barriers that still exist, work with the FAA to develop the processes, the solutions to be able to address some of these gaps, and then bring it to a place where the industry can learn off of those lessons. The aircraft that are participating in the SIO activity are really pretty unique, and they span quite a range. You've got airplanes that have propulsion systems that are all electric. You've got a turboprop. Another one is a piston powered. So from a propulsion side, they're pretty distinct. And then even if you look at the way that they just operate, you know, one takes off like a conventional airplane would take off from a commercial airport. Another one can basically launch off of almost anywhere and just land on some clearing. And then another one actually can take off also from anywhere, just vertically, and again, landing vertically. So quite a range, even in altitudes, the way that they operate. Some of them were designed to operate at lower altitudes. Some of them were designed to be able to go pretty high, even maybe 40,000 feet.
Each company offers a unique perspective and engineering goal in performing the SIO tests.
So Bell's participation in NASA SIO is really about making sure we get the data that the regulators need to be able to understand not just the aircraft requirements, but the system environments for being able to get advanced aerial mobility actually into commercial space, integrated with the rest of aviation in the national airspace. Bell's actually been doing unmanned aerial vehicles for quite some time. From a commercial standpoint, APT is, a sizable vehicle, a little over 300 pounds, carries 70 pounds of payload. It's critical that we get this right so that we are safe and compliant in the airspace, and that's a part of what NASA SIO is about. They're a trusted data provider for the FAA and other regulators to be able to help us understand what really is required for the aircraft, for the airspace requirements, and then for the integration of those systems together. So NASA's involvement helps drive the technology to a high enough level that we have sufficient data for the FAA to make regulations. I would say the way it's being done right now is innovative. You see, NASA leaning forward with electric and hybrid propulsion, as well as, detect and avoid, and some of the things that we need for the airspace. You see the FAA leaning forward based on their small unmanned experience and knowing that we need to get out in front of this time to make sure that we do it right as we get to larger vehicles. And so that partnership and kind of active arrangement of let's discover together and work together towards what's both safe and economically viable as an overall community is really new.
On this particular mission, the APT-70 was armed from a ground control station, then was instructed to initiate a vertical takeoff. Per its design, it then rotated to fly on its wings, where it was nearly silent to the researchers below. It flew at an altitude of 500 feet above ground level, transitioned in and out of Class B airspace, all while staying in constant communication with the ground station through a redundant data link. On board was the prototype airborne detect and avoid system that provided the remote pilot with awareness of air traffic in the vicinity and recommended flight maneuvers. Initial results were promising, with more validation and testing to continue in the future. Another partner, General Atomics Aeronautical Systems Inc., or GA, flew their Sky Guardian aircraft. It had been used for unmanned missions for many years, totaling more than 6 million flight hours. For this NASA mission, a demo aircraft piloted remotely from California flew for 9 hours from its Gray Butte Flight Operations Facility near Palmdale, California, to Yuma, Arizona. Data was collected from the detect and avoid system to provide situational awareness of air traffic near the Sky Guardian. This system includes a traffic alert and collision avoidance system used in manned aircraft which fly in civil airspace, and air-to-air radar to detect and track nearby aircraft that may not have active transponders. The particular aircraft in this test may provide services that include hundreds of miles of inspections of rail, power line, communication and canal infrastructure, agriculture monitoring and topological surveys, as well as wildfire and flood monitoring. According to GA CEO Lyndon Blue, quote, GA's work with NASA is opening the eyes of regulators to the safety and utility of unmanned aircraft systems and the performance of certain tasks for public and commercial good, end quote. Researchers believe these types of aircraft will also play an important role during crisis management events, such as wildfire containment. The onboard airborne sensors can see through thick smoke, enabling the craft to inform ground personnel about the location of fire lines so they can deploy resources more efficiently. The SIO demonstration also highlighted how the aircraft can be used for many other civilian and commercial missions as well. The third demonstration flight was a team from American Aerospace Technologies Incorporated, or AATI. Although AATI's craft was considerably smaller than the other test vehicles, its use case was invaluable. It can fly at medium altitudes and carry advanced sensors used to patrol our nation's more than 500,000 miles of midstream pipelines, providing a fundamentally new and unique capability that changes the way we manage health, safety and the environment, respond to disasters, optimize operations, and leverage human capital.
So the mission itself serves multiple purposes. We're proving out the capability of beyond visual line of sight UAS in the national airspace. And the specific applicability for this mission is that we are looking for ways to make critical infrastructure inspection processes safer and more efficient. And so for this specific mission, the Air Ranger took off from our launch and recovery site, and we flew downrange along a oil pipeline which is buried underground, and we performed an inspection of the right-of-way of that pipeline. And we are proving out not only the applicability for critical infrastructure itself, but we're proving out the safety case for actually operating UAS in the NAS, not only utilizing the aircraft's technology for flight, but also utilizing different technologies for safety, such as detect and avoid systems, ADS-B, and flight radar notification systems for having situational awareness of not only what's in the airspace around us, but being able to tell others in the airspace that we're flying as well. In my opinion, to safely regulate and certify these types of aircraft to fly, you have to prove out three different things. You have to prove out that the aircraft itself is mission capable. You have to prove that the aircraft is dynamically capable to change for different conditions. And you also, most importantly, have to prove out the safety case. And so utilizing different types of technology, utilizing different processes and workflows, building the safety case around operating procedures, and integrating all of these different components aside from the actual flight itself, really build the roadmap and really set the stage for the rest of the industry to say, hey, look, this is what the infrastructure looks like. This is what the framework looks like to do this on an operational basis in the future.
Although the SIO demonstrations are now complete, NASA and industry will continue to move forward with exciting new technologies and hardware built on the foundation of successful data collection and testing from the SIO activity. The future of unmanned aircraft is bright. UAS will continue to advance scientific research, benefit environmental protection, assist with disaster mitigation, and move more people and goods to their desired destinations safely and efficiently for decades to come.
This was just the results of a project with a specific goal that we had within NASA Aeronautics, but it's certainly not the end. I mean, integrating UAS into the national airspace is an evolving thing. There are many more challenges. There are many more use cases that the industry is going to come up with. And so we're sensitive to that, and we're keeping an eye on that so that we can really align our research with those areas that are emerging, and hopefully so that we can enable those to really be to come into fruition for the benefit of the American public. And so as we stand up new projects, we'll leverage our experience with UAS and the NAS project, but we'll do it into new areas, whether it's autonomy or other areas of research that will really enable a lot of these use cases and bring about some pretty exciting new markets for the country.
was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
In the beginning, the void, the darkness, then light, then life. And from life came man, joining the caravan for the long, slow journey through a world of discovery, invention, exploration. His marks, his milestones, stretch out through the centuries. His footsteps echo down through the corridors of time. Time. July 1969 in Florida. The footsteps, the caravan quickened. The corridors shortened as man reached outside his world into another void. Today in Florida, they go about their lives, taking only a sideways glance at the reminders of that milestone. Reminders, images that vaguely jog our memory.
This is Apollo Saturn launch control, aiming toward a planned liftoff time of 32 minutes past the hour, the start of our launch window on this mission to land men on the moon. The countdown still proceeding very satisfactorily at this time.
Time, it plays tricks on us. It smudges and blurs the sharp edges of reality. But we turn the trick and summon up our own reality, images, sounds, to help us remember.
During the powered flight. The batteries all look good. The next time we go internal will be at the 50-second mark with those batteries, and they will remain, of course, on internal power during the flight. The lunar module, which has been rather inactive during these latter phases of the count, also is going on internal power at this time on the 2 batteries in the ascent stage and the 4 batteries at the descent stage.
They came 1 million of them to this place, drawn by the magnet of history in the making.
The astronauts, the prime crew, were awakened at 4:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight and proceeded to have a physical examination in which they were declared flight ready. They sat down for the normal astronaut fare on launch day. As far as breakfast is concerned, orange juice, steak, scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee. The target for the Apollo 11 astronauts, the moon, at liftoff will be at a distance of 218,096 miles away. The astronauts departed from their crew quarters after checking out their suits. They departed from the crew quarters at 6:27 a.m. and some 27 minutes later, 8 miles away from the crew quarters at the Kennedy Space Center, atop the launch pad at Complex 39, 6:54 a.m., the commander, astronaut Neil Armstrong, was the first to board the spacecraft. He was followed about 5 minutes later by Mike Collins, and finally Buzz Aldrin, the man who's sitting in the middle seat during liftoff, was the 3rd astronaut to come aboard. The weather is certainly go. It's a beautiful morning for a launch to the moon. We expect a temperature of about 85 degrees in the Kennedy Space Center area.
Right now, the International Space Station is hurtling at 17,500 miles an hour, 250 miles above the Earth.
And in about 10 minutes, we're going to have a live downlink from the International Space Station.
We will be talking with NASA astronaut Randy Comrade Bresnik.
This is STEM in 30.
7:30.
Hi, I'm Marty.
And I'm Beth.
We are coming to you today live from the Moving Beyond Earth Gallery at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
And we have a whole bunch of students here today, both in the gallery and in the IMAX theater.
Here in the Moving Beyond Earth Gallery with us, we have the 6th graders from Providence Elementary School. Welcome, guys.
And in the IMAX theater, we have the Washington Aero Club, which introduces students to careers in the aerospace industry.
We also have a whole bunch of students around the country tuning in and watching today. Some of them have submitted video questions, which we will see later in the show.
Now, earlier this summer, we had a chance to visit Randy Comrade Bresnik in Houston.
Yeah, we went down there and filmed a series of videos called ISS Science. These videos include Randy talking about what it's like to live and work on the International Space Station, a hands-on classroom-friendly demo, and a lesson plan so that teachers can extend the learning in their classrooms.
Let's take a look at the first episode of ISS Science, which will show you how to spot the station from your own backyard.
Hello, I'm astronaut Randy Bresnik. Here's my friends Marty and Beth.
Randy will be headed to the International Space Station, where he will spend 6 months in low Earth orbit.
While he is there, he will become the first Marine commander of the International Space Station.
And while I'm up there, Beth and Marty will be bringing you periodic updates as to what we're doing.
We're going to take those updates and tie them into specific lesson plans that you can use in your classroom.
You can literally go outside in your backyard and say hello to Randy while he's up there working.
You can spot the ISS as it's passing over. You just need to know when and where to look.
Here's how you can spot the International Space Station from your backyard.
And please be sure to wave.
We can spot the International Space Station from our backyard, and all that we need to know is when and where to look. Let's start by going to the NASA website, spotthestation.nasa.gov. This will give us all the information we need. Now, let's try to spot the station. We see on this pass the station will become visible at north-northwest at 8:32 p.m. Let's be sure we are on time because the space station won't wait. First, let's use our compass to find west. Now find north. Northwest is between north and west. North-northwest is between northwest and north. Okay, got it. Next, we see it's going to disappear in the east. Got that location? The entire visible pass will happen between those two areas. Now we have to determine how high it's going to be. Height is measured in degrees. There's a simple way to determine this height. Hold your hand out away from your body and make a fist. If you place the bottom of your fist on the horizon, that line where the sky meets the ground, the top of your fist will be approximately 10 degrees. You can then stack your fists on top of each other to reach 20, 30, 40 degrees or higher. Tonight, the space station will appear at 10 degrees north-northwest. If I place one fist in front of me while looking north-northwest, this is where it should first become visible. Got it. It will disappear at 20 degrees east. Right there. At its highest point, it will reach 40 degrees. Bingo. We now have a good idea of the approximate path that the space station will be traveling along. It's almost time. Let's look in the general direction of where the pass will become visible. We will scan a wider area in case we are a little off with our measurements. The station does not have lights outside that are visible from Earth. When we see it, we are actually seeing the sun reflecting off of it. Once the station becomes visible, it will take about 6 minutes to pass across the sky. It will not blink like an airplane. It will look like a very bright star that is traveling very fast across the sky. Here it comes. Wave to the astronauts.
Now we have a couple more minutes before the downlink starts.
Yeah, just to fill everybody in on kind of what's happening behind the scenes here, this isn't real easy to get a signal from the International Space Station. NASA makes it look incredibly easy. So I have a thing in my ear where somebody off stage can talk to me. Beth has one as well. And they're going to tell us here in a few minutes that we're coming up on time. They just told us a minute ago that we're about 4 minutes away. And so what we have is a producer downstairs. He's telling me that we're getting ready to start. And then you will see Mission Control. They will say something to the International Space Station. The station will say something back, and then I have to do a comm check with some very specific language to make sure that they hear us, and then we get to ask questions to an astronaut in space.
And it's kind of unusual and unique to actually know somebody who's launched onto the International Space Station.
It really is. Working here at the National Air and Space Museum, we get the honor of meeting quite a few astronauts as they come through the building.
And one of us has met all 4 astronauts on the International Space Station, and both of us have met and worked with all 3 of them.
Yeah, we a couple of years ago, Paolo Nespoli was in town doing some presentations here in the building, and we worked with him. He's an incredibly funny guy. Obviously, we've worked with Comrade Bresnik. We worked with him here at the museum and also down in Houston. And then we got a chance to meet Mark Vande Hei, who is on the International Space Station right now. And it was really weird because we met him. We went up, we shook his hand, but we couldn't talk to him because he was sealed inside a spacesuit as he was getting ready to do spacewalk training in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab in Houston.
And I've worked with Joe Acaba on a couple of occasions here at the museum. Now, Joe and the other astronaut educator, Ricky Arnold, are getting ready to do a year of education on station. So be sure to check NASA for their demonstrations, which they will be doing on the station.
There's some really cool stuff coming out. And Joe, if you're watching this, when you get back to Earth, I would really like a chance to meet you, because that way maybe somebody can quit letting me hear about how I don't know as many astronauts that are in space.
That's what you get for stealing my phone and taking selfies.
While we were in Houston, we actually got a chance to do a lot of different things. Beside working with Comrade Bresnik on filming some things, we got a chance to see him do some virtual reality training, which to me was one of the scariest things I've ever seen, because even though he was just sitting in a chair with these goggles on, they rehearsed what would happen if he drifted away from the International Space Station. And so he did this emergency procedure where he flew himself back and grabbed on, and you could see him reach out. But just the thought of that is incredibly scary. And in October, he will actually be doing 2 or 3 spacewalks.
The other thing that was neat to see when we went to Johnson Space Center was they have a Saturn V rocket. Now, this is the rocket that was used during the Apollo missions to get the astronauts to the moon and back. And it's huge, but what's incredible is that there's only a tiny little part that actually comes back.
Yeah, we're about 1 minute from getting the signal from the International Space Station. The crazy part about that rocket is that it's a huge rocket, but the command module would fit here on the stage in this gallery.
And the Apollo 11 command module is getting ready to go to Space Center Houston. And what's neat about that is that the Apollo 11 command module was the module that brought the first astronauts who walked on the moon back. But at Space Center Houston, they also have Apollo 17 command module, which was the last command module to bring astronauts back. So you could get to see the first and the last.
It's the only time you get to see 2 of them in the same building. It's really, really cool. All right, we're getting really close to the downlink starting, so we should be seeing Mission Control real quick.
National Air and Space Museum. This is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Marty Kelsey and Beth Wilson, the hosts of STEM in 30. How do you hear me?
Got you loud and clear.
Hi, comrade. We are really excited to be talking with you today. We have 650 students joining us, raring to go, and Beth has a question before we get started.
I wanted to know, now that you are fully staffed up again, how are things going on the station?
Things are going great. The new crew, Joe and Mark, showed up ready to go, and we have been working hard ever since. We sent driving home a whole bunch of science and a whole bunch of equipment, stuff that'll, for all the work we did up here and sending back the different experiments. We've then been working on getting ready for an EVA. Joe just planted some lettuce, not 1, but 3 kinds of lettuce yesterday. So we're really getting going on the science up here. So it's a really exciting time to be up on the space station. Welcome aboard.
Are you being what you wanted to be in high school?
In high school, I was always amazed by airplanes. And I always thought that I wanted to be a pilot and fly. And so I got really fortunate to be able to go to college and become a pilot in the Marine Corps. And so I thought that was, that was the best as it could be. And became an F-18 pilot, a test pilot. And look, now I'm flying. It's just now I'm 250 miles up instead of 25,000 feet in the air.
Hi, my name is Luke Buckley, and is it hard to move around the space station?
Is it easy to move around? I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? You can also float around. So do you think pretty easy to move around?
Hi, my name is Karis. Can you watch TV and YouTube in space?
We can watch TV. They send us up TV and movies, and we can watch it on a computer. We also have a big screen that we can go ahead and watch movies on Friday night. YouTube, the internet, that is a capability that's here, but there is so much neat, interesting stuff going on up here. I haven't taken the time to look at any YouTube stuff. I'll save that for when I get back on the ground and I don't have the magnificent view of Earth that we have up here.
Hi, my name is Emily. My question is, how does water act in space?
That is a great question. Why don't we find out? Here's one of our drink bags. This is apple cider, all right? We have to have a lock on the straw, otherwise the water would come out. Now on Earth, like when it rains, your rain jacket or the window on your car, the water doesn't just fall off, right? Some of it sticks and you'll see droplets. Even though gravity would normally be pulling it down, you'll see droplets on windows, right? Because surface tension of the water holds it in place. Well, we'll show you what surface tension does up here. The water all sticks to itself and forms a bubble. And so when we exercise, the water just sticks all over our face and we have to wipe it off with a towel. You gotta be careful not to shake your head too far, otherwise the water goes flinging off.
My name is Delaney, and I was wondering, when do you know what time you need to go to bed?
Another good question. We don't know when it's time to go to bed because the sun goes down 16 times a day for us. So we have to use our watches to tell us when it's time to go to bed. Same thing, you don't wake up when the sun comes up because that happens 16 times too. So we use our watches to tell us when it's go to bed. We have a work day, we have exercise, and then usually we get to bed with a little bit of time to brush our teeth, call home, write emails, watch a little TV, and then we go to sleep and get ready to start the next day.
Hi, I'm Marilena. What do you do in your free time in space?
Well, I already mentioned we've got this amazing blue marble underneath us that we're going around 16 times a day, or 6 miles every second is what we're covering over the ground. And it's really beautiful. So in my free time, this is what I like to do. Take pictures. Because the view up here is amazing and the colors are so different. And every time you go around, the clouds are different. And there's different things, whether a city's in darkness or whether it's in light, and different seasons. And so it's just amazing for us to be able to have the opportunity to see our beautiful planet. We wish all of you could see it like this because it is really amazing and you really feel humbled by the opportunity to see our beautiful planet from this point of view.
Hi, Randy. My name is Rory, and I was wondering, what happens if someone gets sick?
That's a good question, because your body, your whole life has been in gravity. And when you get up to zero gravity, sometimes it doesn't feel so good. So we have special bags called emesis bags that we have in case somebody feels sick. Because you saw the water droplet a minute ago, right? Well, imagine if you get sick, now that stuff goes everywhere. And so we have a special bag. This part in the middle, it's just like a bag on an airline. It's a bag to collect what happens when you get sick. But because the stuff floats, you can do what you have to on the inside, and then you got a nice little cloth attached so you can wipe your face. Then you can just stuff it inside. And so now you got everything inside the white bag, the cloth inside. You turn your bag inside out, you do up the Ziploc, and you throw it away. You have no mess and no smell. Works really good.
Hi, my name is Amina. How do you cope with missing your family?
That's tough, because I have a 7-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son, you know, 2nd grade, and just started middle school, 6th grade. And obviously my wife, who I've been married to for 14 years now, and I miss them a lot. You know, it is hard. But just like, you know, military people who serve overseas, or people in the State Department, or, you know, places where, you know, we're not able to be at home, you find ways. You know, you can communicate via email is really a nice way to stay in touch. Sending pictures back and forth. And then fortunately nowadays we have an internet protocol phone that I can just hop on. Anytime we have satellite coverage, I can call down to Earth, anywhere on Earth, any phone number, and talk to people. And the communication is so good after it leaves space station, goes to satellites, back down to the ground, and then through this phone system, that it sounds like I am down on the Earth using a cell phone. And so that's a really good way. And then for those of us up here, we also have weekly conferences with video, kind of like Skype, that we can actually see our families and talk to them. So that really makes it seem not so far away. So it's really, really good in that regard.
Hi, my name is Riley, and I was wondering, what do you do on a normal day basis?
Well, I don't know if you can, how much you can see in here, but we've got robotics workstations, we've got cameras, we've got experiments off to the side here, we've got an exercise device, we've got experiments in cooled, in a thing called Polar, which is like a refrigerator. We do science where we go ahead and work in glove boxes. We work in science that involves stuff that we do with metals and fire and fluids. We've got experiment racks all over the space station that we go ahead and use. We do exercise 2.5 hours a day where we're lifting weights or running or bicycling to be able to keep our bodies strong, because when we're up here not using our muscles, our bones lose density, and that's not good, and our bodies age like someone who's probably in their 90s, someone with osteoporosis. So we got to combat that. We also spend time doing outreach and stuff to kids like you, so that hopefully when we show you all this cool stuff that's out there for science, all the stuff, all this technology that we're developing to make all this possible in zero gravity, all the engineering that goes into how do we build a space station made by all these different countries in places all over the world with such exacting engineering and manufacturing techniques that we assemble it for the first time in space, and it all fits and it all works. And then obviously, for me, I was a math major, you know, everything has to do with math. You know, you're always using math to figure stuff out, whether it's the problems or the schedule or whatever it is. So this is just a working example of what science, technology, engineering, and math, you know, is. And so hopefully you guys see this and go, wow, that looks like really interesting stuff. I want to learn more about that.
Hi, I'm Kaylee. What was it like to see the solar eclipse from the space station?
Hey, Kaylee, that was pretty amazing. There was this big, dark, black shadow on top of the clouds and the Earth that moved along. And I think we were all impressed about how big it was. And because we're used to seeing the scale up here from 250 miles, and to see something that big, you know, bigger than, you know, like the state of Rhode Island, you know, I think is what it was. And see it move along was just really, really neat and impressive.
And that was just the shadow on the ground. Looking up at the sun and seeing the slivers, and seeing the sliver, grow and expand with the special solar filters we had on our cameras was really neat as well. I hope that you got to see it, because I know that my kids certainly thought that was pretty amazing. And to have a full solar eclipse like that across the United States for the first time in almost 100 years was a really special event. I hope you'll remember it.
Hi, my name is Giselle. What does weather look like from space?
Weather looks really neat. We get to see the clouds, and we get to see the light in the dark. And so the neat thing about clouds is they're no two the same. They're different everywhere. And you could see where you would think that they would all be the same because they'd be in the same kind of weather pattern, but you'd have a line of clouds and then some puffies and then some streaks and things like that. So that's always amazing to see. It's neat how they can kind of make patterns on the ground, how you can see the shadows of the clouds. We have unfortunately seen way too many hurricanes from up here the past couple of weeks. But to see the hurricane swirls and the way the clouds jet out from the edges and then look down literally into the eye of the hurricane to see some calm clouds in the middle, and actually we've seen straight down to the blue of the ocean inside the middle of Irma and Jose. So it's very interesting to see. The sad part for us is just knowing what's going on the ground underneath those hurricanes.
Hi, my name is Alice, and does food taste different in space?
Food does taste different. I think for most of us, the tastes aren't quite as strong. So we try and add sauces and things like that to our food. We have different kinds of food up here. We got food that kind of comes in pouches, and then it lasts for a long time. We have food that comes freeze-dried, and so what we do is we add water in through here. We let it sit for a few minutes, and it's really light. This is zero gravity, but if you were holding it in your hand, it would feel about, maybe a couple feathers weight. So that's a really easy way to get stuff up to space station to us, and we just have to add the water. We have foodie cans, like here's a little bit of dessert. And then we have other things for dessert. I think you guys know what those are. So you got to be careful though, because they float around. And then they'll stop moving, and then when you touch it, they'll react and start moving around again. And we'll see if we can get this right. Here is a candy-coated peanut coming to you. Tastes pretty good.
Hi, my name is Eric. When you eat, does the food float inside your mouth, or does it stay on your tongue like it does on Earth?
The food sticks to your mouth because your mouth has the water, like we talked about with surface tension. So kind of like the way that the candies are sticking to the outside here, it sticks in your mouth once you get it there. It's from getting it from the package to your mouth that's the hard part. You got to make sure that you kind of float it towards your mouth, and you can use your spoon to kind of make sure it gets there.
Hi, my name is Anna. Are there things that you can't bring on the space station?
Well, just like a airplane or a ship or things like that, one of the things that you worry about always is fire. And so certainly things that are flammable, we don't want up here. We don't want things that are sharp, because you can, we're floating around and moving around. We don't, sometimes we bump into stuff. And so we don't want to go ahead and have anything that could hurt us in that regard. Let's see, we don't want to have things that take too much energy, because right now we're collecting energy from the solar arrays. And so we're going to have stuff that's efficient. And certainly not anything that's dangerous, that if it gets out of the package that causes any harm to us, because we're circulating the air up here kind of like a submarine does, and we can't just open the window and get fresh air. So those are the kinds of things that we don't want to have here on Space Station.
Hi, my name is Ashley. How does it feel when going and launching into space?
That's a really neat thing because you've got rockets that weigh maybe 1 million pounds, but they have 1.5 million pounds of thrust, or the power from the engines to allow you to escape Earth's gravity. And so you're sitting in your seat, you're in your spacesuit, it launches, it rumbles, and then all of a sudden you're pushed back into the seat as the vehicle accelerates away from the Earth. And so kind of like if you've been in a car or a roller coaster, when you start out and it really pulls you along, you kind of push back into the seat. But that roller coaster or that car or even an airplane on takeoff, when you're pushed back in the seat, that acceleration that pushes you in the seats stops after a while because the car or the airplane or the roller coaster don't have enough power to keep accelerating. The amazing thing is it takes 8.5 minutes to get to orbit. And that whole time you're accelerating under this rocket power. And so you're used to maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds of acceleration on these other things I talked about on Earth. But when you get into minutes of acceleration, your body's going, wait a minute, how could this thing be this powerful? We're still accelerating. So it's a really neat feeling and amazing that engineering-wise, we as humans have been able to develop this rocket technology to be able to get off of Earth. And now we're developing even bigger rockets, and better rockets allow to go farther places in the solar system. So that's a really exciting time, especially for you guys who are getting ready to move up in level in school. You guys could be the ones that are designing those types of rockets and flying those rockets.
Hi, my name is Mia, and do your ears pop in space?
Normally they don't, because our rocket ships and our space stations at the same pressure that you're at the Air and Space Museum. 14.7 pounds per square inch, that's sea level pressure. And so if our ears pop, then that's one of two things are happening. Either we're getting ready to go on an EVA because our pressure in our suits is a little lower, or we've had a depress event where we have a hole in the space station and we're losing atmosphere. So that one we definitely don't want to have. We're getting ready to go head on some spacewalks next week, so we'll actually have that happen a little bit when we get inside our suits to go outside. Because that 14.7 psi that we're at right now on space station, inside the spacesuits we actually go down to 4.2 psi. What that means is that's the same thing as being at about 30,000 feet. So taller than Mount Everest is the pressure that we're in inside our suits, so we can go out there and still move in our suits. How we function at the taller than Mount Everest elevation, we use oxygen, 100%.
Comrade, we want to thank you so much for talking with us today. This has been absolutely incredible. We hope you enjoy the rest of your time on space. And oh my goodness! Wow! That is incredible. Thank you, comrade.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming. Great questions, and enjoy the rest of your time at the National Air and Space Museum.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
We would like to thank Comrade
Thank you to all the participants.
That was absolutely amazing. And we'd also like to thank all the folks from NASA for helping make this possible.
We also want to thank our sponsor today, Boeing.
And tonight, if you live in the Washington, D.C. area, you can go out into your backyard and see the International Space Station pass over. Early this evening, it'll be making a really bright, really visible pass right over the Washington, D.C. area. Make sure you go outside and check it out.
And don't forget to wave.
Thanks for watching. I am ready to go stargazing.
What you got there, Marty?
Well, I've heard that telescopes are called light buckets, so I brought a bucket of lights.
Telescopes are called light buckets because they collect a lot of light. The bigger the telescope, the more light it collects, the more you can see. What you've got there is a bucket full of lights. That's not going to help you out.
Oh, well, I brought my binoculars, too.
Those don't have any lenses in them, Marty.
I upgraded from my old pair.
You know what's great about stargazing is that you don't need a pair of binoculars, you don't need a fancy telescope. All you need is a clear, dark sky and your eyes. And you can see a lot of things like the moon, planets, and under the right conditions, even the Milky Way. So why don't you turn off your bucket of lights and we'll let our eyes adjust.
Well, how long is that going to take?
About 30 minutes.
This is STEM in 30. I still like my binoculars.
Okay.
This
Is STEM in 30.
Hey! Welcome to STEM in 30, guys. We are glad that you all are here.
We got a bunch of great students.
Yeah, look how them go. They are ready for today.
Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty, and we are coming to you live from the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
Here at the Air and Space Museum, we have an observatory, the Phoebe Waterman Haas Public Observatory. It's got a really big telescope in it, but
unfortunately, today it is raining here in Washington, D.C., so we have moved inside the museum. We are in the Space Race Gallery, standing in front of the Hubble Space Telescope. What you see behind me is actually the engineering model that they used, and the real Hubble Space Telescope, it's still up in space.
Today we're going to take a look at the tools that astronomers use to find out what's out there.
We'd like to welcome our friends from Riverbend Middle School. Welcome, guys.
If you are watching, go to Facebook Live, put a question in the comments section, and we'll try and get to it.
And we want to know where you're watching from. And if you're watching with a class, let us know the name of your school.
Now, astronomers use a bunch of different types of telescopes.
Some of them are here on Earth, and some of them, like Hubble, are up in space.
We've got some friends who are going to demonstrate for us about how telescopes work. You guys ready? So we have this bucket of palms. So these pom-poms, each one of these represents a photon of light, which is a packet of light.
All right, so you guys are going to reach in, you're going to grab 2 big handfuls of these pom-poms. So go ahead and do that. And what we have here is, we've got a couple of buckets. We've got a larger bucket and we've got a smaller bucket. And they're going to throw these pom-poms up into the air, and we're going to see which bucket catches more light. Now, which bucket do you think will catch more light? Are you guys ready?
3, 2, 1.
All right, do it again.
Do it
One
again.
more time, one more time. Get a bunch of them up there. All right, go for it.
All right.
All right, so we're going to check back here in a couple of minutes and see which bucket caught more light.
What's great about stargazing is you don't actually need a telescope.
You just need a clear sky and a few basic items. Check this out.
Night stargazing can be done from just about anywhere, including potentially your own neighborhood. But you'll be able to see more if there aren't a lot of tall structures or light pollution. Light pollution is the brightening of the sky by artificial sources like streetlights. Once you've found a location, there are some basic things you'll want to pack, including a blanket. You'll be looking up at the night sky, so lying on a blanket will keep you from getting a stiff neck. Dress appropriately for the weather. Bring food and water if you're going out for an extended period of time. You'll need a flashlight, but not any old flashlight. If you can, get one with a red light. It'll do a better job at protecting your night vision. If you have binoculars and a telescope, pack them. We're packing just binoculars for this trip. A phone is helpful to have in case of an emergency. It's also going to be an astronomy tool. There are a bunch of great apps that can help identify what you're looking at. Try a couple and see what works for you. Lastly, if you're going to a more isolated area, like a national park, you may want to check with your local park service about wildlife or weather. Once you get to the site and set up, give your eyes some time to adapt to the night sky. It can take up to 30 minutes for your eyes to fully adapt for the best night vision. Be careful, one quick look at a bright light or your phone screen means you'll have to start adapting all over again. Then it's time to start stargazing. With just the naked eye, you should be able to identify the moon if it's up. If you're a beginner, it might be hard to figure out what you're looking at, but an app or a star map can help. Just point your phone at the sky and it'll help you identify objects. Depending on the time of year and your location, you may see bright stars like Vega, the gas dust from the Milky Way, some planets, and even the International Space Station. If you have binoculars, even inexpensive ones, you'll be able to see some pretty cool stuff with them. Point them at the moon, and you might be able to see some craters. So as you can see, you don't need a big, expensive telescope or to be out in the remote wilderness. Sometimes all you need to do is take a minute and look up. I'm now joined by astronomy educator Shauna Edson. Shauna, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
You want to talk us through this demo, what we've done here?
Yeah, so we've got our 2 light buckets, which represent 2 telescopes of different sizes. And when we tossed our photons in the air, we were checking to see which light bucket could collect more. So we're going to pour them into these containers that are the same size so we can compare them. And you may not be surprised, but it looks like the bigger bucket was able to collect more light. So this is why astronomers, we call telescopes light buckets because they are just collecting light. So the bigger telescope you have, the more light you're going to be able to collect. And in astronomy, what that means is you'll be able to see fainter, farther away things with your telescope.
But it's not just the size of the telescope, it's how long you can point it at something. Like the Hubble telescope found something that you really like to talk about.
Yeah, so you can have a bigger light bucket, but you can also leave the bucket open for longer. And the thing that cameras and photography did for astronomy is they made it possible to look for long periods of time. So the Hubble telescope, like what's behind me here, in 1995, they found the darkest, blackest patch of sky. We couldn't see anything in it. It's actually near the Big Dipper in the sky. So it's a blank patch, so they took the Hubble and they pointed it at that dark patch of sky, and they left the light bucket open for 10 days. So there was a lot of time for light to gather in the telescope. And when they looked at the picture, what had been blank, dark sky had thousands of galaxies in it. Each of the little dots or blobs that you see in the video here, each of those is a galaxy. So this is what's known as the Hubble Deep Field Galaxies image, and it changed how we see the universe, how we do astronomy. Because if what we thought was empty actually had thousands of galaxies, imagine that in the entire rest of the sky. It changed how we see our universe.
So let's say I want to scope out some telescopes, but I don't want to buy one. What do I need to do?
Well, the thing that I always recommend to people is that you find your local astronomy club. That's going to be a group of people who maybe aren't professional astronomers but have telescopes and love astronomy. They often have star parties, so these images are of sort of a stargazing party. You can find your local astronomy club on the NASA Night Sky Network. You can look up clubs near you. You can look up events. This is a great resource. You can also find sky maps, lists of what to look for in the sky. But if you find your local astronomy club, it's full of people who love telescopes, love astronomy, and you can look through people's telescopes. They will show you things you can see, and they'll tell you about the telescopes. You can try them out. You can see which kind you like, what you like to look at, and those people can even help you learn how to set it up once you have one.
So it's kind of like test driving before you actually have to buy a car.
It's exactly like test driving.
Are you ready for some questions?
Absolutely.
Let's take a video question first.
Hi, my name is Maddie from Lakeview Middle School. My question is, how do you know when you find something new in outer space?
I love this. How do you know when you find something new? Well, I think a lot of times we think that scientific discovery sounds like, aha, I have found it. It's usually not like that. Most of the time, when you're about to make a discovery, what you say is, that's weird. So it's when you're surprised. Like people who study galaxies, you saw that picture of the Hubble Deep Field, thousands of galaxies there. People who study galaxies have looked at thousands and thousands of pictures of galaxies. So they're used to how they look. Okay, a spiral shape, you kind of know what they're gonna look like. When you see one that's irregular or weird or is like merging with another galaxy or something else is happening, when you see something that goes, that doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before, that's when you know you found something that might be a big new deal in astronomy.
Okay, let's take an online question. Is there some wobble of the spacecraft when you open the aperture for that long?
That's a great question. So for Hubble, say for the deep field galaxies, there's a covering on the end that opens, but most of the time that just stays open. In a camera, you would cover it and only open the shutter when you take a picture. With Hubble, the cover's open unless they're doing maintenance on it or unless it's pointed at the sun. What they do is turn the detector off or on. But even so, you have to be very gentle and slow when you move a spacecraft because you don't want to mess up its orbit. It takes Hubble 15 minutes to turn 90 degrees, so that's the same rate as the minute hand on a clock.
Let's take an audience question.
Great.
Is there any evidence of extraterrestrial life, and how do we determine that?
Is there any evidence of extraterrestrial life?
Oh, yes, I do love this question. So we have not yet found definite evidence that there is life somewhere else, but we're pretty sure it's got to exist. There are so many planets and galaxies and stars, there's gotta be life somewhere. And the way that we would know that is we would look at the gases in the atmospheres of what's called an exoplanet or an extrasolar planet, a planet around a star, not the sun. We have confirmed the existence of about 3,700 exoplanets thus far, and we keep adding new ones almost every week. And if we were to take a telescope, an advanced telescope, like say the James Webb or some others, we look at the atmosphere of the planet. We living creatures breathe out carbon dioxide. There's lots of planets with carbon dioxide in their atmospheres, but life like plants makes oxygen, and other life forms make methane. Now, oxygen and methane tend to destroy each other in atmospheres. They don't tend to hang around very long unless there's a bunch of stuff that's alive that's making more of both of those gases. So if we find an exoplanet, we point a telescope at it, and we measure that there's oxygen and methane in the atmosphere, that'll be a pretty good indication that there's something alive there, and we need to look at it further.
We have an observatory here on our grounds, and we're open during the day, and you spend a lot of time looking at the sun. How do we do that without hurting ourselves?
Right, so you can do astronomy during the day, because you can look at the sun, and there are several safe ways to look at the sun. Now, you would never want to look through a regular telescope without a filter, because that will burn your eyes. But there are safe ways to look at the sun. The simplest is projection. So what I've got here, this is a sun spotter, and this is really kind of a telescope that's folded up and projecting. So the sun's light comes in through this lens up top. It bounces off of 3 mirrors, that's the folding of the telescope. It goes through a lens and it projects onto the white paper. So rather than looking at the sun, which wouldn't be safe with just your eyes, we're looking at the projection. We see a little white circle, the sun's surface. If there are sunspots, we'll see those as little dark dots. And it's something that several people can stand around and see together as opposed to just one eyepiece on a telescope.
But we do have a very big telescope outside. How do we look at the sun safely with that?
Well, so we rig up a projection device onto a normal telescope. So out at the observatory, we have a picture of it here. The white bell-shaped thing is our sun gun. That's actually an empty plastic flower pot. It's super simple. What it's doing is it's holding the projection screen material. It's on the edge of the telescope, so the light comes through the telescope, projects onto the screen. So when you're looking at it, you're seeing the projection, you're not looking into the light beam, and the light has been spread out, so it's safe for your eyes. And in that, you can also see sunspots, you can see if the edge is wiggling, and a whole group can see it all together.
Now, all this looking at the sun came in handy this summer.
Yes, it did.
When we had the solar eclipse, I can't see a thing, when we had the solar eclipse and we were giving these out.
Yes, so the reason you can't see a thing through these is they have a very strong filter, and the sun is pretty much the only thing bright enough to see. So projection is one safe way to look at the sun, but filters are another. Now, there are some telescopes that are specifically built for the sun that have a filter built inside them. The glasses like this are meant to go just over your eyes, but the filters in here block most of the sun's light, and they let through just enough that you can see the sun. If there are big sunspots, you can see them with this. And during the eclipse, we could watch the moon go across it and see the sun's shape change. So you can hang on to your eclipse glasses and you can use them any day to look at the sun. As long as there's no holes or damage, you can check out the sun with these anytime you like.
We are not able to be outside at the observatory, but we do have a tour that you guys can watch.
The National Air and Space Museum is the place to see many one-of-a-kind artifacts, and it's also home to the Phoebe Waterman Haas Public Observatory. Here, guests can gaze through different types of telescopes, discovering features of the Sun, the phases of Venus, and other wonders of the universe.
Why would we build an observatory in humid, light-polluted Washington, D.C.? The Phoebe Waterman Haas Public Observatory puts the telescopes where the people are. Some of the visitors to our observatory are using a telescope for the first time. Visitors to the observatory are doing things astronomers do and becoming astronomers themselves. You can actually see a lot from here too, even in the city.
Our astronomy education staff and volunteers are here to answer your questions.
This is actually the reason the stars twinkle at night.
They're here to teach you about what you're seeing and show you how to safely use a telescope.
It's a regular telescope, there's an eyepiece inside there.
The observatory is open to the public and it's free. We invite you to come in for a visit during museum hours. And we also have special nighttime observing events. For those who can't make it to the museum, the observatory live streams the view from its telescopes. We also hold special events for major astronomical happenings like eclipses.
The skies are for everyone. You don't have to go to the highest mountain or the darkest desert to be able to observe them. All you have to do is look up.
So come check out the Phoebe Waterman Haas Public Observatory.
We're joined by Dr. Genevieve de Messier, the Astronomy Education Program Manager here at the National Air and Space Museum. Genevieve, thanks for talking with us.
It's my pleasure.
Now, you run the observatory and we've got telescopes in there, but let's start small. Tell us about small telescopes.
I do like small telescopes because then I get to look through them. Telescopes help us see things better than we could with just our eyes. So when I look through a small telescope, I like to look at Jupiter, because with Jupiter you can see the bands in its atmosphere and you can see the moons going around Jupiter. Or if I go to a dark place, I can use a small telescope to look at things like the spiral arms of galaxies against the blackness of space.
Wow. Now let's take that up a little bit and talk about bigger observatories.
I was lucky that I got to go to Chile, which is one of the best places in the world to build telescopes, because the skies are dark, it's high up, and the sky's really clear. So researchers, astronomers like to build telescopes, really big ones in Chile and other places around the world, because they can see even fainter things with even better detail. For example, the Gemini telescope in Chile can even see planets going around their stars. One of the ways it does that is to beat the blurring of the atmosphere by shooting a laser into the atmosphere, which helps it change the shape of the mirror to beat the blur.
That is so cool. So now let's take it up another notch, a little bit higher up into outer space.
Right, so why would you take a telescope to space? It's a lot more expensive to build it there. However, that's another way for you to beat the blur of the atmosphere. For example, the Hubble Space Telescope gets really clear, sharp views of the universe, and it has produced the most beautiful, iconic, inspiring views of the universe, which has inspired people like me to get involved in astronomy.
Now, everything that we've talked about so far uses visible light, but there are other ways to observe the universe, right?
Exactly right. So there's ultraviolet light, which burns our skin. There's infrared light, which we can look at with night vision goggles. And then there's radio light. Your car radio it collects radio light and it turns it into music that you can hear. Radio is also a great way to study the universe. And you got to visit a radio observatory.
Yeah, well, I got a chance to go to the VLA, the Very Large Array, and you've been to a large radio telescope as well.
That's right, the ALMA array in Chile.
Nice. Now, when we use radio telescopes, one of the things that we can observe are black holes. Tell us about that.
Right, so when you observe a black hole, you're actually observing the effect of the black hole on the gas and the other objects around it.
Okay, so we've got a little demonstration here. Come on over, guys. We've got some friends with us, and they have a big, well, it looks like you're going to catch somebody jumping off of a building here,
right.
But tell
like
us what we're looking at here. Yeah.
So what we're looking at here is a big circle of stretchy fabric. And this represents the fabric of the universe, which is called space-time. It's pretty flat right now, right? And now let's take something heavy and put it in the middle. So that could represent a star, or it could be something even heavier and denser, like a black hole. If this was a real black hole, I want you to imagine taking that and stretching it through the basement of the museum. Imagine how much that would stretch space in that case. So everything with mass is bending space like this, which means that objects that are traveling around it with mass follow curved paths. Another word for that curved path is called an orbit. So that's how a planet goes around a star, or how stars and other gas go around black holes. Okay, everybody, help me out here. Let's show some orbits here. So we're going to explore different ways that massive objects roll around space, but following curved paths because space has a curved shape.
Now, teachers, here's what's really cool about black holes. We've got some friends at the Goldstone Apple Valley Radio Telescope out in California. Now, this is a 10-story tall, 400-ton radio telescope that your students can run from their classrooms. And what's really neat about it is they can observe black holes, they can observe radio waves coming from Jupiter, they can even help with the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI. But wait, there's more. There's a ton of math involved with this, but the students will be doing real science. And that science has actually been published in scientific journals and used in real science. And to me, that is incredibly cool that your students can not only run a giant radio telescope, but the data can be used in real science. Head over to their website to learn more about that. Now, we've talked about kind of the current telescopes that we're using. Shall we take a look at what's coming next?
Yes, let's look at the future of astronomy.
Hi, I'm Peter Cullen, the voice of Transformers Optimus Prime. During the last 24 years, NASA's Hubble Space Telescope has brought the wonders of the universe to us here on Earth. But as powerful as Hubble is, there are secrets about the cosmos that even it cannot reveal. To unlock those secrets, NASA is building Hubble's scientific successor, the James Webb Space Telescope. Webb will be much larger than Hubble, so large that it must be folded to fit into its rocket for launch. Once in orbit, 1 million miles from Earth, Webb will transform into an observatory with a tennis court-sized sun shield and 21-foot wide primary mirror. From 1 million miles away, Webb will be able to peer back in time to see the universe light up with its first stars and galaxies. Witness galaxies evolve across cosmic time, and even explore the atmospheres of alien worlds. The James Webb Space Telescope, NASA's next generation eyes for deep space exploration.
Are you ready for some questions?
Absolutely.
Let's start with an audience question.
How do we know what the radio waves we receive from space mean?
So that's a great question. How do we know that the radio waves we're receiving are really from space? That's actually a question that people who study radio waves sometimes have to answer, because they're not sure if they're getting this radio signal from something on the ground or something from space. So some of the first people to work on this, so there are two people who are trying to build the best radio telescope they could. And they kept getting sort of a radio buzz that they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It seemed like it was coming from everywhere. They even thought it might be pigeon poop on their telescope. So they had to clean that off and try to eliminate everything else. And finally, the only thing they could conclude was that it was coming from space. What they had detected was the fading flash of the Big Bang.
Wow. Sometimes science happens by accident.
Let's take a video question.
Hello, my name is Will, and I'm from Lakeview Middle School. My question is, what is the best telescope for personal use?
Personal use telescope. Well, you don't even need a telescope, right?
Right? Well, the best telescope for personal use is one you will actually use. Like I said before, going to an astronomy club and trying out other telescopes, talking to people is a great way to find out. But binoculars are actually the best first telescope. You can see a lot with these. You can see craters and details, shadows on the moon. You can often see a couple of the moons around Jupiter, and this is great for star clusters also. Now there's a number on the binoculars. This one says 8 times 20. So the 8 times means that's how much it magnifies. And actually 25 is the size of the lenses. We have a pair of 10 by 50s here, and 10 times magnification is good enough. You should be able to see a couple of moons of Jupiter. You can see the oblong shape of Saturn, and you can also use it for hiking and bird watching too.
Let's take an online question. What is the status of the James Webb Telescope?
Great question. So the James Webb Telescope is scheduled to launch from French Guiana in 2020. And it will go into an orbit that is pretty far from the Earth, but it will be closer to the Earth than the other planets. And being that far from the Earth will shield it from the heat of the Earth because it's trying to find very cold things. And so if it's near something warm like the Earth, that messes up its view.
That is all the time we have for today. Thank you very much for being here. We do have another program coming up next month, and it is out of this world.
Oh my goodness! Wow! That is incredible!
Right now, the International Space Station is orbiting the Earth 250 miles up, traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. On board are astronauts Ricky Arnold and Drew Feustel, who are spending 6 months on the International Space Station. In conjunction with future engineers, STEM in 30 will be connecting with these astronauts as they orbit the Earth, discussing 3D printing and asking questions about life in space. Be sure to tune in on June 5th for this live talk with astronauts in space. We'd like to thank Shauna and Genevieve for joining us today. We also want to remind everybody that you can follow the Smithsonian Observatory on Twitter at SI Observatory. Be sure to check that out.
And when you come downtown, we really would like you to stop by the observatory and say hello, probably on a better day than the one we've been having today.
Yeah, if you're here on a sunny day, be sure to stop by. They've got the big telescope inside the dome, and a lot of times they'll have sun spotters and other telescopes set up outside, and it's really, really cool.
And a lot of people can see that sun spotter. It's not just one person per telescope, but a crowd can get in there.
Exactly. We'd also like to thank our show sponsor, Boeing, for bringing the show to you today.
And today we're going to wrap up with some incredible images from the Hubble Deep Space Telescope.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Marty.
And I'm Beth.
We are coming to you live from the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
Today we want to begin by welcoming Providence Middle School.
Randy Bresnik and Paulo Nespoli spent 6 months on the International Space Station.
While there, they did a lot of work and a lot of science.
Paulo conducted more than 60 experiments while in space.
Randy did 3 spacewalks and even took a fidget spinner with him.
We'll be talking to both of them today. This is STEM in 30.
is.
It's STEM in 30. We're joined by Randy Comrade Bresnik and Paolo Nespoli. Thank you guys for joining us on STEM in 30 today.
Very happy to be here.
Now, if you're watching online on Facebook, go down to the comments section and submit your questions. Anything that you've ever wanted to know about an astronaut is fair game, like if these guys like circus peanuts or not. Put it down in the comments section. And if you don't have a question, tell us where you're watching from. But before we get to those questions, we've got a few friends from Providence Elementary School who are going to ask the first questions. Go ahead.
What was the most stressful, being on Earth, in space, or coming back?
We had the unfortunate occurrence of, while we were in space, having a hurricane go through Houston. And so even though I went through some physical stress of being in a rocket and launching to space and leaving my family behind, or coming back through the atmosphere and going from 17,500 miles an hour to 0, to me, the most stressful was watching Hurricane Harvey go over Houston while my wife and 2 kids were underneath it.
Yep, I would agree on that. I mean, we do a lot of things in space that are kind of, I wouldn't say stressful, but you know, you really need to have to be involved with it. But thinking of what the people are doing, because we have control. We think we have control of what happens up there, but you really don't know what is going on down there. So I would agree with Randy.
What was the hardest thing to get used to when you came back from space?
Hardest thing to get used to was when you get up to space. Right now we have an otolith organ in our ears, right? And that gives us our balance because there's little hairs that are moved by the fluid that goes through the canals in our ears to give us our balance. Well, when you get to space, that all stops, and because there's no gravity to move the fluid in your ear. And so we move around by what we see and what we can touch. And so when you come back to Earth, now all of a sudden that fluid gets moved by gravity and starts moving again, starts actuating those hairs and giving us those sensations. And so when we had to move, I sat on the left side of the Soyuz, Paolo sat on the right, and we had to move to the center seat to be able to go out the hatch when we got back on the ground. And when we lifted ourselves up out of that seat and had to go this way, wow, it felt like we were tumbling. Even though we were just kind of leaning over, it felt like we were tumbling. And so getting that inner ear back up to speed took several days, and so that was probably for me the most difficult part.
Well, I would say quickly that I got to space and I kind of thought I was Spider-Man and Superman. Was flying out the ceiling, going this, picking up stuff, and then suddenly I'm back on Earth and gravity gets hold of me, and that was really, really hard. I mean, I felt like I was chained to the seat. I could barely walk, and that's what was the most strong for me. Not anymore being able to fly up to the ceiling and do things.
It's like they slipped kryptonite in Paolo's pocket or something.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Well, great questions, guys. Now, you all spent 139 days in space. Can you tell us a little bit about that mission?
Sure. We ended up flying up there, and International Space Station has now been up there 20 years. So 1/3 of NASA's lifetime we've had the International Space Station. And the fact that human beings have been manning the space station continuously for 18 years is absolutely amazing. And we've had crews vary from everywhere from crew of 3 to 2, and now we're actually having a crew of 6 up there, and that is our standard crew size. And so we went up there and joined the crew of Expedition 52. They had been up there for several months, and we joined them, our crew of 3, Paolo, myself, and Sergei Ryazanskiy from Russia. And we were up there. We had Expedition 52 for about 5 weeks. They left, and then another crew came up on a different Soyuz, and that's the crew you see up on the screen there, Expedition 53. And we were joined by Sasha Misurkin, a Russian fighter pilot, Mark Vandehei, an Army officer, and Joe Akaba, who actually had been a former Marine. He had been a Peace Corps person, but he had actually been a teacher. When he was selected to be an astronaut, he was teaching science and math in schools and became an astronaut. So they joined us for Expedition 53. And so we ride up and down to the space station in the Soyuz spacecraft. It is a very small spacecraft. It's designed to get us up and back, and that's it. And it's only this big. So imagine Paolo and I and somebody else in spacesuits in a space only this big. And we're in these tiny little seats, but it takes us safely to the atmosphere. We go from 0 miles per hour to 17,500 miles an hour. In 6 hours, or 4 orbits around the Earth, we actually dock to the space station. And that Soyuz sits there and waits for us for the entire length of our mission, and that's what we come home in as well.
We do when of course we go to space. This is a house laboratory where you live and work, and that's the reason why we go to space, because in this environment we can do incredible things that you cannot do here on Earth. So we do science, technology. You wake up in the morning and you start working on experiments that have to do with crazy stuff, genetics, spinning motors, fluid. You work on the ceiling, you work on the wall, you work everywhere. You turn around, and it's actually very, very interesting. Most of the time we don't understand what we are doing. We know how to run the experiments. We know how to do things. Randy, what were you doing here, for example?
Well, we have a glove box where we're able to do science inside of it. And this particular experiment, we're actually growing lung tissue. And lung tissue can grow perfectly in space because there's not gravity weighing on it and crushing the cells as they try and grow. And this particular experiment, they're looking at cures for cancer. And so our crewmate Jack Fisher dubbed this the cancer-seeking missiles. So right now we have cancer treatments that go and try and kill the cancer cells, but also affects a lot of the rest of the body. If we can actually go out and send out medicines and treatments that actually target only the cancer cells, the bad cells, that is going to be a huge, huge improvement for people that end up having cancer down here, because we can actually kill the cancer but not harm their body. So that's something that has real application up there for what we're looking to do down here on Earth.
And this was just one of the 300 plus experiments that we did in space. Of course, you need to make sure that you are able to do things. You have to handle stuff, make sure that things don't float away. You need to be careful of what you're doing. You do experiments in the Japanese laboratory, in the European laboratory, in the American laboratory. Sometimes you go to the Russian part of the station. So it's very, very incredible, quick stuff that you're doing. You play with refrigerators. Of course, those are very cool refrigerators. You better have gloves.
Minus 80.
Otherwise, your hands are going to be stuck to the pieces of metal that you take out from there. And a lot of times we are the guinea pigs in space. You are the subject of the investigations. We take blood, we measure things, and we play doctor, or we play guinea pig, and this is in a rapid succession. We do some crazy experiments. This one had to do with fluids in space, the way the heat and fluids, complex, very complex things. And we set up this experiment so the scientists can actually look at this little mini tiny minute details that you cannot really see here on Earth. And that's why we go up there.
And sometimes it's the experiments where we're actually making things happen, and other times where we'll actually set up the experiment and they'll run it remotely from the ground. And so you could be involved in the space program, be running an experiment from your computer or down from a laboratory down here, and then have it actually be happening up on the space station. And so that's the wide variety of things that we do. Apollo's working on this one, which is a combustion chamber. We're actually burning flames up there, and we have one called Cool Flames, where it actually takes flames, and we're able to find out we're able to burn things at like 800 degrees instead of at 1200, which is where flames normally burn. Well, if we can do that, guess what? We can make airplanes maybe a little safer, a little lighter. We can actually maybe burn our fuel a little more efficiently. So as a pilot, that's really exciting stuff for me, and also help make our spacecraft safer.
And so when I was saying before that you can be a guinea pig, and here is a very complex experiment that we were running on the European Space Agency laboratory there. It's an experiment where you actually take your leg and hook it up to a machine, and then the machine makes your leg move, or you try to move the machine. It's a very long, stressful experiment. We use electrical shock to shock your muscle so the muscle can contract, and the machine can actually measure the force that you are doing in space. All of this because
the human being, the bodies are affected by zero gravity quite a bit. And so our muscles, like especially our legs, we don't use them for anything when we're up there normally. We're moving around, like Apollo said, with our hands. And so if the muscles aren't working, then they're starting to atrophy. Like if you stayed in bed for like a month or 2 months, you'd be a lot weaker. Well, then if that happens, then your bones start losing density as well. And so we need to measure how the human body can go ahead and lose its capability, but then how can we make countermeasures so that we don't? So when we get to Mars, we're able to work. This particular experiment Paul mentioned about the they're zapping it with electricity. Well, we can tell ourselves or in our minds to move our muscles. But guess what? Your muscles have a lot more capability than what your mind can tell it to do. So we actually have us working as hard as we think we can, then they zap it to actually see how much more capability your muscle has more than what you're thinking. And so we do that testing on the ground and in space to see if there's a difference.
It was a fun experiment, right?
It was fun when it was over.
That's why we had that picture where we got shaking our hands. It's done.
Yeah.
No more shocking for today.
And so when you look up at what you're seeing right now, that is Paulo and I working, and you can see a tablet. So the same technology that you guys probably have at home or at school, using a tablet of some sort to be able to do your homework or look online to find some research, we use on the space station to go through our procedures. We actually do more stuff for exploration and going long distances. Here's Joe Acaba looking at our special experiment we called Veggie. And guess what we grew up there? We grew 3 types of lettuce. And you go to a grocery store and you go into the produce section and guess what? The lettuce, you don't typically smell the lettuce. You smell the lemons and the oranges because those are really strong. But when you're in a space capsule for months at a time and all you smell is each other, guess what? Lettuce has a really good smell.
Actually, we got Houston told us we could take a little leaf and test it, and I thought, it's a piece of grass, it's lettuce, it doesn't taste like nothing. And instead, it was an amazing taste. When you don't taste lettuce, when your senses are kind of dumbed down because of the closed environment, you taste something like this and you really understand what humans can do and what really means being human and have all these senses. It's incredible.
All right, we also do a lot of other things when we're on the space station. We get to go and look at the Earth, and that's one of our favorite things to do, is to take pictures of the Earth and try and share the incredible beauty with you guys. And we've done that, via our social media, via the NASA web pages, and all this stuff's out there for you guys to go look at. All you have to do is Google the NASA space pictures or Expedition 53, and you can see all these types of things. We also had, spacewalks. We had to do repairs on the inside. We also had to do repairs on the outside. And so we get into our spacesuits 2 at a time. And we actually button them up, do leak checks, and head outside. And you got 300 pounds of equipment, but you're in your own personal spacecraft with your own atmosphere. And we work for about 6 to 7 hours. And then we have really talented people on the inside, like Paolo, flying the robotic arm and actually flying the spaceman in the spacesuit around to the different work sites to go ahead and get the work done. And so it's a big, big team effort to get that done. We also do a lot of outreach.
Well, part of the activity that we do there is talking to school kids like you. We had the opportunity to talk to school all over the world, in Europe, in Japan, in the United States. And it's always interesting, all the questions that we get and the way that things are framed.
And it's fun to be able to show you guys, what it's like to be up there. Guess what?
Yeah, we had the opportunity of being up there in Halloween, and I decided I finally want to be a real Spider-Man. So we brought up some costumes and we played around a little bit. I was able to actually fly in space, grabbing as Spider-Man. It was interesting.
And my kids picked out my costume, so I was the Minion. And so that was okay, because I was the commander of the space station. I got to be the Minion. But guess what? Life goes on. You're still human. You're still up there. And for me, I had a birthday while I was up there, and Paolo and Sergei helped celebrate that birthday. We don't get to have actual flames outside of the experiments, so my little hat had the candles up there made out of cloth. We got to be able to put on our space Hawaiian shirts and have Aloha Fridays. And we had ground control join in the fun and kind of, join us on the mission and wear their Hawaiian shirts on Friday as well.
We were surfing in space, right?
Yes, we were surfing.
Trying, we were showing off. And then, at a certain point, it was a moment where I kind of complained with the managers that we don't get to do pizza in space. And sure enough, they send us a few things so we could actually make pizza. And that was the first time that we actually ended up doing it. I thought, nothing can compare to a really good Italian pizza. But actually, in space, even though with all the little problems that we have, you can really not cook pizza, we were able to have our own special pizza. You did pepperoni, right?
I did the meat lovers on the far right side. It's covered completely in pepperoni, and the pepperonis all stick to it because of the surface tension of the sauce the surface tension of that holds it onto the pizza dough.
I did an anchovy and olives, and then I had to share it with one of my colleagues, so I took a pair of scissors and cut it away. And of course, it's really incredible because everything floats away, and it's nice when your pizza is floating away. Come back here.
And we called those the flying saucers of the edible kind. And then, after 139 days, it was time to come home. Time for us to leave. We had trained up the crew who had joined us for Expedition 53. And we were going to leave in Expedition 54. Another 3 crew members were going to go ahead and come on up. And so after 2,224 orbits of the Earth, or 58,835,000 miles, it was time for us to go ahead and come on home. And we ended up coming back, landing in minus 15 degree weather in Kazakhstan, when it had been 115 degrees on the positive side when we launched. And we were really happy to be home December 14th last year, got to join our families for Christmas.
That looks like an incredible trip. Thank you so much for sharing. Are you ready to take a couple more questions?
Absolutely.
Why don't you start?
Was being a Marine helpful to becoming an astronaut?
Being a Marine was certainly very helpful for becoming an astronaut. I was fortunate to get a Marine Corps scholarship to go to college, and then I was able to become a Marine Corps pilot. And the things that I learned about teamwork, depending on your crewmate next door and working as hard as you can to make sure you didn't let them down while you're accomplishing the mission. Plus the things that I was able to learn in the Marine Corps along the way with training as far as being a pilot, training to be able to do the mission with the airplane that I was assigned to fly. And then certainly it was exciting for me to be able to represent the Marine Corps in space and be able to share great pictures of Marine Corps flags floating all over the Earth, because that's what Marines do. They serve other people just like astronauts serve humankind, and we're all working together to further the human exploration of space.
Paolo, you were also in the military too. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how that helped you?
Yes, in my previous life, I like to call it before I became an engineer, I was in the Army. I ended up working for the Special Forces that required me to really push myself in every single direction. It really taught me, as Randy said, that with the right equipment, the right education, you need to study and know what's going on, with the right training, and above all, with the right team, you can really go where you think it's impossible to go.
Why don't you ask your question?
What was one of the coolest science experiments you did while you were in space?
Oh, I did personally, as a crew, we did 300 plus experiments. Personally, actually touched 60. I would have difficulties in saying which one was the coolest one, because, a lot of the experiments that we were doing, we showed before a picture of this, a Z-bot. It's a fluid experiment that has to do with fluids and heat and how things change. It's an incredible experiment. But I have difficulties in understanding it. I'm there touching buttons. I think that's a cool experiment. The one that we could touch when we saw the lettuce grow, for example, when we tasted it, that was also very nice. We had many that had to do with measuring our body, taking bloods, and we had some animals on board that we had to take care of. All of them were really interesting. I would have really hard time to mention one. Every day you have fun in an incredible number of different fields.
What about you?
You heard Paolo mention the animals we had. So we had an experiment of mice from Japan. And half the mice we let stay in zero gravity, so they floated around the whole time they were up there for a month. The other ones we actually put in little habitats, and we spun them in a little centrifuge so they could feel Earth's gravity. So the only time they had zero gravity was just for a few minutes coming up, and then the majority of the month they had 1G. And so the whole time they were up there, we were taking samples and observing them, and it was funny for me to see a mouse up there in zero gravity. All of a sudden they've lost it. They're reaching out trying to get a hold of something, and it made me think, I wonder if that's what I looked like when I first got to zero gravity as well for the first time. But with those mice, they were able to send them back to Earth and be able to study how their bodies and bones had changed for zero gravity versus gravity, and that helps us understand our own bodies and how our bones and everything change, and that'll help us give us countermeasures for when we go to Mars and other places way beyond that where we don't have gravity, how we can make sure our human bodies stay in the best shape they can.
Well, Paolo and Randy ran a lot of experiments while they were on the International Space Station, but before they launched, Comrade was very nice to work with us to develop some lessons that you can run in your classroom. Let's check out ISS Science.
Hello, astronaut Randy Bresnik. I'm here to talk to you about puffy head bird legs, because that's what happens to us when we get to orbit. All the fluid that's in our body can now go wherever it needs to, and at the same pressure. Because right now, I've got all this water in my legs that's keeping it so I have enough water in my head so I don't pass out. Well, it turns out that when you get to space, that extra 1.5 gallons of water that's there to counteract gravity floats up and makes your head really, really puffy, really uncomfortable. So if you kind of like hung upside down for about a half an hour here in gravity, that would be about how your head feels. And so until you get past the day and a half mark up in space where you can urinate out that extra 1.5 gallons, it's pretty, pretty stuffy and puffy head. All right, now over to Marty and Beth to learn more.
Thanks, comrade. Let's talk a little bit about puffy head bird legs.
I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine. This is astronaut Glovey McGloverson. As you can see, he's filled with fluid, and that fluid right now is down here in his feet.
If you've ever stood on your feet for a long time, you'll notice they'll swell up. That's because the fluid is making its way down to your feet.
Now let's see what happens when we flip him upside down. All of that fluid rushes down to his head and leaves the foot region. And, if you were doing that, it would feel like you kind of had a stuffy head.
Now this happens to astronauts when they go into space. This fluid is not pulled down by gravity, so it sort of floats around. It gets up into your head and you get a puffy head and little bird legs.
If you want to try this in your classroom, head over to our website and check out the lesson plan. Tell me about what you took up into space.
Well, I also had the help of my children to pick this one out. And they found this and said, Papa, take this in space. This is really fun. So have any of you ever touched one of these? Yeah. All right. So this is the one that actually you'll see in the video that actually flew in space.
And what I think is really cool about this is it's a great demonstration of Newton's laws using something that you are all familiar with. Was it a lot of fun to play with in space?
It was. And you know what? If you hadn't seen me touch it, and I just let go of it, it would still be floating up there spinning because there's nothing to slow it down.
Awesome. Well, you guys ready to take some questions?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to an audience question first.
Hi, my name is Leslie. What fun things do astronauts do on the space station?
What fun things do you guys do?
Oh, we can do a lot of fun things. One of the nicest things to do is actually go and look at the Earth. Just put your nose on this cupola. We have a huge window. You can actually look at the Earth, and you just see the planet passing by, and it's passing at like 4 miles per second. If you're there for an hour, an hour and a half, you actually see the whole Earth passing under you. 5 continents, seasons, day, night, everything like this. But then, we can play it around with Randy with the spinner, the fidget. We were doing a lot of things.
We actually did one demonstration that you can go find online where we had a bungee cord stretched across the module. Yes. And you pulled it back, and so we had a line to know that we were pulling back for the same amount of force. And we shot things of different mass or different size or different weight if they were back on Earth. But we started off with a little thing of chapstick. So and you saw how fast it zipped off. And we tried something a little bigger, a little model of the Orion spacecraft. And it shot off a little slower. Then we took a big, huge trash bag, pulled it back with the same amount of force, force equals mass times acceleration, and we let it go, and you saw it just float off really, really slow. And so being able to show you guys, like Marty said, physics in action in zero gravity, that was one of the fun things we got to do.
And by the way, we did not only these things, we were playing with food, by the way.
Yeah,
can you imagine what you can do with food floating around all the place on station? That's what we did.
All right, we're going to take an online question next. From an astronaut wannabe, what is expected from an applicant to be considered?
All right now, for government astronauts, just about any country you're looking at applying to, you've got to be able to have a basic education, and most countries require a bachelor's degree in some of the science, math, engineering, or hard sciences types of fields, because that's kind of the basis for the work that we're doing. But there's certainly many people that have advanced degrees in those fields, as well as graduate work. And the biggest thing is once you get an education in whatever field it is, becoming excellent in that field is the key. If you look at any of the astronaut biographies of anybody that's ever been in space from any country, they're all pretty similar. You see that someone has really worked hard to get their education, but then gone on to be really good at their field, and they also have a wide variety of interests. It isn't just that they are one-dimensional. People that are concert pianists that have been an engineer. People, you've got one gentleman who played professional soccer to put himself through medical school to be a doctor who became an astronaut. And then you've got guys like Paolo who started out in the Italian army and now is a engineer for ESA and has now flown in space 300 times and is the #2 person most experienced.
300 days.
Over 300 days in space. So, wide variety and being excellent at what you do are definitely the path to becoming an astronaut.
I would say that you really need to speak English, by the way, minimum, which is obvious for you guys, but not so much for us foreigners. So that's a requirement too.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. We're just about out of time. We want to remind everybody watching to tune in next week as we look at observatories and how we know what's out there.
Did you know you do not need the Hubble Space Telescope to view distant galaxies? You can see them from right here on Earth using a pair of binoculars. Is it safe to look at the sun? Can you and your friends find a black hole? How do we see the oldest things in the universe? If you want to know how we know what's out there, be sure to check out STEM in 30.
Well, while Comrade was in space, we actually had an opportunity to talk to him, and he had a little surprise for us. If you check out the video, you'll see that we were a little excited about this.
We hope you enjoy the rest of your time on space, and oh my goodness! Wow! That is incredible!
Took one of our bookmarks into space. That was absolutely incredible. Comrade, thank you for doing that for us.
Yeah, we really, we were very, very excited. And it's back!
Back from space with 58 million miles on it. There's your bookmark.
Wow! Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for doing that. Of course, we want to thank both of our guests, Paolo and Randy, for coming out today, and Providence Middle School.
Yep, and we want to thank Boeing for sponsoring the show. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Today's show is all about the engineering behind the world record skydive.
Alan Eustace jumped from 25 miles up and broke the sound barrier with his body.
That took a lot of skill, a lot of courage, and a lot of engineering.
Today we thought we'd try a little indoor skydiving.
This is STEM in 30.
Is STEM in 30.
Hi, I'm Marty.
And I'm Beth, and we are coming to you live from the Smithsonian Institution's National Air and Space Museum Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center in Chantilly, Virginia.
We'd like to welcome our friends from Irving Middle School who are joining us today. Welcome, guys. They are ready to jump right in.
If you're watching on Facebook, we really want to know where you're from, so let us know in the comments section.
If you're watching with your class, tell us the name of your school. Put it down in the comments, and if you've got questions, put those there as well.
Today we are joined by Alan Eustace, who holds the world record for the highest skydive.
We've also got one of the lead engineers, Jared Leidick, with us, and we're talking all about the engineering behind this amazing suit that Alan wore on that historic jump.
But before we talk about that jump, let's take a brief look at the history of parachutes in skydiving.
It may seem like a modern-day computer scientist from California might not have much in common with an Italian artist from the 1400s. But surprisingly enough, they do. Both men, Leonardo da Vinci and Alan Eustace, have dreamed of exploring the atmosphere. Sometime in the 14 to 1500s, the Italian artist sketched a parachute. It's a concept that wouldn't become reality for centuries, though many would put their freefall devices to the test. Some would fail, paving the way for others to succeed, including Alan.
Well, the very early parachutists obviously faced real dangers. People died in the 19th century when, for the most part, the people who did parachute jumps from balloons in the late 18th and the 19th century were in fact aerial showmen, daredevils, men and women, who would do this as part of their act to attract a crowd and sell tickets.
In 1960, a U.S. Air Force captain jumped from 19 miles above the earth, setting the record for the highest parachute jump. The record would stand for 5 decades until it was broken by Felix Baumgartner, who took a 24-mile free fall. We're joined by world record skydiver Alan Eustace, who also has the coolest title I've ever heard, Stratospheric Explorer. Alan, thanks for being here today.
Oh, it's fantastic. Thank you for having me.
So, what gave you this idea to try to break this record?
You know, I've always been interested in aviation. I started skydiving when I was 18 years old. I'm an engineer, I'm a pilot, and you know, this record kind of brings it all together. You know, how do you survive in the stratosphere? How do you explore the stratosphere?
Now, you went about it a different way than had been done previously. Why?
Well, most people that have done in the stratosphere, you see some of the examples here, have used a capsule or a gondola to bring you up. And then once you get up to altitude, you have this small little bit of oxygen and you jump out the side and hope you don't run out of oxygen before you get to some breathable atmosphere again. And, you know, I thought about it a different way. That's kind of like a submarine, you know, in some sense. And what would it be like to design something for the air that's like scuba diving, where you put on this equipment and then once you have this equipment you can go underneath the sea, you swim around, do anything you want and use it for any kind of vehicle. And so that's what's exciting for me, is applying this idea of scuba diving to the stratosphere.
Tell us a little bit about the design of your suit.
So it's possible. You can scuba dive in the stratosphere just like this. I mean, you need some basics. You need a suit. This one was designed by ILC Dover, the same company that did the space suits for the lunar landings or extra vehicle activity. You need to combine that with environmental system to deal with oxygen and heat and things like that. And of course, if you want to stop in this free fall, you better have a parachute. And so you'll see that top section is both a main and reserve parachute. So that's all you need.
Awesome. Are you ready to take some questions?
Sure, I'd love to.
All right, we're going to start with an online question. What is terminal velocity?
So terminal velocity is basically when your speed is so fast that the buoyancy of the air molecules that you're running into causes you not to accelerate anymore. So terminal velocity up high is actually really fast. When I instantaneously release, I could, if the air was that thin, go up to 3,000 miles an hour. But as I go down, the air gets thicker, and therefore the top speed I got up to was 822 miles an hour, which is equivalent to Mach 1.22. So there's actually a sonic boom heard on the ground during my free fall.
Wow. Wow. All right, we've got an audience question.
How far could you see when you were over 25 miles high?
So it's interesting, when I got to 25 miles high, I asked the same question, and the two places from Roswell that I wanted to see if I could see were the Gulf of Mexico and the Rocky Mountains. And the Gulf of Mexico turns out to be too far away. So if you actually look at the line on the Earth and where I was, you can't see the Gulf of Mexico. But the Rocky Mountains should have been able to see, and I was wondering why I can't. So I got Google Earth and I went up and looked down and saw the exact same angle that I was at. And sure enough, the Rocky Mountains were there. I just didn't notice them at the time. And the reason was they were so small. They looked like little hills to me and not the Rocky Mountains. So that's what happens when you're at 136,000 feet.
And to put this into perspective, that's a lot higher than a jet flies.
Yeah, your normal commercial airliner will go 35,000, maybe 40,000. And we're more than 3 times that height. Even the most exotic vehicles like the SR-71 and the U-2, those things don't even go above 90,000 feet. So I'm half again as high as some of the highest performing aircraft that have ever been done. And I'm doing it in a balloon, which is the first aerial vehicle ever invented. So it's kind of a blend of the long in the past and the future.
Awesome. We've got another online question. What advice do you have for someone who wants to go skydiving?
Well, if you're skydiving now, you're in a lot better shape when I was a kid. Because when I was a kid, you put on these coveralls. It was in Florida. It was the height of the summer. It was like 105 degrees, and I had to jump into this pit of sawdust over and over to learn how to roll. And nowadays, there's this thing called tandem skydiving, and you actually have an instructor. You strap onto them. You go up to 10,000 feet or more, and you actually get to free fall with the instructor. They take care of opening parachutes. If there's an emergency, they'll release the bad parachute, open the good parachute, and you can experience what it's like for an experienced skydiver on your very first jump. So I recommend everybody go try tandem skydiving, but not till they're 18, because you can't sign the release until then.
All right, we've got an audience question.
How long did you research breaking the record?
So it took a while. The first time when I thought about doing this, I just took a pencil and paper and I said I want to do scuba diving for the stratosphere, and I started writing down what it would take to do that, much like you guys probably would. And then I would spend about a year researching that to find out, well, how much oxygen would I need? How high would I do it? What kind of balloon would I need? And at the end of that year, I went to somebody called Tabor McCallum and from Paragon Space Development Systems to just see if that was possible. And I met with his team, fell in love with their team. They built the team that would actually build this system and allow me to test it out. So anyway, it took about 3 years, start to finish.
Wow. All right.
Were you ever told it was impossible to make the jump? How did you deal with that?
Absolutely. Almost everybody said it was impossible. Variety of different reasons. And when you hear somebody say it's impossible, you should ask, well, why is it impossible? What is it about this thing? And somebody would say, well, you can't get a balloon to go that high, and you'd write that down. And somebody would say, well, you can't get a spacesuit. They don't sell them to anybody. And you write that down. And then, oh, what are you going to do about the temperatures? And you write that down. So you write down the long list of reasons why it's impossible, and then you start looking at every one of them. And when you start going through them, you find out, well, that's not really impossible. Oh, that's just hard, or that's super impossible. And I tell my daughter, she gave me an idea once and said it was impossible, and I told her it was impossible, and she looked at me and she goes, Dad, how can you call anything impossible? And I said, you're right, it's not impossible, it's just hard. And then I thought about it a little bit longer, and I said, it might not be impossible, it might not even be hard. The truth is, I just don't know how to do it. And I feel like that's what you should do when somebody says something's impossible, is really think about it.
Awesome. Well, we're honored to have your suit on display here at the National Air and Space Museum. It helps tell that story of exploration. Check this out.
Having Alan Eustace's suit on display is really wonderful for the museum, and especially for our visitors. Because of the way the suit was built, we were able to display it in a configuration very similar to that which Alan Eustace wore when he was rising into the stratosphere for his record-breaking flight.
Today, the suit stands in our museum as a testament to the marvels of engineering and to all those who have contributed to the great journey to the heavens. We've now got Jared Leidick with me, who is a critical part of Alan's team. Jared, tell us about your role on designing this suit.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the project, I was the lead designer for the life support pack, that kind of chest pack that sits in front of the suit that houses all the life support equipment, oxygen and water and all that stuff. And then towards the end of the project, when the whole suit was put together and we started actually using it, I was the suit systems lead for operations that helped get the suit kind of assembled, get Alan inside of it, get it out to the launch pad, up in the air and back on the ground. And then we were part of the team that took Alan out of the suit out at the recovery site.
Now, can you talk us through some of the major components of the suit?
Yeah, so we think of the suit as having three main parts. That chest pack on the front that deals with life support, so there's oxygen tanks, all the communications equipment, a computer that controls everything, and a heater to put heated water inside the suit. The suit itself, which is like a kind of a sealed rubber pair of coveralls that is an airtight space. And then on the back, that thing that looks like a backpack is a parachute system. And at the very top is a drogue parachute, which is part of the parachute system. And that keeps Alan stable from the point where he releases from the balloon, very high in the atmosphere, falling through what's essentially a vacuum to these crazy high speeds until he gets to thick air, where the really big parachute comes out and slows him down for his trip down to touchdown at the ground.
And that posed a little bit of a challenge, right?
Yeah, so there is a lot of problems with falling from the stratosphere, and a big one of them is stability. That he's going to fall so fast, over 800 miles an hour, that we really worry about him spinning really fast or tumbling through the air. In order to get away from that, we use what's called a drogue parachute, and it's a really small parachute that trails behind him, and that parachute keeps him in the same position and stops him from tumbling around. But at the beginning of the jump, he's kind of in this vacuum where there's no air, no wind to kind of grab that really light parachute and pull it away from him, and we were worried that it was going to get tangled up with him. So we created this device that we call the Saber, and it's essentially, it starts really small. This is one of them. There's one on the suit. And it starts really small like this, and then when it deploys, it turns into this rigid pole that'll hold the parachute out away from Alan so it doesn't get tangled up with him.
Can we see it?
Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to deploy the Saber here and let it go. And now it's this rigid pole with a parachute on the end, so before there's wind to grab that parachute and pull it away from him, this pole will keep it away from him.
And you guys had to develop that specifically for this jump.
That's correct. Wow. Yeah, so this type of thing didn't exist before, and we had to put it together.
And you also had another role on Alan's team, right?
Yeah, so I'm physically about the same size as Alan. When you're getting sized up for a spacesuit, they take 54 different measurements, everything from the length of each one of your fingers to the diameter of your head, and make sure that you'll fit in the suit. I happen to be one of the people that fit in the suit, so I also did a lot of the early testing of the systems while the system was being developed.
Awesome. Well, effectively, this is a spacesuit, and we've got some of our friends doing a design challenge, coming up with spacesuit designs that would work on other worlds. Let's head over to Beth and Alan to check that out.
We are actually, Marty, working on a design challenge, and we are designing spacesuits for very particular planets and moons. So I've got Maya and Ian here with me. Maya, you want to tell us what planet are you working on?
I am working on Venus. It is the second planet from the sun, and the challenges for them is that the Venus has very thick clouds that smell like sulfuric acid, which means it really stinks because it smells like rotten eggs, and the atmosphere is very thick, so it can crush the human body.
Those are some pretty big challenges. Ian, what about you?
All right, so I'm working on one of Jupiter's 64 moons, Europa. It's a very cold place, and there's not very much atmosphere, so that were the challenges, that you don't want to freeze to death, and you don't want to run out of oxygen.
Okay, Alan, do you have some suggestions on what they're working on here? These are pretty big challenges.
It sounds like similar challenges. You know, we had to do temperature extremes. We had very little atmosphere up there. So I'm really excited to find out what you guys have come up with.
Okay, well, I'm going to send you guys back to work with your models to get your suits ready. And Alan, I know that you had a lot of challenges in this suit. One of them being landing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you land in a suit that big?
So we call it landing, but I think anybody that sees the video will probably call it a crash. So yeah, the problem is this suit with me in it weighs about 435 pounds, and there's no articulation, meaning you can't bend from here down to your knees. And if you're standing in something that weighs that much, you can barely move. And so when you're in a parachute coming down and touching down, you're going to fall over. It's just a question of which direction you're going to fall. And so we had to choose. And originally the idea was to come down, gently touch down, turn backwards and slide on your back. But we learned is that's very, very difficult to accomplish. And so in the end, we decided that a face plant was that was the right way to do it. So I face plant, I flip over, and believe it or not, because I'm in this giant airbag with this aluminum in front of me and behind me, I never got a single scratch from any of those. And they look pretty dramatic, but they're actually pretty easy. And so that became the standard operating procedure, face plant.
So it may not be elegant, but it is practical.
It is very practical, and it worked every time.
Now, one of the challenges that you have talked about before are the gloves, because you've got to do some pretty small movements. So how did you solve those design challenges?
Yeah, gloves are one of the most difficult things in spacesuit design. And ILC Dover, that designed the spacesuit, has incredible technology that allow you to move your fingers. But if you think about it, the inside of that suit is pressurized. In our case, the highest pressurization of any American suit, 5.4 psi. So that's 5.4 pounds for every square inch anywhere on this. So you look at how hard it is to move a finger in that environment. It's very difficult. And so what we ended up doing is try to make everything as big as possible so that you can hang on to it. But there was one case in particular that I needed to be able to manipulate something, not in normal operation, but in emergency operation. If I was to land in some place and my team couldn't get me to 2 hours, I had to take this hand and manipulate a very, very small latch to be able to remove a bubble so I could get to breathable atmosphere. And that was almost impossible to do with these gloves and an overmitt. And so after trying it like dozens of times and being very frustrated, we finally just gave up, and there was an overmitt that I had, and we cut off this finger and we cut off the thumb and left the original glove in the place there. And once we had done that, it was easy for me to manipulate. So sometimes you have to solve engineering challenges in creative ways.
Very simple.
Very simple.
How did you practice in this suit? I imagine you just didn't keep going up and down in airplanes and jumping out.
Yeah, the suit itself, I mean, many of the challenges we actually did on the ground. So we did many, many tests on the ground with suit technicians right with me the entire time. But eventually you have to graduate to an airplane test. And so what we did in the airplane test was obviously a series of jumps. Before we did any of that, we actually started in a wind tunnel. And so in the wind tunnel, what we did was we took a suit, and you try to go up in a wind tunnel and you try to manipulate your body and see if you could stay stable in a wind tunnel. So it was super fun.
We actually did some indoor flying as well. And we took along one of our friends, Seth. Check this out.
We're at iFly, an indoor skydiving facility, and my friend Seth here is going to give it a try. How you feeling, Seth?
I'm feeling good. I'm a little nervous, but mostly excited. I think I'll be okay.
Seth, have you ever done anything like this before?
No, I've never done anything like this before. I do snowboard though, so I don't think that'll help me here.
I've heard you're a great pogo stick person too.
Yeah, I do pogo stick a little bit.
Okay, you ready to go?
Yeah,
All right, let's give it a try.
How does that feel to you? When we first go in on this leg, it's nice to have an extended.
Just got done flying. How was it?
Yeah, it's great. It's a little crazy when you go in for the first time, but it gets better.
How do you move? How do you turn?
So when you're turning, you want to turn like a steering wheel. So when you want to turn to the right, you move your hands like this. When you want to turn to the left, you move your hands like this.
How do you go forward and back?
Forward and backward. If you want to go forward, you have to lean back. If you want to go backward, you have to lean forward.
So it's kind of opposite.
Yeah, it's opposite.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, I had a great time.
How'd Seth do?
He did great, unbelievable.
Now, when you were flying, in this suit, you controlled it a little differently, right?
Well, it's funny because he talks about how he controlled his body, and I tried to do what Seth did the very first time we were in an airplane jump, and I tried to do like normal skydiving, like, you know, if I want to go that way, I would go like this. And unfortunately, when I tried to do this, I started going the other way. And the more I tried to go that, the faster I went the other way. And I was actually going in the wrong direction all the time. And it wasn't until we had analyzed the videos from the skydives that were taken on the way down that I figured out that the control of this system is exactly the opposite of what I had done in 500 previous skydives, and I had to do exactly the opposite every time. So if I want to go this direction, and I need to actually point in that direction to be able to turn that direction. And it took a lot of work to be able to figure out that flying in the suit is nothing like flying in a normal skydive.
Wow. Now, we've talked a lot about the engineering and the design. Let's talk about the record. What was that like?
Oh, it was wonderful. You know, to get a chance to build an amazing team and get this equipment set and then be in the middle of Roswell. You wake up in the middle of the night, 12 o'clock, you start doing pre-breeze. You know, you get to the point of launch at dawn. You go in with this beautiful balloon. It's 2 hours and 7 minutes, going through every layer of the atmosphere. You get to a point where you see the curvature of the Earth, the darkness of space, the thin atmosphere, and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I release. And you know, I start this amazing free fall where you're weightless at the beginning. There's no sound, no wind. You speed up to 822 miles an hour. You break the sound barrier, 1.22 times the speed of sound. You got 4 minutes of free fall. You open a parachute, and then you land or crash, as the case may be. And then you get to celebrate with your friends and family that have worked with you for 3 years on such an effort.
Wow. Jared, how was it seeing something that you worked this long on, you know, go to use and be really, really good?
Yeah, so it was an incredible process. At times, extremely frustrating. We went through years of this process of we'd build something and then we'd try it, and sometimes it would work, but a lot of times it wouldn't work. And so we kind of went through this try it and it fails and try it and it fails. And towards the end of the project, we really cut our stride and things started to work and things got really exciting. And when we got done building the suit, we got into airplane jumps where Alan was jumping out of airplanes in a pressurized suit, and then we went to balloon jumps, first to 57,000 feet, then all the way to 109,000 feet. At that point, we were really excited. Everything was working perfectly. We did the final jump, and then we're all on our way to the landing site waiting for these words, green extraction, which meant that the doctors had assessed Alan to be in a healthy condition. So we heard those words, green extraction, and it was wonderful. This huge weight was lifted. Years of hard work were done, and everything worked.
Now, you had mentioned failure as part of that process. Did you guys kind of embrace that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're trying to do something that's brand new like this, I've learned that you're going to fail, and you have to expect failure. And it's really part of the process of doing it is you build steps into the system that you can get through without putting any people at risk, and know that some of those are going to fail, and you're going to learn a lesson from that, and you can change the system, make it better, and get to the next step. And as you walk through the process, you kind of fail a few times until you get the system working, and then you go to the next stage and fail a few times until you get the system working. So failure is absolutely part of making something like this work, and it's something you have to embrace and enjoy as part of the process.
Awesome. Were you guys ready for some questions?
Sure.
All right, we've got an audience question.
How much did the design of the suit change from your first concept?
How much did it change?
So it's funny, the first kind of napkin sketch of everything, the basic pieces were there. The spacesuit was there, the parachute was there, the environmental system was there, but almost everything else was totally different. The implementations of all of those were very different. The first design was basically just to understand what was possible, but then when you start actually digging into the details of it, you find out that won't work, and you learn. Like, for instance, one example is the drogue system that we have. The very first test that we ran, we had a dummy that spun at 180 RPM, and if we had gone higher, it would have spun at 400 revolutions per minute, which would have been instantly fatal. So what do? Back to the drawing board.
Wow, well, we've got our spacesuit designers over with Beth, and I think we've got a bit of a fashion show. Beth?
Maya, you were working on Venus. Do you want to tell us what you had to think about here?
So while I was making her suit, I had to figure out how to accomplish the challenges without her having any trouble on it. So I made her wires. Those are so when the clouds in the atmosphere is very like strong, it could crush her. So I made it so that it wouldn't be able to. So it's just like extra padding around her arms and legs. And then for her backpack, the air is all just carbon dioxide. So here's her oxygen backpack. And then it really stinks there. It smells like rotten eggs. So I made her a Clout branded face mask so it does not stink. And then there's a microphone onto her side, the blue string right there. It's able so she can talk to other people on the earth, so she's able to communicate with anybody if she has any problems. And then her boots right down below, they're so like she's not able to fall. It's just for extra grip on Venus, the planet. And then her gloves are so her skin doesn't get irritated because
you put a lot of thought into this. That's a great suit. Why don't you guys just step back for me? Just back one. Let's bring out Europa. And I see this as a designer suit. Eli, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you did?
All right, sure. So what we did was we put the aluminum foil around the arms and then some around the knees. That's to keep all the air inside, so that if there was air leaking out, it would cause their body to fail. She has a microphone by her face so that she can contact the space station so she doesn't get lost. And then if she turns around, she has an oxygen pack that should connect to the front, and a fin so that she doesn't get blown away.
Okay, so she can go swimming in this suit as well.
Yes, and then she also has a face mask because she can't breathe because there's no atmosphere, so she needs to be able to breathe.
You guys did a great job. These are fantastic suits. Did you know you do not need the Hubble Space Telescope to view distant galaxies? You can see them from right here on Earth using a pair of binoculars. Is it safe to look at the sun? Can you and your friends find a black hole? How do we see the oldest things in the universe? If you want to know how we know what's out there, be sure to check out STEM in 30.
Also, be sure to tune in next month for a very special edition of STEM in 30 as we welcome back to Earth Randy Comrade Bresnik and his crewmate Paolo Nespoli. We want to thank Alan and Jared for showing up today and being on our show. We'd also like to thank the Eustace Kwan family for sponsoring today's show.
Thanks for watching.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm here to add a little perspective. First, let's get you closer in scale to me. Good.
Whoa, 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 come on!
Next, well, get away from me.
What exactly are you doing?
Well, there seems to be a little confusion about today's astronauts and those who went to the moon. I thought I'd offer a little perspective. So today, astronauts travel to the International Space Station. It sits in low Earth orbit, right about here. Today, astronauts have to travel about 250 miles from the Earth to get to the International Space Station.
Fascinating. Can we get to the moon part, please?
I'm getting there. Hold your green cheese. To get to the moon, however, astronauts had to travel about 240,000 miles away from the Earth. And they took a very specific path from the Earth to the moon, where they landed.
Ow! That's my eye!
Once there, they set up experiments, took lots of photo and video, and picked up some rocks to bring back. While 2 astronauts were on the moon, a third one was in the command module orbiting around the moon.
Like a little fly. Can we get these astronauts off of me? They're walking all over my face.
When the other 2 had finished on the surface, they launched into orbit and hooked up with the command module, which brought them all back to Earth.
Nice. Can we make me normal head size now?
I suppose.
Okay, so other than the moon being a really long way away, what have we learned since the Apollo moon program?
At least 30 minutes worth of stuff.
This is STEM in 30. Wait a minute, I don't have any hands to point at the camera.
It's probably for the best.
This is STEM in 30.
Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty, and check this out. This is a Saturn V F1 engine, the same kind that took humans to the moon for the first time.
Now, we are coming to you live from the National Air and Space Museum, and today we will be in our newest gallery, A New Moon Rises, which shows us views of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbital Camera. And today we'd like to welcome our online audience. We have actually a moon expert standing by to answer your questions. Jennifer Witten is with us, and we might take some of those questions live on the air.
We'd also like to welcome our in-house audience, Whittier Education Campus. We can't wait to see what great questions you guys have to ask our experts today. Now, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Camera has been in orbit 6 years. It has taken some absolutely amazing images.
With the LROC camera, we can see views of craters, mountains, valleys, and even the Apollo landing sites.
Now, our last mission to the moon was Apollo 17 more than 40 years ago, but those landing sites are still pristine because there's no wind or rain, so we can actually still see them in place today.
Now, as Marty said, the last time we were at the moon was over 40 years ago. So why are we still studying the moon? Well, we're going to answer those questions today during our broadcast, but let's start by taking a look at our only natural satellite.
The regular daily and monthly rhythms of Earth's only natural satellite, the Moon, have guided timekeepers for thousands of years. The Moon's influence on Earth's rhythms, such as the ocean tides, has been charted by many cultures in many ages. The light areas of the Moon are known as the highlands. The dark features, called maria, are impact basins that were once filled with lava. These light and dark areas represent rocks of different compositions and ages. The craters themselves, which have been preserved for billions of years, provide an impact history for the Moon. Over these billions of years, the surface of the Moon has been ground into fragments ranging from huge boulders to powder. Today, the entire Moon is covered by gray powdery dust and rocky debris. Upon first seeing this landscape, astronaut Buzz Aldrin proclaimed, "Beautiful, beautiful, magnificent desolation." It was once thought that the arid, lifeless Moon had not changed very much geologically for 1 billion years. Recent studies using the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter have shown that the Moon is much more dynamic than we thought.
And now I'm joined by Dr. Tom Waters. He is a senior scientist here at the museum in the Center for Earth and Planetary Studies. Tom, thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, my pleasure.
Now, Tom, you are actually on the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter team, and you curated this exhibit. So do you want to tell us what's important about the LRO mission?
Well, the LRO mission had 2 very important goals. The first goal of the mission was actually to prepare humans to return to the Moon, because as you said, we haven't been there in a long time, and we want to go back. And so to do that, we wanted to study potential landing sites, a bunch of them. We studied actually 50 different landing sites in really, really great detail using the instruments on board the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And one of those instruments is the cameras, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter cameras that take very, very high resolution pictures of the moon. So that was part of the mission. The other part of it was just to do science. We wanted to study the moon using these very, very high-powered cameras, these telescopic cameras, to study the moon in ways that we were not able to do before we had the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter.
Now, we've got some images from that. Was there anything surprising in these images that came back?
There was. I mean, this is the great thing about exploring the moon, is you find things that you really didn't expect to, especially, again, with these two telescopic cameras. One of the things that we thought of about the moon was that not much had happened there. Like the moon, we thought, was pretty much a static body. Again, not much had happened for maybe 1 billion years. And then we started looking at these images, and we started to see features that we hadn't seen before. We actually saw very, very small blobs of material that were actually lava flows. Now, we thought the last lava flow that we thought happened on the moon was 1 billion years ago. When we saw these things, it was like, oh my gosh, these are really young. They have almost no craters on them. They're so young, in fact, they probably happened less than 100 million years ago, which means that the dinosaurs could have been looking up at the moon and seeing glowing red as these lavas were flowing out onto the surface. The other thing that we found in some of these images were these scarps, these fault scarps. They're actually formed when the crust of the moon is pushed together. And we knew that there were a couple of these. In fact, at the Apollo 17 landing site, the last landing site where Apollo astronauts visited, there was one of these fault scarps. But we didn't know how many they were until we got into orbit with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Now we've found thousands of these faults all over the moon that are indicating that the moon is actually shrinking. Now, don't get alarmed. The moon's not going anywhere. It's not going to shrink away. It's only shrunk by a little bit. But the really exciting thing is that it's happening now. These faults aren't billions of years old. They're probably forming right now as we're sitting here.
And so we didn't know that. And that's one of the things that really kind of surprised you as a geologist.
Absolutely.
Now, when we were on the moon, we did collect samples of rocks and we brought them back, but we needed sort of special tools to do that. And earlier I talked to Dr. Alan Nadell, and he showed us some of those really different sort of tools that we used to bring the rocks back. Now I'm joined by Dr. Alan Nadell. Alan, thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Behind us, there's a whole bunch of stuff in this case. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what's in here?
Sure. One of the fascinating things about the lunar exploration plan, the human exploration plan in the 1960s and 70s, was how much preparation they did and how much planning they did for doing the essential aspects of the missions. One of which, of course, is to collect samples. Why go there, walk around if you didn't bring anything back? And so the astronauts had a whole bevy of tools. The first astronauts basically only had the tools that they could carry attached to their belts. By Apollo 14, they had a little wheelbarrow with a tool carrier where they could have a bunch of tools. And of course, 15, 16, and 17, they had a lunar rover, a car.
Now, I noticed that a lot of these tools have longer handles than we're used to here on Earth.
You'll notice, first of all, that there are two various lengths. The shorter ones were used, as I said, on the earlier missions when they had to carry them attached to their belts, or later on they got longer. There were a lot of advantages of having long. One, the suits are fairly stiff, and although they actually fell down a few times and were able to get up, basically they had to move around like that, and there wasn't a whole lot of stooping.
Sort of waddle.
Right, there wasn't a whole lot of stooping, and so they needed the extra extension. One of the things that's a little bit frustrating to us is we have no flown tools.
No, really?
No, why would they bring a tool back? They knew everything there was to know about a tool. Every ounce was important. And so to bring any of those back would be to sacrifice the ability to bring back another rock. There's one interesting tool here. It's called the contingency sampler. When Neil Armstrong stepped onto the moon, one of his first jobs, before he did anything else, was to use the contingency sampler to scoop up some dirt. because if something went wrong and they said, abort, abort, climb back in, we have to go, they wanted to have at least one sample to bring back. And so the contingency sampler is one of my favorite objects. One of the challenges was to get the samples back to Earth not contaminated by particles from hair or skin or any of the other things that would have been naturally contaminating the atmosphere inside the spacecraft. And so Union Carbide Corporation developed these Apollo lunar surface return containers, or what we call rock boxes.
Rock box is easier.
And their design was to be triple sealed so that as the containers and rocks and soil were put inside, it could be closed very tightly and then to keep contamination. It didn't work perfectly, but it certainly enhanced the purity of the samples that the scientists could examine when they got back to Earth.
Well, thank you for explaining all these interesting things to us. I appreciate it.
Well, my pleasure. Thank you.
So, Tom, are we ready for some questions?
Yes.
Let's start with an online question. What other instruments beside the camera are on board the LRO?
Oh, that's a great question. There's actually 7 different instruments on the spacecraft. I work with, again, the cameras, but one of the other instruments is designed to give us elevations. So there's a laser that actually fires pulses to the moon and then looks for them to bounce back, and that gives you a measurement of how high and low things are. There are other instruments that tell us things about the composition of the surface of the moon. So all those instruments together allow us to do some really, really great science.
So we have an audience question. What is your question?
How was the moon formed?
How was the moon formed?
That's a great question. It really ties into how special the moon and the Earth connection is, because the moon actually formed because an object probably the size of the Mars, I mean, big, big planetesimal, that's what we call the sort of the early building blocks of the solar system. This big planetesimal hit the Earth right when the Earth was forming. And so the debris that was left over was a mixture of that big, big object and part of the Earth's crust and mantle. So the moon is actually a part of the Earth. When it all started to form together and cooled down, that came together to form our moon.
Let's take an online question. Does the moon contain water?
It's a great question. The moon actually is a pretty dry place. There's no atmosphere, so there's no real way for water to actually exist on the surface of the moon, and there's probably not much water in the interior of the moon, but there is possibly water in one place or some places on the moon, and that's at the poles where craters never get any sunlight. There are literally places on the moon where the sun never reaches. They get really, really cold. They're so cold that if a comet were to come by the moon, and we think this probably happened, and comets shed water, that water gets trapped in these really cold, permanently shadowed craters, and there may be accumulations of water ice in those craters. We don't know how much. It might be a little, it might be more than a little, but that's one of the really interesting questions we're trying to figure out.
Okay, and we have an audience question. What's your question?
Can the moon sustain life?
Can the moon sustain life?
Can the moon sustain life? It's a great question. The biggest problem the moon has in sustaining life is that it has no atmosphere. So it's literally, there's nothing there. So there's no air to breathe of any form or any kind. So if you're going to live on the moon, you pretty much have to build a place. You have to build a place that you can bring the oxygen that you need to breathe, and you have to kind of protect it. You have to put it somewhere where it's not going to get hit by very small or even larger meteors, because the moon has no protection the way the Earth does. The Earth's atmosphere protects us from a lot of small and even some fairly big objects, but the moon doesn't have that. So you want to be careful about how you build it, but yes, you'd have to build the place to live on the moon.
Thank you very much. Marty got a chance to go to his former school, South Valley Middle School in Liberty, Missouri, and he brought them a special treat.
I am here at South Valley Middle School in Liberty, Missouri, and I got to tell you, I'm really excited about this. This is my former school where I used to teach, and I actually graduated from Liberty High School a long, long time ago. Now, some of you guys were actually in my class. Raise your hand if you used to be in my class. Awesome. Well, today we're going to be making impact craters just like on the moon. You guys are going to have marbles. You're going to hold them up above this simulated lunar surface that has flour below it and a thin layer of cocoa on the top. We're going to drop the marbles in to see what happens when a crater is formed on the moon. That's pretty cool, huh? You guys ready to do this? Yeah. Let's go. Oh, nice one. That was cool. Check that out. You've got the ejecta right over there. What do you think would happen if we dropped it from higher or lower?
Make a larger impact.
Okay, larger or smaller depending on how much speed it's got. Good. You want to do that one?
Yes, I would like.
All right, let's go right in here. Oh, now wait a minute. Look at something here. Do you guys see the white there? Did you notice that that came out of the crater?
Yeah.
When that hits with enough force, it actually takes what's underneath and throws it out on top, and we can see that, and it's called ejecta. And what's cool about that is when the astronauts went to the moon, they were able to find ejecta from craters and pick that up. And that rock that they picked up that was considered ejecta was actually from inside the moon, not just the surface. So we could study the surface of the moon by picking up just any random rock, but if we picked one up that had come from inside a crater, we knew we had a rock from inside the moon. We're going to try something different now. I want you to drop another one. And this one I want you to drop right here. Can you do that? Yep. Okay, now we've got two craters. This one kind of got messed up, didn't it? So can we tell which one's newer?
The one that's less deformed.
Exactly. So when we look at the moon now, we can see that craters that are fully formed are probably newer than ones that maybe have an overlap in them. So you can actually tell ages of craters on the moon by how they overlap other craters. You guys did a great job making craters on the surface of the moon, but I thought it might be kind of cool if we took an opportunity to see something actually from the moon. So what I have with me today from our friends at NASA, I brought actual moon rocks.
Whoa. Whoa.
And you guys are going to get a chance to look at these up close today. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it. You guys got an opportunity to make craters on the surface of the moon and see what we can learn by actually looking at the moon. And then you guys got an opportunity to actually hold some moon rocks. Was that pretty cool?
Yeah.
You guys did greater than I ever thought you would. Nice work. We're now joined by Pris Strain, the curator for the moon rocks we have on display here in the museum. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Oh, I'm happy to be here.
And we're standing here in front of images of the Apollo landing sites where the astronauts actually were able to pick up the rocks and bring them back. Can you tell us about the rocks that we have on display here?
Oh, yes. We have a rock from Apollo 15 that was collected by astronaut Dave Scott, and it's 3.3 billion years old. Then we also have ancient rock from the lunar highlands, and it's 4.36 billion years old. Moon rocks are really old. We also have two samples from Apollo 17, which were collected by the astronauts Jack Schmitt and Gene Cernan. We have a rock, and we also have a sample of lunar soil.
Outstanding. So visitors to the museum can actually come here and see those.
That's right.
All right, now guys, on the video that we watched, those students got a chance to actually hold moon rocks. That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yes.
All right, well, I've got a surprise for you. Officer, could you come here, please? Thank you. All right, let's see what's in this case here. So what I've brought in are actual moon rocks that you guys are going to get a chance to look at. Now, what I think is really cool about this lunar sample disk is that this disk holds samples from 4 different manned missions to the moon, Apollos 14, 15, 16, and 17. So in this disk, it represents 4 times that man went to the moon. And I'm going to give you guys a chance to actually look at these. So I'm going to hand that to you, and you guys can take the magnifying glasses and check that out. Now, Pris, you were telling me earlier that this sample actually tells the story of the moon. How is that?
Oh, well, the lunar rocks are very, very old. So it's a way of looking back through time and learning about the earliest history of the moon.
And the first one that we're going to talk about is anorthosite. What does that tell us?
That's right. An anorthosite is a light-colored rock that's made up almost entirely of just one mineral, which has a kind of funny name. It's called plagioclase feldspar, and that's a common rock-forming mineral on the Earth. And the anorthosites are found very much in the ancient lunar highlands. And so that tells us about the development of the early lunar crust.
Okay, and then and actually it's light colored, so when we go out and look up at the moon at night and we see that it's got light areas and dark areas, those light areas, we're actually seeing anorthosite, just like these guys are holding right now.
That's right.
That's really cool. Now, there's also a couple other kinds of rocks in there that help tell that story.
Another rock we have is called a breccia, and that's an Italian word, and it means a rock that's made up of irregularly shaped fragments of other rocks. And on the moon, breccias are just smashed up, beat up rocks that were little pieces of other rocks are all smashed together. And that tells us about the violent early history of the moon when it was bombarded by meteors and asteroids and maybe comets. And you see all the craters on the moon, you can see that was a very heavy bombardment of the surface, and we can read that in the rock.
Very violent, it sounds like. Mm-hmm. And how about the third one?
The third one is called a basalt, and that's a dark-colored igneous rock, and igneous means that it formed from melted material that cooled and hardened, and the basalts form the very flat lowland plains on the moon. And an interesting thing about lunar basalts is that lunar basalts have more titanium than Earth basalts.
Oh, wow. Now, teachers, if you think this is pretty cool, you can actually become Lunar Rock certified to check out this lunar sample disc, and NASA will send it to you. And the best part is, it's free to use in your classroom. Now, visitors that come to the museum have an opportunity to do something that I think is incredibly cool. They can actually touch a moon rock. Tell us about that.
Yes, the touch rock that we have at the museum was collected on Apollo 17, and it's a basalt. And when you look at it, maybe it looks kind of plain to you, but when you think about it, it's a really amazing rock. It's 3.8 billion years old, and it was exposed on the surface of the moon about 100 million to 125 million years ago, probably by a crater impact. And it sat there waiting until 1972, when astronaut Jack Schmitt, who was the only professional geologist who was an astronaut who went to the moon, he picked it up and brought it back to Earth. And then in 1976, it found a home here in the museum, so you can come and touch a piece of another world.
That's so cool that visitors can come touch a piece of another world. Now, when Neil Armstrong took the first steps on the surface of the moon, he was wearing a spacesuit, and that spacesuit is currently in conservation out at the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center, and I had a chance to talk to one of the conservators about how they're dealing with the moon dust still on that suit. Check this out. I'm joined by Lisa Young, a conservator here at the National Air and Space Museum, and we are in the conservation lab at the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center. In front of us is Neil Armstrong's spacesuit that he wore when he took the first step on the moon. Now, this suit's still covered in moon dust, right?
Yep.
What can you tell us about that moon dust?
The moon dust is mostly on the bottom half of the suit. You can see it where it's discolored to a little bit darker gray. And the moon dust is made of grains of soil or minerals that are very sharp and angular. There's no atmosphere on the moon, so the grains and particles of sand don't get worn down. And they cut into the suit fabrics and have embedded themselves between the fibers of the textile.
And it's not just one type of grain of moon dust, right?
Right. Scientists have identified 6 different types of grains, and you can see them under the microscope pretty clearly. And we can see them here on the surface of the suit.
And so when you're conserving this suit to eventually go back on public display and to keep it for generations to come, you have to think about that moon dust in your work, don't you?
Right. We don't really want to clean off the moon dust. It doesn't come off easily, but there is other types of dust that have gotten onto the suit. So we use special techniques to make sure that the moon dust will remain on the fabric and that we get off unwanted dust from storage and display.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for talking to us today.
Sure.
I'm back with Tom and Pris. Now, we've taken a look at a lot of different things today about the moon. Why do we still study it?
Well, the moon is very special. I mean, it's our closest neighbor in the solar system. But it also has this, again, very special connection to the Earth. The moon really has kind of a stabilizing influence on the Earth. And you know it as the tides. You see the influence by the tidal rise and fall of water. Actually, the Earth does the same thing to the moon. In fact, it's doing it now. Instead of raising tides on the moon, it raises kind of a solid body tide, not a water tide, because there's no water on the moon. But that's actually influencing how the moon is developing with these young faults that we were talking about that are still forming. The Earth is actually influencing how those faults form.
And even though the rocks were brought back from the moon over 40 years ago, Chris, people are still studying those, aren't they?
Oh, that's right. Every year, NASA still hands out samples to scientists who want to study the moon. And we're still learning new things about the composition of the rocks.
And that's because a lot of technology just keeps getting better.
That's right.
Okay, so let's take a couple more questions. We have an online question first. How are moon rocks and Mars rocks similar or different?
Well, moon rocks formed in an environment that had little or no water, as we talked about before. On Mars, there's evidence that there was lots of water at one time. So on the moon, we don't have a whole class of rocks that you find on Mars and the Earth, which are the sedimentary rocks, which are rocks that form by depositing in water.
Okay, so we have an audience question. What's your question?
Why is the moon black and white?
Why is the moon black and white?
Oh, well, when we look at the moon and we see the white areas are the highland areas, and it's because they're made up of white rocks and light-colored rocks, like the anorthosite that we talked about before. And the dark-colored areas are made up of dark rocks, like the basalt that we talked about before.
So there aren't any trees or oceans. We're just looking at
No, just rocks.
looking
and
at rocks.
Pretty old ones too.
Okay, so let's go to an online question. Have we found any new materials that are present on the moon?
Well, we did find some new minerals on the moon, and we found that they were minerals that were formed at high pressures. And this comes from all the cratering on the moon and all the bombardment on the moon that creates high pressures in the rocks and can help form new minerals. They found a new mineral. It was called armalcolite, which was named after Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, the Apollo 11 astronauts, which we hadn't known of before, but later found at an impact crater on the Earth. There was also a mineral called tranquilityite, and one with a really strange name, pyroxferroite.
Well, I want to thank you two both for being here today. That's all the time we have. I also want to thank the International Titanium Association. And this is our last show of the school season. We'll pick up again in September. We've got some really exciting topics. Let's give you a little look. Thanks so much for watching today. We hope to see you in September. That was really great. I love it. Okay, Marty. All right, we're trying to give you a little kite inspiration here. We're in the Wright Brothers Gallery, and there's a big connection between kites and gliders and the airplane. So I've got a simple kite, and we're going to build this.
I don't know, Beth. I've never been good at building or flying kites.
When did all this start with you?
When I was in 6th grade, I had an amazing teacher, Mr. McCoy, and one of the lessons that he had us do was to build our own kites. We measured it out, we cut everything, we built it. It looked great. I took it out. It never left the ground.
You know, I think what you need is a little more inspiration.
That might help.
Whether indoor, outdoor, whether 3 or 103, I truly believe freedom of expression. And I have a saying, Charlie Brown has nothing on me. I have 2 left feet, but it's okay. We're flying kites. It doesn't always stay in the sky, so it's really nice to have that ability to crash once in a while and just smile about it.
Okay, as you see, even a really talented flyer like Scott has his off days.
You know, you're right. I've got the original lesson plan that I had when I was in 6th grade. I'm going to build this thing, and it is going to fly.
Okay, well, let's start with the easier kite to begin with, because we only have about 30 minutes.
It's a good idea.
This is STEM in 30. Now, you see, that was your tail. That's one of your problems. You're losing your pieces. Hi, I'm Beth.
And I'm Marty.
And we are coming to you live from the National Air and Space Museum. Actually, we're outside of the National Air and Space Museum today.
We're on the National Mall, and when you hear the word mall, you might be thinking about like coffee shops or chain stores or food courts, but you'll find none of that here. We have monuments and museums in the United States Capitol.
Now, the term mall used to be used just to talk about a park, a place where people could hang out and socialize. In 1902, it was decided that this area would be called the National Mall. Now, the Smithsonian is on the National Mall, and our oldest building is right behind me. It's the castle, the Smithsonian Castle, and it was built in 1855.
Behind there, you see the Washington Monument. There are 879 steps to get to the top of it. Now, that's a long walk, but they also have a very nice elevator. Now, today's show is live, as you can see by all the people walking behind us and all of the natural sounds that you hear of Washington, D.C. But we want you to submit questions right now about kites. The whole show today is dedicated to those. You submit those questions. We have an expert standing by, ready to answer those, and some of them we might even use on the show today.
We're also going to welcome our in-house audience, the Elliott Hine Middle School. And Marty, the show's about kites, and we know that you've had some problems with kites in the past. Fortunately for you, we have 2 expert kite flyers. We are joined by Paul LeMasters and Dave Ashworth, and they'll be flying, and hopefully they'll be able to help you out at some point.
I hope so.
Let's take a look at what Dave and Paul are doing. So let's start by welcoming Tom Crouch. Now, Tom, you're in charge of early flight history, balloons, kites, and artwork.
Right.
And we have artwork here today. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this?
Sure, Beth. It's one of the largest artworks in the collection. It's called Delta Solar, And it was done by an artist named Alejandro Otero, who was Venezuelan. He gave it to us in honor of the bicentennial of the American Revolution. And I just love it, and other people do too. And a few years ago, we got a letter from a lady who used to take the bus from up on Capitol Hill right around the corner every day. And she wrote a letter to us telling us how much it meant to go by Delta Solar every day. One night, she says, I went by at sunset, a very red sunset. It was pure gold with the movable parts turning slowly and looking like golden cloth. Another time, it was a bright day with a 40-mile-an-hour wind, and the wings, that's what I always think of them as, were whirling in the wildest of dances. I was born in the year the Wright brothers took their first flight at Kitty Hawk. I've lived to see us fly the oceans and fly to the moon, and all of these soaring achievements are personified, if a thing can be personified, in this remarkable sculpture. Thanks for giving me such a living beauty. So that's what one person thought of Delta Solar.
Oh, I think it's lovely as well. Now, the museum has a long history with kites, and in fact, we used to be involved in the Kite Festival. Do you want to tell us how that got started?
Sure. If you'd been here on the Mall Gang in 1967, it was illegal to fly kites. The police would come and haul you away. And Paul Garber, who was the founder of our museum, the National Air and Space Museum, was a lifelong kite builder. He just loved kites. And so he decided that it wasn't fair, that you should be able to fly kites on the Mall. So in 1967, Paul organized the first Smithsonian Kite Festival. And this year was the 50th anniversary. The Smithsonian doesn't do it anymore. The National Cherry Blossom Festival sponsors the Kite Festival these days, but it's been going for 50 years, and it's a real Washington tradition.
And it's still very popular too.
It is.
They get lots and lots of people down there flying kites. Now, kites are some of the oldest objects in our collection. And you were very gracious in taking us to see some of those kites that are being restored. So let's take a look.
We're here in the Conservation Laboratory at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center. And I'm with Amanda Malcolm, who's one of our paper conservators. And we have in front of us one of the oldest flying objects in the Smithsonian collection. It's a Chinese kite built around the city of Canton, as it was in the 19th century, and sent to the Philadelphia exhibition, the Centennial Exhibition in 1876, as an example of Chinese culture. So it's very important as one of our oldest flying objects in the collection, but also very frail. So, Amanda, what do you do to preserve an object like this?
So, as you said, these kites are not in great condition. The paper itself is a traditional Chinese paper, and it's been wrapped onto a bamboo frame. And the bamboo has been bent, and there are multiple pieces that have been bent and tied together with actually a twisted paper and then adhered in place.
Wow.
Yes. The paper of all of the kites is very brittle. The bamboo is broken and missing on some of the kites. So our main goal, because these kites are so important to the collection, we want to stabilize the materials to make sure that they last for a long time. The first step in stabilization is really to understand what your materials are. Know that we're working with bamboo, we're working with a Chinese paper, which is generally a short fibered paper. We have these really beautiful pigments that very likely have faded, are flaking. There's some white here that you can see is missing. That's from flaking pigment. So although the kites are in really poor condition, conservator's job is to make them last for a really long time. So stabilizing the materials and putting them in proper housing in proper environmental conditions.
I want people in the future to see these prize cultural examples of kites.
Okay, Tom, do you want to take some questions?
Sure.
How about we start with an online question? What is the oldest known kite?
Well, the word kite, Beth, first appears in Chinese in the 5th century BCE, before our era, a long, long time ago. And since the word is Chinese, we figure there had to be an object to go with the word.
Okay, great. So we think that kites came from China then?
We do.
A long time ago.
Yep.
We have an audience question. Who has my first question? Come on up. Come on up. Ask your question.
What year was it invented?
What year was the kite invented? Do we know?
Well, we don't really know. Again, the word goes back to the 5th century BCE, so they're very old.
And we have another online question. Have kites ever been used for a form of transportation, like an airplane?
Yeah, they have. In the 19th century, there was an Englishman named Pocock who actually built a kite-powered carriage. He got in the carriage and held onto the kite, and it pulled him down the road.
Okay. Well, as we know, Marty has been working hard on his kite, and he is going to show us about a kite that he built a long time ago. Not as old as the kites are, as we know in history, but a while ago.
You
Marty?
bet.
Thanks, Beth. Now, I've got some friends over here that are building sled kites, and we're going to see them flying those kites here in a little bit. We've got one of our educators from the museum, Doug, helping them. And so these guys are doing a great job. And as Beth mentioned, I've had some trouble with kites in the past, so I've got the lesson plan from when I was originally in 6th grade. It's the original lesson plan. It was sent to me by my former 6th grade teacher, and we're going to make that kite. You ready to help me? All right, so what we do is we gather all of the materials. We've got trash bags, tape, some dowel rods, and some drapery hooks. Pretty simple materials. Drapery hooks are a little bit to find, but you can find those at most stores. So we take those materials and we lay out our trash bag, and we're going to measure out a 21-inch square to start with. So we measure that out and we cut it out. Now when we're done with that, we will end up with a piece that looks something like this. So Jessica, help me hold that down there. So Jessica's helping me here, and we've got a 29-inch dowel rod that we're going to run diagonally across our kite here. And Jessica, if you want to grab some tape and tape that down for us, that would be great. So we're starting out with that, the spine down the middle. We're getting that taped down. And the next thing we have are two 17-inch spars. And so they go on the sides here. So if you want to tape those down as well, you can. And what we do there is we lay those down. Those are basically the wings of the kite. And then we measure 11 inches from the top of the kite down along those spars, and we cut a real small hole. We also reinforce that hole with some tape. You can see I've got some tape here already. So we're going to reinforce that hole, and then we create our spreader bar. And this bar is basically two drapery hooks taped to the end of it. We take those and we poke those through the holes that we just created, and that we have some tension on there, and that gives us a good solid foundation for our kite like that. The last thing that we do is we add a keel to the back of it. The keel is what actually we connect the string to, and then we add a tail to the end of it. And the more tail we have, we add more tail based on how much drag we're going to need. So the stronger the wind, the longer the tail that we have. So we've got this here, and when we're done with it, it should come out looking something kind of like this. So we'll try to fly this here a little bit in the show, and you can see everything flies really well in this wind. I can't wait to fly this. Now, the National Air and Space Museum has a Kite Family Day where you can come out with your family, build kites, learn all about kites. It's a really great day. My kids love coming out to it. While they were here last year, we talked to a couple of the participants who were actually flying kites inside. Check this out.
I got into flying when my dad got his first kite, and I was allowed to fly it as well. I like choreographing my kite to fly to music because it's like dancing.
I got into kite flying. I went on a fishing vacation. We were in North Carolina, and I saw a Wright Brothers replica hang glider. I walked into the kite store to sign up for a flight, and there was a flat screen with all these kites, with these revolution kites. And there's 4 or 5 guys standing shoulder to shoulder doing all these intricate maneuvers, and I went, no, forget hang gliding, I want to do that. You just keep learning and learning when you get into kite flying.
Okay, Tom, so we saw Thomas Fletcher, who's talking a little bit about being in North Carolina and wanting to take a right glider flight. Now, kites actually had a lot to do with the development of the airplane.
Oh, I have a tough time imagining how you could have invented the airplane if you hadn't had a kite first.
Well, let's go over how to control an airplane. I need you guys to stand up for me. Everybody stand up. We're going to do a little exercise. Now, you can keep your kites in your hand. I need you to put your hands out like this. Try not to hit your neighbor. Okay, so we're going to go through the 3 ways of controlling an airplane. First, we're going to do pitch. Pitch is this way. Everybody pitch with me. Go ahead. All right. Tom, why is pitch important?
Well, pitch is what causes the airplane to nose up and down.
Okay, now we're going to try yaw. Are you ready? It's kind of like y'all without the L. All right? Let's all bend at our waist. We're yawing. Yaw, yaw. Tom, why is yaw important?
It's what makes the nose go right and left.
Okay, now there's one more way to control an airplane.
Right.
This is the 3rd one. Are you guys ready? We're going to roll. Roll, everybody roll. Now, Tom, this is really important. You guys can sit down. You did a great job. Give yourselves a hand. So, Tom, roll is really important.
Well, all control is really important. When you think about the Wright brothers and the invention of the airplane, really the key to what they did was to develop a way to control the airplane once it was in the air. And roll was the tough axis of motion to control. And what they did was to come up with a way to do it, and then they built this to test it. Now, this isn't the real 1899 Wright kite, but it's one just like it that a friend of mine built. Can I have a volunteer? Come on up.
Come on up.
I'll let you hold it on that end. Now, what you do, you hold it so it doesn't blow away. There are 2 sticks right here, and you fly the kite like this, just the way these guys are flying their controllable kite out there. And when you do your thumbs like this, then you move the top wing back and the bottom wing forward, and you pitch up. When you move your thumbs the other way, you move the top wing forward and the bottom wing back, and you pitch down. But when you oppose your thumbs like this, when you work the sticks like this, what you do, all right, now hold the top, and we're going to do this. What we're doing, the Wrights called it warping the wings. We're increasing the angle of attack on one side by working the strings, and that increases the lift on that side, decreases it on the other side. That means you can balance the kite, and that is the way they learned to balance an airplane.
Okay, great. Now this kite is an experimental kite. It's not very fancy.
It's not what?
It's not very fancy.
No, it's not.
It's pretty simple kite made of simple materials.
Yep.
But there are other kites, like the kites that Dave and Paul are flying, that are really colorful and wonderful. And we had a really great experience. We went to master kite maker John Burkhart, his studio, and we took a look at some of his really neat kites. Let's go there.
I'm joined by master kite builder John Burkhart. We're here in your studio. Thank you so much for showing us around.
A real pleasure.
Now, I see some designs of kites here. Can you tell us about what I'm seeing here on the table?
I decided to try to do something really different. And this is not a design I've seen anybody else do. But I was working, first of all, with cardboard to get angles right and proportions right and all of that. And so I followed that up with this drawing. And then, You notice I've got it on graph paper, so it's really easy to measure. And then I started thinking about, well, what do I really want to build? And what I want to build is a big kite. I want to build a kite that's almost 9 feet tall. Yeah, so I'm going through all the proportions and figuring that out, and I've got the size figured out. Now, you know, if I'm going to cut up 9 feet of fabric, I want to see if it flies. So what I did was I made this particular model. Some people call them maquettes, and took it out and flew it around, and that's to test the kind of structure that I have in mind. And what I found is that, yeah, this is a good start, but I want to make some improvements. This kite kind of tends to pocket between these crossbars, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to lay real smooth. My test flight generally said that I could do bridling like this from the spine.
So your original design was okay, but you're actually making improvements on that, almost like a writer revising their work.
Yes.
That's
yes.
really interesting.
Right.
Now, this isn't the only scale model that you've got. You've got another one back over here, right?
That's right, we do. This is a kite. The graphics are designed by my wife, Karen, and this is called We Become Birds. She made the design, and I made this to test out the colors and to test out the shape and the aerodynamics. And now we've made a much bigger one, and it's won a lot of prizes, but it's too big to put up here in the studio.
I was going to say, can we see it?
We can see it.
Well, you can see that we've moved outside now, and we've got the model here in the full scale. And John, the colors on this are just amazing. Can you tell me about the colors?
Sure. When you do the colors right in ripstop nylon, it looks just like stained glass, and that's what we're trying to do. There are areas here where there are multiple layers of fabric, and of course we've got the stitching that gives you a particular effect that we also want to emphasize.
So when you're putting the colors together, you're really thinking about what it's going to look like in the air, aren't you?
Absolutely. It has to look good when it's hundreds of feet away.
Well, you've accomplished that. This is amazing. Thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you, Marty.
I'm now joined by Dave Ashworth. You're an incredible kite flyer. We've seen you flying kites, and you build your own kites. Yes. These things look amazing. It seems like there's a lot of math and geometry involved in building one of these.
There is, in some cases, there is quite a bit. Key rules in general with kites is you want symmetry on the left and right side. You want the kite sails to be absolutely equal in size and configuration, and you also want weight to be equal. So you don't want to do something that would add weight to one side and not do it on the other side. I think the other thing that's very important is the bridle points and where you configure the bridle so it always has a little up angle to the wind. It's very, very critical.
So that angle of attack really makes a difference in how well it flies depending on the wind.
That's correct. So sometimes if the wind is stronger, you may want to change what that angle is. So if you can make something adjustable, it's very helpful. Because often, particularly on a smaller kite, it's very critical. And you don't move the point very much.
So you have a little bit more leeway for error on a larger kite than a smaller kite?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, awesome. The smaller kites are harder to set up because everything's more precise.
Awesome. Well, speaking of small, nice, really good-looking kites, I've got a friend here. Bring this over. She's got this kite that I have built. Now, I do want to recap a little bit. So I've struggled with kites for a long, long time. And so for this show, Beth asked me, why don't you build a kite? So not only did I build this kite based on a lesson plan from 1988, but also then I went to the conservation area and saw some of the oldest flying objects in our collection with Tom Crouch. I went to John Burkhart's studio, which was just incredible, and saw he builds the kites, and I've been watching you guys fly these kites, and now I get to fly this one on live TV. So do you have any hints for me before I get started?
Yeah, look, why don't you spool out some thread, and okay, and that'll make it easier for you, because if the line is only that long, it's real hard to get it up in the air.
All right.
And you ought to be prepared to walk backwards.
Okay.
Is the wind to your back?
I think so, yeah.
Good. Try it.
There, come on.
More quickly.
Come on.
There's not much wind.
Not a lot of wind, and you were telling me earlier that there is a lot of turbulence in this area that
There
we're
is.
at.
There's a
because we're right
building and
between
trees.
a large building and a big artwork,
Right.
and so the wind is not
The wind
ideal
is
for
sort
flying
of all-
kites,
sort
as
of
is
all over
evidenced
the
by how horribly that one's flying. So Beth, maybe back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, it was turbulence.
Poor Marty.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so let's take an online question. Tom, are you ready?
Great.
Okay, does the tail on the kite serve any important purpose other than being decorative?
Sure. The more wind there is, the more tail you need normally. And what the tail does is to give a little drag to the kite, and it keeps it sort of at the right angle, and it helps keep it balanced in the wind.
Okay, who has my second audience question? Come on up. Do you have your question ready? You know it. You're ready. What's your question?
Who invented kites?
Oh, that's a good question. Who invented the kite?
Well, we think the Chinese invented kites.
Go ahead.
As I said, the word kite, first time it's ever used is in Chinese, almost 7,000 years ago, a long, long time ago. So kites are very old. They're Asian, we think Chinese.
Okay, but they're flown all over the world now.
They're flown all over the world for all different kinds of reasons, mostly for fun.
Mostly for fun. And there are some kite fighters too.
Oh, there are. In South Asia, especially, kite fighting is really a pretty big deal. It's a major kind of social contest. People take their kite strings, dip them in glue, and run them through broken glass so that they can cut the other person's line.
And do you win the kite?
You win the kite.
Okay, we are actually out of time. I'm sorry about the second question. I want to thank our sponsor today, Boeing. I also want to thank Ball State University, who came out and did a great job helping us put this show on. Next month, Marty and I will be looking at helicopters, so check this out.
Hi, I'm Marty Kelsey, one of the hosts of STEM in 30, and check this out. This is a Marine helicopter nicknamed the Frog, a Boeing CH-46. This type of helicopter has served in every conflict from Vietnam to today. This particular one served in Vietnam as well as Afghanistan and Iraq. If you think this is cool, be sure to check out STEM in 30.
So I want to remind you to join us May 11th for our next STEM in 30. And Tom, let's enjoy the kids who are flying. Oh my gosh, Marty's got his kite up. Hey, Marty.
Nice!
So what's the next topic for STEM in 30?
Oh, we're going to do our first show on helicopters.
Helicopters? Oh, that is so cool. All of my favorite shows growing up had helicopters in them. There was the A-Team and Magnum PI and Airwolf and Chips.
Marty. First of all, Chips was more about motorcycles than it was about helicopters, and this is not an action show.
This is STEM in 30.
This is STEM in 30.
Hi, I'm Marty.
And I'm Beth.
Today we are coming to you live from the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center in Chantilly, Virginia. And this place is amazingly cool and super huge. Near us today we have a Huey and a Cobra helicopter, as well as the first X-35 ever produced. That's an airplane that can take off almost vertically. Now today's show is all about helicopters. We'll be talking about this green dual-rotored Frog that you see behind us, as well as the orange and white Coast Guard helicopter hanging in the air.
To begin, we'd like to welcome our in-house audience, the J. Michael Lunford Middle School. You guys worked really hard on your questions today, and we are looking forward to having one of our experts answer them.
Speaking of experts, we have an expert standing by ready to answer those questions. Those watching at home, go ahead and submit those questions. Anything you ever wanted to know about helicopters is fair game. Go ahead and submit that. Our expert will answer them, and we might even use some of them on the show today.
Now, for some reason, for the helicopter show, Marty thought it'd be a really great idea to take a ride in an actual helicopter.
There were a couple of decisions that we needed to make about riding in the helicopter, and Beth made the call on one of them, and I do think it was the right call.
Yeah, I suggested that we ride with the doors off and not on. So do you want to take a look at our ride?
Let's check it out.
Right, 34 left. Use caution for bird activity in and around the airport. Read back all short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information Delta.
That's ground. Good afternoon. It's helicopter 9233 Foxtrot. Information Delta Squawk Company code. Ready for departure. We're heading north. All right, guys, what do you think? You're flying.
It's great. It's
Wow.
great.
This is pretty amazing. I was not expecting to go backwards to start, but wow. All right, let's go flying.
Okay.
That's Good afternoon. It's helicopter 9233 Fox Air Photo. Holding short of Bravo Golf, ready for departure. We're heading north.
I'm being piloted around by Steve Bussman of Bussman Aviation. Steve, thank you so much for giving us a ride today.
My pleasure. You guys picked a good day for it. All right, so right now we're about 800 feet, putting along at about 70 knots. It's about 80 miles an hour.
Tell us about how far this can fly and the fuel that it uses.
Sure. This is a turbine-powered helicopter. We burn kerosene, so Jet A fuel. And we hold 64 gallons of fuel. And it's right below Beth and John in the back cabin there. So as we burn our fuel, it does not change our center of gravity, so we don't have to compensate for that. So on a good day with zero wind, we can get from here to New York, it's about 200 nautical miles on a full tank of gas. It's about 2 hours, about 100 knots.
And you have to drive this with both your hands and your feet, is that correct?
Yep, at all times. Yep, there's no autopilot in this machine, so both hands, both feet are working the entire time. So if I have to make a radio change, for example, where I need to use my right hand to do that, I have to put friction on the collective so I can take my left hand, move my left hand to the sidekick. Now I'm flying with my left hand. Use my right hand to make the adjustment. Move my right hand back, come back to the collective, remove the friction. That's why the military in these machines will put the command seat in the left. Because that way you're just taking your left hand to make the radio change. Your right hand always stays on the cyclic.
So Beth, what do you think of your first helicopter ride?
Well,
I'm hearing a little hesitation.
I'm having fun.
There you go.
Sometimes you have to do things that scare you.
And this is way out of my comfort zone, but it's incredibly cool. The view from up here is just stunning. There was a rather large debate about whether we should have doors or not. I have to say, probably no doors was the right call. Scary, but the right call.
We're joined today by Roger Connor, curator here at the National Air and Space Museum, and Roger's also a licensed airplane pilot and really close to being a licensed helicopter pilot. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thank you, Marty.
Now, we've got some incredible helicopters on display here, and the one that jumps to mind first is this giant one behind us called the Frog. Can you tell us about the Frog?
Yeah, the Frog, or in military language, it's a CH-46 Sea Knight, and it flew about 50 years. In military service. So this is what we call a tandem rotor helicopter. So it's got a big rotor in the front and a big one in the back. And it's used to carry cargo, supplies, troops.
And this one was used in several different conflicts, correct?
Oh yeah, from the Vietnam War onwards. Used a lot in Iraq and Afghanistan in recent years.
Awesome. Now we also have the newest one that's on display, this Coast Guard helicopter that's hanging up. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, Marty, our new HH-52 Sea Guard helicopter was one that was used by the Coast Guard for a number of years, also from the 1960s into the 1980s. And that was used to save people usually in the water. It was amphibious, so it was designed to be part boat, part helicopter.
Now it's got a really interesting history behind it as well.
Oh yeah, it saved a lot of people over its years in service. Probably the most significant event was in 1979 in the Gulf of Mexico. There was a huge collision between an oil tanker and a freighter. Giant fireball, a lot of people trapped on the burning ships, and this helicopter was used to pull those guys out, and without the helicopter they would have been goners.
Wow, wow. Well, we've learned a little bit about a couple of the helicopters in our collection, but now we want to learn about how they actually get off the ground. So let's go over to Beth and see if she can give us a lift.
Okay, so I'm here with a couple of friends from our middle school that's visiting, and we're going to talk a little bit about how helicopters and airplanes get off the ground. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about air. So I've got you as my volunteer. What you're going to do is you're going to back up, take this with you, and hold it like that. Well, you're going to put three big breaths in there, and let's see how far you blow it up. 2, 3. All right, that's not bad. All right? Okay, shall I try? Sure. How many do you think I'll do? 4. Let's back it up. Keep backing up. Keep going until I tell you. Back it up. All right, there we go. Okay, we ready? All right, how did I do? Okay, I did a little bit better than you did, didn't I? Okay, well, here's the thing. This is kind of a party trick. This scientist named Bernoulli,
he lived a long time ago, came up with something called Bernoulli's principle. And what that says is that faster moving air creates a lower pressure. So what I did, you were just taking all the air out of your lungs and just trying to fill that bag. But what I did was I blew into it, made the air move a little faster, right? That created a lower pressure. But what about the pressure outside the bag? Is it high or is it low? What do you think? It's low in the bag, so what do you think it is outside? Okay, so it was high pressure outside. And air tries to like be all at one sort of pressure. So the high pressure rushed in there, and that's how I filled the bag. Now, what does this have to do with flying? I know that's what you're asking, right? Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is an airfoil, all right? What we have done is we have just cut up an airplane wing, okay? So like a slice of, like a loaf of bread. And if it were flying, this would be the leading edge. So air hits this front edge. Can air go through this? No. So it's got to split. Some of it's got to go over the top. Some of it's got to go under the bottom. Now the air on the top, that starts moving faster. So it creates what kind of pressure? Faster moving air is low pressure. Up underneath is high pressure. And that's what creates the lift. And that's what gets an airplane into the air. Now, I know this is hard to understand if I'm just talking to you about it, so you guys all pick up your pieces of paper. I want you to hold them like this. Pinch them. We're going to put it on our top lip, and we're going to blow, but before we blow, which way is it going to go, up or down? Up. Let's try. 1, 2, 3. All right. So, again, you've got, just like when you fill the bag, you're just taking the air out of your lungs and pushing this up. Now we're going to put it on our bottom lip and we're going to blow. But before we blow, which way is it going to go? Up or down? Down. Let's try. 1, 2, 3. Which way is it going? It's going up because you've got faster moving air on top, creates a lower pressure. These two try and even out. That creates lift, and that's what lifts the piece of paper into the air. Now, when you go home tonight, if someone asks you what you learned, you say, okay, could I have a $20 bill and I'll show you all about Bernoulli's principle? Do this, put the money in your pocket, and you will have gotten paid for what you learned today. All right, just don't tell anybody. All right, so how do helicopters work? Do helicopters have wings like airplanes? They use propellers. They have a propeller, but the rotor on top, the blades on the top of the helicopter actually have a significant shape. Let's take a look at that shape. What does that look like? It kind of looks like this shape. Yeah. So airfoils are also on helicopter blades. Those start spinning, and that creates lift, and that's how the helicopter gets off the ground. Now, there's an issue with helicopters, though. Once that top blade starts spinning, there's something called torque, and I'm going to let Marty and Roger talk a little bit about that.
Thanks, Beth. So one of the forces acting on a helicopter is called torque. And there's a pretty interesting way that you've solved for torque on a helicopter. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Marty. So torque is the equal and opposite reaction to the spinning force of the engine turning that rotor. And it's a lot of force. You could actually have a helicopter that doesn't have this long tail boom on it and just have to have a really powerful engine to fight that torque. But what we do with the helicopter, we have the long tail boom, which is a lever. So if you're familiar with what a lever does, we're going to use a smaller force, but over a longer distance. And so what we have at the end of the tail rotor is a small propeller that's going to push air, and that's going to be that force that gets applied by the lever.
And so if you didn't have that, it would just do this and spin.
It would spin around and around. Sometimes that has happened in helicopters, that something happens to your tail rotor, and all of a sudden you start winding up really fast.
That doesn't sound like any fun at all.
No.
All right, well, you ready to take some questions?
Sure, let's do it.
Let's start with a video question.
Hi, I'm Alexa, and how are helicopters different than airplanes?
So airplanes and helicopters are actually more alike than you might think. Both are using wings. In a helicopter, the wings are just a lot longer and narrower. The big difference is how those wings are pushed through the air. So with an airplane, you're using a propeller or jet engines to push it through the air to move the air over the top of it and get that lift effect that Beth was talking about. With a helicopter, what we're doing is using the engine to turn the wing, and that allows us the advantage of taking off vertically.
Awesome. All right, let's go to an online question. What does the word helicopter mean?
Well, it's from two Greek words, so helix and pteron, so that's spiral and wing, so spiral wing. And it goes back about 150 years. It was the term was invented in France.
Wow. All right, let's go to an audience question. Who's got our first question? Come on up.
About how fast do the helicopter blades go?
So the helicopter blades, one thing to be aware of is they're turning in a circle. So the parts that are nearest the mast, they're going to be turning a lot slower than the parts that are out towards the tip. So near the tip, the speeds can be close to the speed of sound. If you get up to the speed of sound, bad things start to happen. There's a lot of forces start to pile up on the blade. So you don't want to do that. So short answer, at the tip, near the speed of sound, a lot slower as you get near the mast.
All right. Let's go to an online question next. How high is a helicopter able to fly?
So about the highest anybody has ever landed a helicopter was on Mount Everest, at the top of Mount Everest. And that was done fairly recently. So that was really kind of pushing things. Now you can actually get above that if you're flying forward. So if you're not trying to hover, you can actually go a little bit higher. So they've done almost 45,000 feet in a helicopter. So pretty high.
Wow, a little bit higher than 800 feet that we were flying at earlier.
Oh yeah.
All right, now Roger, like we talked about earlier, you're real close to having your helicopter pilot's license. So we thought today we would give you a flight test.
All right.
So we're going to have 3 questions today. What we're going to do is we're going to show you a split screen of the cockpit controls and then what's happening on the outside of the helicopter. And what we want you to do is explain to us how that affects the movements of the helicopter. So you ready?
All right.
All right, let's go to the first question on tail rotor pedals.
All right, so a tail rotor, as we were talking about, that's our anti-torque device. And what we do with the tail rotor when we push on the pedals is we change the pitch of those blades, and that makes our left-right movement, what we call yaw.
Okay, so we're actually talking about kind of basically spinning and only in a controlled way.
Right.
Outstanding. Well, looks like you got that one right. Let's go on to our next question, which is the collective.
Now with the collective, what we're doing is we're going to change the pitch of the blades all together, all at once. And that's what collective means. We're doing it all together. And if we increase the pitch of the blades, what we're doing is having them essentially create more lift, getting more bite of the air, and that's causing us to rise. Less pitch, less lift, it's going to descend.
Outstanding. You see here on the screen that you are exactly right on that one. Really nice job. It's like you've done this before. And let's head over to our next question, which is the cyclic stick, which is in the cockpit. Tell us about that.
So the cyclic is the control that it's the stick. It's what the pilot's using to change the direction of the aircraft, its movement. So to fly forward, to fly back, to fly side to side. That's what's being done with the cyclic. Now, it's the kind of magic that's really happening in that rotor hub. So it's the trickiest part. What we're doing is we're changing each blade individually, not all at once, but each blade's pitch as it moves around the rotor hub. So at one point it's going to be higher, and then it's going to move lower, and that's going to cause the blades to rise or descend, and that creates a change of the path of those blades, and that's going to create a change in the directional force of the helicopter. It's going to angle it left or right, forward, back.
I was amazed when we flew how much Steve was on that stick because it was constant. There was no break in it.
Helicopters have controls that are more interconnected than an airplane. Airplane, you can kind of sit back and do one thing at a time. A helicopter, any movement in the cyclic or collective or the torque pedals, it's going to affect the other ones, and you have to compensate. So both hands, both feet are always moving.
Wow. Now, on our flight, we had something really interesting and a little bit scary kind of happen towards the end of the flight, and Beth's going to tell us more about that.
Okay, yes, something did happen, and what we're going to do is I'm going to play you a little clip of our flight, and I want you guys to listen really carefully to the sound that the helicopter's making. Okay, did you guys hear anything different? What did you hear? Anything?
Like this weird, like sort of like thumping sound.
Thumping sound? What did you hear?
I heard a lot of movement. It was different than the smooth kind of flying.
Like the smooth, yeah. Okay, what did you hear?
It was like loud.
It was very loud. What did you hear?
It sounded like a lot of like wind.
like a lot of wind. Okay, let's listen to it again, and I'm going to tell you the point you really need to listen for. So let's listen to it again. Did you guys hear how it sort of went quiet at that area? Okay, so what happened was we were in the helicopter and we asked the pilot to disengage the rotors, all right? So the rotors are the things that's spinning that creates a lift that keeps us up. All right, so he disengaged. So what do you think happened? Do you think we just crashed?
Like glided?
Like glided, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you like glided.
Glided? What about you guys?
Sort of like hovering.
Sort of like hovering? What about you?
I think you guys glided.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what happened. Okay, so at that point we didn't quite land, but the blades continued to spin. That's called auto-rotation. And you're right, we sort of glided down or auto-rotated. And what happened was as we got to the runway, the pilot, thankfully, engaged the rotors again, and so we were able to take off. Now you guys have sort of tiny little helicopters, so we're gonna auto-rotate them. So everybody hold them up. All right, and on the count of 3, we're gonna drop them. Now, are they going to fall straight down or are they going to just sort of spin? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's see what happens. Great job, you guys. You all landed safely. No one got hurt. Marty, Roger, back to you.
All right, thanks, Beth. Now, I have to tell you one kind of little hidden secret about that video. Yeah, Beth and I weren't in the helicopter when that happened. We took some of our brave crew and let them do the auto rotation for us and videotape it. We thought they'd get better video, and neither one of us really wanted to be in there when that was happening. But as a pilot, you say that's actually quite a bit of fun.
Oh, yeah, it's a blast.
Now, Roger, one of the things that's happening with helicopters, they're really progressing, and there's a new kind of age of helicopters with drones. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so a lot of you have probably seen the quadcopters or hexacopters, octocopters, depending upon the number of rotors that are out there. They're a lot simpler than the helicopter in terms of the way that they're controlled. It's all software. What they're doing is controlling the speed of electric motors, and that's just driving a fixed pitch propeller. So there's no cyclic or collective control on those. So if you scale this up and put a person in it, and some people are starting to do this now, it gets kind of tricky. You get pretty sick riding one of those because any little movement to control the thing, you're going to feel pretty strongly. And a helicopter, it's nice and stable in the cabin, and the rotor's doing all the moving part. In a drone, the whole thing's pitching around.
And drones don't auto-rotate, do they?
No. If you lose the power in the drone, the whole thing comes down.
That doesn't sound like any fun to be in at all.
No, you need a parachute if you're going to make it safe.
Now, the Smithsonian actually recently collected the first FAA-approved delivery drone, right?
That's right. Last year, it made a delivery of medicine down in Southwest Virginia.
And that seems like a really interesting new field that we might be seeing bringing stuff to our doorsteps.
Oh, yeah, it's very exciting.
Now, tell me about the Osprey, because that's kind of a combination of a helicopter and an airplane.
Yeah, so the advantage of an Osprey is it can take off vertically, but fly with airplane-type speeds. The disadvantage is you have to carry those extra parts with you. So you're part airplane, part helicopter. It's not doing either one of those things as good as a pure airplane in forward flight or as a helicopter in hovering.
Now, there's also a new design coming out that has 2 rotors stacked. Tell me about that.
One reason that you might do that, to have 2 rotors on top of each other called coaxial, is you either need a narrower helicopter. So if, let's say, you're on a ship, you don't have enough room for that full rotor span. You might do that. Or if you're trying to go faster, one thing that you can do is if you stack those rotors on top of each other, they're going to reach their speed limit, which is called retreating blade stall. They'll reach it opposite each other, so they counteract that effect. And so you can kind of push into that regime of flight, which a single rotor helicopter cannot do.
But the dual rotor helicopter with them stacked, or like the Frog behind us, they don't have to deal with the spin of torque.
Yeah, so they don't have the torque problem.
Awesome. We ready to give some questions a whirl?
Sure.
All right, let's start with an online question. Would a helicopter be able to land on Mars?
So this is actually not as crazy a question as you might think. And in fact, at this moment, engineers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory are developing a helicopter to fly on Mars as part of their Mars sampling rover, which they're planning on sending out in a few years. They're looking at for different ways to go out and get samples. One problem with the Mars rovers that they've had is they get bogged down in the really loose soil on Mars. And so if you could fly around and get samples, it'd be a lot easier. Now, flying on Mars is not a simple thing. The air is very, very thin there. So you're going to need a lot bigger rotors to make that work, or maybe more power. So it's a really big engineering challenge. But essentially what they're doing is making a very fancy drone to fly on Mars.
That's awesome. All right, we've got an audience question next. Come on up.
How does a helicopter stay balanced when there's uneven weight on each side?
Okay, this is a very good question. So how does a helicopter fly if it's unbalanced? And this is a very tricky part with helicopters. Helicopters are usually a little bit more difficult to handle with weight that's not kind of perfectly balanced. Airplanes, they're a lot easier to trim out if the load's shifting around a bit. Helicopters, it's pretty narrow. So when you look at how a helicopter's built, there's a lot of thought going into where you put the engines, where you put the gas tank, because you really have to have most of your weight has to be right under the center of the rotor. So you have to design the helicopter so that anything that's going to change in weight, so that's the gas or that's the people you pick up or cargo that you load on, that should really be kind of balanced, centered on that rotor system. If you have the Frog, it's a lot easier. You know, it's like a board that's being held up at both ends rather than a seesaw. It's going to be a lot more stable. So that's the best way to deal with cargo that's a little bit out of whack. Single rotor helicopter, you just got to design it really carefully.
Awesome. Well, Roger, thank you so much for talking with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Marty.
We'd also like to thank our sponsor, Saffron, and remind everybody that in 2 weeks, we will have a show that is going to rock. Hi, I'm Marty Kelsey, one of the hosts of STEM in 30, and check this out. In this case are rocks from the surface of the moon. The moon. These rocks were picked up by the astronauts on Apollos 15, 16, and 17 and brought back here to Earth. Astronauts are walking around and they look down and they're like, hey, there's a cool rock. They picked it up, they brought it back to Earth, and now they're right here in my hands. If you think this is cool, be sure to tune in to STEM in 30. If you've ever wanted to know what it's like to fly in a helicopter, we have posted on our website a 360-degree video of our first flight, so you can actually look around just like we were doing. We hope to see you guys again in 2 weeks. Thanks for watching.
Hey, Marty, what are you doing?
I'm building a model of the Mars rover Curiosity.
Cool.
It is so cool. Could you imagine being on the red planet, roving around, looking around at all of the geologic features and all of that science that's going on?
Yeah, I can imagine that, but can you imagine the entry?
Yeah, that might be a little fiery, I guess. Well, do you want to help me build this?
Sure. How long is it going to take?
It's probably going to take a little bit longer than 30 minutes. Video guys, can you help us out here? See? That wasn't too hard.
No, I think we've got plenty of time for the show. This is STEM in 30.
This is STEM in 30.
Hi, I'm Marty.
And I'm Beth.
Today we are coming to you live from the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. We are inside a gallery called Exploring the Planets.
We want to begin by welcoming our online audience. We invite you to submit questions. We have an expert who can answer them for you, and we may even take one on air.
Now this gallery is incredible. There are some great artifacts here. One of my favorites is the blink comparator that you see behind me. In 1930, Clyde Tombaugh used this instrument to find Pluto. Percival Lowell had predicted where Pluto might be, and Tombaugh, using this and photographic plates, looked through images for months to try to find Pluto. See how hard that was? Check out these images. Now, as you see these images, do you see Pluto there? It's kind of hard to spot. You see why it might take months. Now look what happens when we add a couple arrows. Do you see it now? Obviously you can see why this may have taken Tombaugh months in 1930 to have discovered Pluto.
Speaking of Pluto, New Horizons, the object above me, was launched in 2006. In 2015, it flew by Pluto and took some fabulous photographs, only 8,000 miles above the surface.
All right, one of my favorite stories to tell in this gallery is that of Voyager. You see the full-scale model up above me. This spacecraft was launched in 1977. There were actually 2 of them. They're still going and sending back signals. Now, on board was a golden record. A record is a thing that we used to use in the olden days to record sounds. And on this record, we sent sounds of Earth out into space. Listen to this.
Konnichiwa. O genki desu ka?
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
Hartelijke groeten aan iedereen.
And now I am joined by Michaela and Caleb. Mackenzie, I'm sorry, and Caleb. Now, we're standing here in front of the Mars rovers. We're actually going to be talking about Mars today. Now, why do you guys think that we would send these rovers up and not astronauts?
Because they have little cameras and wheels.
Little cameras and wheels. Did you guys get a chance to take a look at these things? Mm-hmm. Now, did you notice anything that is similar among them?
They both have little gold pieces, wheels, and solar panels.
Gold pieces, wheels, and solar panels. Now, the rovers are specifically engineered to do certain things while they're on Mars. And is there anything that you notice that's different?
One's bigger and one's smaller.
One's bigger and one's smaller because they do different jobs. Now, to learn more about the jobs that rovers do on Mars, let's go to Marty with our first guest.
Thanks, Beth. I'm joined today by Kobe Boykins, a mechanical engineer at the Jet Propulsion Lab. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me here, Marty.
So those guys did a great job.
They did an awesome job.
And they noticed a lot of different things about the rovers. When I look at the rovers, I notice that the wheels are very, very different. Why is that?
Yeah, so if you look at the rovers that you guys have here, which is awesome, you start off with Pathfinder, which is a small rover. It was a technology demonstration. We wanted to actually see if we could actually drive on the surface of Mars. We didn't know if we could do that or not. And so if you look at the wheels specifically, you'll see that the wheels are very sharp. The texture of the wheels looks totally different. And that was so that we could climb over rocks. But as we got better and understood more about what the surface of Mars was like, we actually went to the Mars Science Laboratory. Its wheels are a little bit bigger, and they're designed more not to climb over rocks, but to drive over loose dust. Think of it as like light, fluffy snow, if you will. And that's how they were designed. And then you get to Curiosity, the one that's behind us, and there's a much larger rover. And its job really wasn't, it wasn't worried about rocks because, the rocks were going to be small compared to the size of the rover. It was really actually to climb up Mount Sharp, which is where we landed in the Gale crater, to do more investigation. So you can see sort of the history and the development of the wheels and how we've changed from rover to rover.
Now, there's a feature on the wheels that I think is really interesting. There are some holes on them, but they serve a purpose, right?
Yeah, so there's what we call the odometry feature. And so odometry is just distance. And what we can do is we use that feature to actually, after we drive the rover, we know how far we told the rover to drive. And we'll turn around and we'll take a picture, and from the picture we can see how far we drove. That helps us tell a slip. But the interesting thing about that feature is when we first started off designing the wheels, we actually wrote the words JPL sort of a negative so that we could actually stamp JPL on the ground, on the surface, so that we could see, JPL on the surface of Mars, which would be really cool. But we actually had to change that. So we actually turned it into Morse code, and if anybody knows Morse code, it actually says JPL in Morse code. So it's really sort of a fun thing about being one of the engineers and design people behind it, that you can do things like that and sort of make it fun as well.
But it still serves a very important purpose.
Very, very important mechanical purpose, and something that we use for science as well.
Now, did you learn things when you were working on the first rover that helped on the second and the second that helped on the third?
Yeah, most definitely. In fact, we actually started the rover program a lot before the first rover, which is Sojourner on the surface, or here that you guys have in the museum, which is awesome, is the Flight Spare Marie Curie. And so that was really the start of it. And you can see sort of the evolution of the rover. So Marie Curie or Sojourner was really a technology demonstration. Just drive. Take an image of the landed station in Carl Sagan Station. Spirit and Opportunity were the first time where we actually that was the primary mission, was the rover. And they're roving geologists. So their specific goal was to go look at the history of the rocks on Mars and see if Mars was once a wet place. And then you get to Curiosity. Curiosity, and not being a roving geologist, but a roving biologist. Her job was actually to see if Mars was once a habitable place, and had life started on Mars, would it be able to be sustained on the surface?
Awesome. They've all got very different purposes, and you can see that in the models here.
Yeah, most definitely.
That's cool. You ready to take some questions?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
All right, let's start with an online question. What was the biggest challenge your team faced when engineering Curiosity? That's from Mark.
Okay, so Mark, it's a fantastic question. What was the biggest challenge that we faced? Well, for me personally, I was part of the engineering team that built the actuators for Curiosity. And so the actuators are things that move. They're like motors, if you will. And so everything that moves on this vehicle was actually was my responsibility at some level, my team's responsibility. And so we had to make sure that we understood how it worked and how it was going to give us information, make sure the vehicle was going to perform appropriately on the surface of Mars. And it was a very, very long development. We had some failures, some things that didn't work out perfectly. But at the end of the day, we got the vehicle to the surface of Mars, and it's been working perfectly. So thanks for that question. It's a really good one.
Awesome. All right, Jack, you've got a question?
Come on up, Jack. Here you go.
How does the rover take pictures?
Oh, how does the rover take pictures? Actually, it's a great question. So the rover actually has quite a few cameras on it. And a lot of the pictures that you see actually come from what we call the remote sensing mast. And on there we have some really, really good cameras. And it's interesting, I was just reading something here in the museum. It's called the charge coupled device. That's the detector behind the camera. So we take pictures almost exactly the way you do with your cell phone. And that's what we take that image and then we relay it to one of our orbiting spacecraft. And then that gets relayed back to Earth. So that's how we get pictures on the surface of Mars.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great question. All right, well, one of the things that we've done by being able to drive around the surface of Mars is learn some incredible geology. Let's go over to Beth with a Martian geologist.
Now I'm joined by Dr. Jim Zimbelman, who is a geologist here at the museum. Jim, thanks so much for being here. We've been roving around on Mars for a long time. Why? What have we learned?
Well, geologists like myself love the pictures, but we always see in a picture, gee, I'd like to get closer to that. That's what rovers have allowed us to do, beginning with the little Sojourner, then to Spirit and Opportunity, and now with Curiosity, we can go right up to the rocks and examine them in detail. The things that interest me are sand, because each little particle is telling us something about the rocks in the vicinity. So they are giving us different views as we move along a beach or in a sand dune or something like that. Well, that turns out to be true at Mars, and we now know that because just the end of January of this year, Curiosity, for the first time, investigated an active sand dune on Mars with all of its instruments. I've waited over 30 years for this to happen, and it's just terribly exciting to finally see some of that new information being revealed. Not only the pictures that show us some of the detail, but Curiosity has instruments that tell us the chemistry and the mineralogy of the little sand grains and can make other measurements that we just hadn't dreamed of decades ago when we were wondering how could we get to a sand dune on another planet. Now, so far, there are a variety of ideas as to what's going on. It seems to be like a sand dune we're used to thinking about here on Earth, but the conditions are different enough that the ripples look a little different, and that will need to be explored more. But again, the advantage of a rover being able to take us and our instruments right up to an area and investigate it in detail, that's terribly exciting.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Now, one of the ways that we learn about that geology is through the cameras.
Right.
And nothing seems like it's by coincidence, and the height is in the same boat, right?
No, nothing's by coincidence, and all of it's engineered, all of it's designed. And so for Spirit and Opportunity, the Mars Exploration Rovers, the cameras are right at 5'2". And the reason we did that is that's the average height of a human being. So the images that we get back from the surface are like somebody was walking along the surface looking out at Mars. So it's like a human being was really there. With Curiosity, they're a little bit higher than that, but we still wanted to give that same sense of a human being actually roving the surface so that they could look around and scientists could actually get a sense of what does this rock look like or what does that rock look like, this geologic feature or that geologic feature. And it actually helps with analyzing the data that we get.
Now, did you guys have any challenges when you were designing the cameras and building them?
Yeah, the cameras are pretty difficult in general. And one of the most amazing things is that with the cameras, and we separate them a little bit, just like your eyes are separated, so you can do interferometry. More or less what you can do is you can tell depth. One of the things that you have to be able to do is know where those cameras are. And so because Mars is so cold, it can actually get to minus 128 degrees centigrade on Mars. That's the temperature at which carbon dioxide freezes in the atmosphere. So you could have dry ice on the surface. And then it gets pretty warm. It can be about the temperature that it's in here, so like 72 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees centigrade. And so you get metal, and metal will move when you have temperature swings like that. So you have to be able to understand how do those cameras move and distort on the metal that they're mounted to, and then take that out so that you can actually make a 3D image that actually works.
So you guys not only have to take account getting it to the planet, but also anything that's going to happen once it's there.
Once it's there and how it points and all of the things that go along with it.
Wow, that's really cool. Now, the cameras on the Mars rover have taken some absolutely amazing pictures. Check these out.
So you were talking about taking pictures on Mars. Now, when we take pictures here on Earth, we have a bluish atmosphere.
Right.
And that influences the colors that we see.
Right, most definitely. It's how our eyes work.
But on Mars, things are a little different.
That's correct. And you have something that looks like Mars, actually, when you look to it, right?
So what is different about taking pictures on Mars than taking...
So Mars tends to be a little bit more red, or red in the spectrum of light that we see than we see here on Earth. So mostly because of the atmosphere and the dust that's captured in the atmosphere.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at these rocks.
Yeah, so everybody look at the rocks.
So we're looking at these rocks. Now, this is the way we would see them on Earth.
Right.
And this is similar to the way we would see it on Mars.
That's exactly right. So what you can see is when you look at that through that filter, through that sort of rosish color filter, you actually start to lose some of the definition in the rock. So our eyes are built to see a lot of different depth of field and different things, and you can actually look at those rocks and see different pieces. But with the filter, it actually starts to dull some of that out. You don't see that contrast as much.
Now, how do we look at these images from Mars in a way that we can understand and see things that we want to see?
So what we do is we actually use different filters, just like what you had, and we put those in front of our camera, and we actually take images that have different wavelengths of light. So you can think in the color spectrum, what we see is actually a very, very small bit of the whole spectrum of light. And so we can use blue and we can use red. Now, we don't use red like we see. We use red that's a little bit outside of our eyes because that actually helps the scientists actually look at rocks and see different characteristics of the rock, like do they have quartz veins in there, or is there gold in the rock? I mean, it's not really gold, but we're looking for different structure within the rock, and that tells us a lot about what's going on in geologic factors that are on the surface of Mars.
And how do you calibrate these so that you can see these colors?
Right, so on the rover, we actually have what we like to call a sundial. And that sundial actually has some color calibration pieces. And so we'll turn our cameras toward that sundial, and we know what those colors are on Earth. So we look at them, we know it's red, we know it's green, we know it's yellow, we know it's blue. We can look at that sundial, we can actually calibrate to those colors, and then we can actually make a false color image that we can present back to Earth and say, here's what it would look like if you were looking at it on Earth, even though it's on Mars.
And that allows scientists to look for minerals that they're looking for.
Right. Look for different things, different structure in the rocks, yes.
Okay, great. Now, in order to get these rovers to Mars, they had to be pretty lightweight.
Yes.
And they are built of metal. And earlier I talked to Stan Siegel, who told us all about the metals that are on the Mars rovers. I am joined now by Stan Siegel. You are a titanium expert.
Well, sometimes they call me that, yes.
Now, why is titanium a good metal for aerospace industry and spacecraft?
Well, it's very important when you go into space, weight. And titanium has very high strength and a low density. And the combination of those two properties make it one of the most efficient metals in flight.
When you're working with titanium, it's more difficult than other metals. How do you make the parts for the spacecraft?
Well, basically, titanium is produced by all the same processes that aluminum and steel and stainless in forging, rolling, and extruding and things of that nature. There's no difference. Titanium is a little more difficult to work, and sometimes you have to use special care in handling it.
How do you find the best quality, and how do you test for that?
Well, there's 3 areas we like to test in. Once, when we melt the titanium as an ingot, we want to make sure the composition is perfect. So we take chemical analysis at various points in that ingot. We then process it to a bar product or plate, and we then take coupons and measure the strength and ductility. And then sometimes we will look into the part, like ultrasound in the medical field, and look for defects inside.
Oh, okay. Now, is the titanium used to build aircraft and spacecraft, is that pure titanium?
No, pure titanium has a strength of around 40,000. The most popular alloy is 6 aluminum, 4 vanadium, and 90 titanium. And that has 4 times the strength, and that's what's used on most aircraft and space. Small amount of pure titanium is used, but not very much.
Okay, so you have to combine it with some other things to make it useful for the aerospace
That's right,
industry.
and we call that alloying.
Okay. Stan, thank you so much for answering our questions today.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
It is time for my favorite part of the show, Stim It to Win It.
Hi, now I am joined by Patience and Lucas, and they are going to play our game. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you guys an image. It will either be an image from Earth or from Mars. When you think you know it, hit your button, okay? Are you ready? Let's take a look at the first image. Okay, Lucas, what do you think it is, Earth or Mars?
I actually think it's Earth because the rock doesn't look like it could have came from Mars.
Okay, so Lucas thinks it's Earth. Yeah. Our online audience says Earth. Let's see what our specialist Jim Zimbelman says.
Well, you've been looking at a view of Earth, looking at something called an alluvial fan. This is a process that's very common in deserts. It turns out there are alluvial fans on Mars, and the importance of that is it involves water carrying the rocks and debris to make the fans.
Okay, are you guys ready for your next image? Okay, ready? Here it is. Earth or Mars? Okay, Patience, what do you think it is?
Mars.
Mars? Okay, Patience thinks it's Mars. Our online audience thinks it's Mars. Let's see what Jim Zimbelman had to say.
So now you've been looking at an image of gullies on Mars. Why is that important? This is another form of water flow that's eroding these things, but gullies are not just Martian features. They also occur on the Earth where the same process is going on.
Okay, you ready for one more image? You guys ready? Here it is. Okay, Lucas, what do you think it is?
Okay, I think it's Earth again because it looks more like Earth.
Okay, so Lucas thinks it's Earth. Our online audience thinks it's Mars. Here's Jim to tell us what it is. Let's see if Lucas or the online audience is right.
Now you've been looking at ridges, topographic highs that have been caused by forces in the planet. First, you've been looking at Earth, but there are also many ridges on the planet Mars because the same internal forces are active there.
You guys did a great job. Let's go back to Kobe and Marty.
Thanks, Beth. Great job, guys. So, Kobe, how do we keep these rovers going so long? Because they've all outlived their lifetimes.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I wish I could tell you exactly. I mean, some of the things that we did, and I'll go back to Spirit and Opportunity, those were designed to last for 90 days. And, we've been on the surface of Mars exploring for 12 years with Opportunity, which is an amazing feat. And, there's a lot of testing that goes into the engineering. And, I mean, on all the sides, throughout the development, the design, the building, the testing, we've actually tried to make sure that we understood what was going to happen with the rover and make sure that we built something that was robust. But we never would have guessed that it would have lasted this long. And even with Curiosity, we made our primary mission, which was to last for 1 Martian year, 2 Earth years. And we've done a lot of great science, and we're getting all this great information back. But a lot of how we make them last is just to actually do really good engineering design. You start with fundamentals, you test it until you figure out where things break and how they break, you fix those, and then you actually get ready to send it to Mars.
So what's next? Are we sending something else to Mars?
Yeah, we are. We're sending a lot more stuff to Mars, which is quite entertaining and interesting. In 2018 now, we're going to send a mission called InSight. And InSight actually puts a seismometer on the surface of Mars. And so that seismometer is actually going to tell us the tidal effects, i.e. what happens here on Earth with the oceans and how they move. But we're going to see that on Mars with Phobos and Deimos, the 2 moons of Mars. And we'll actually be able to maybe tell if the subsurface of Mars is liquid or not. So does it still have a liquid core? And then the next one is another mission just like Curiosity with the same type of rover, same size rover, with a whole different science suite. It's called Mars 2020 at the moment. Hopefully it'll get a name soon. And it has one of my favorite instruments, it's a new science experiment. I'll call it a technology demonstration. It's called MOXIE. And what we're going to actually do is we're going to take the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere of Mars and convert that into oxygen.
Wow, and that's a first step towards actually sending humans towards Mars, isn't it?
You can start to lead into that if you'd like to. Yeah, I think it's very cool that we would be able to do that.
That's incredibly cool. All right, you ready for some questions?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
All right, let's start with an online question. How long is Curiosity's mission and how long will its power source last?
That's a very good question. So the first part is the primary mission for Curiosity was supposed to be 1 Martian year, and we're going to drive up to about 20 kilometers. and 20 kilometers. And so we've done the primary mission in terms of time, not in terms of distance. We haven't driven that far, mostly because there's been really exciting science that's really close to where we've landed. How long is the source? Well, we have what we call a multi-mission radiothermal isotope. That's our nuclear source on that vehicle. And so its half-life is, I think, something like 37 years. So we're not going to have a power problem per se with that vehicle, but I don't actually know how long that power source will last, but I can sort of say about the half-life. So it has power for quite a long time. But just like the solar arrays on Spirit and Opportunity, as long as the sun's still giving us energy and we're pointing toward the sun, we still make enough energy for the rover to work.
Awesome. All right, we've got an audience question next.
Okay. Here you go, come on up.
How quickly can a rover move?
How quickly can a rover move? That's a fantastic question. Let me do it in a way. Do you know what you know how big a football field is? Okay, so our rover Curiosity can do a football field in 45 minutes. So very slow. 5 centimeters a second is what we nominally say, but it takes about 45 minutes to go the length of a football field. So really, really slow. You wouldn't want to watch it drive. It's sort of like, oh, is it going to make it? Is it going to make it? So it's not very fast. But, you know, it's 300 million miles away, depending on how you look at it from Earth. So there's no gas station. There's no somebody to fix it. So we can go slow because we have to process all the information. It's a great question.
Great question. All right, we've got an online question next.
Okay, another online one.
What made you want to design robots on Mars?
What made me want to design robots on Mars? Well, I mean, for me, it was actually in 5th grade. My 5th grade teacher really challenged me, and she asked me a question about what is it that I want to do. And I really, at that time, was into Star Trek. And I wanted to become Geordi LaForge. I wanted to be the engineer on the Starship Enterprise. And I thought it would be so cool to be the person that people go, hey, this is broken, can you fix it? And so that sort of started me on this career of doing engineering and being aerospace engineering, building vehicles that go to space. So that's really where I got my start. But I think it actually started before that. I just like working with my hands. I like seeing things and how they get put together.
That's really cool. Well, thank you so much for talking with us today. We really appreciate it. We'd like to thank the International Titanium Association for sponsoring the show today. And we want to encourage everyone to tune in next month as we take to the skies for one of my favorite topics, kites.
Hi, I'm Beth Wilson. I'm one of the hosts of STEM in 30. Did you know that every year the National Air and Space Museum hosts a Kite Family Day? And during this day, we bring in flyers who can fly kites indoors.
You can't fly a kite inside.
Actually, you can. In fact, the flyers refer to this not so much as flying a kite, but dancing with it. But no one steps on your toes.
I can dance.
You can barely nay-nay. If you think kites are interesting, be sure to join us for our next STEM in 30. Can you even fly a kite?
I've had trouble with that in the past, but we're going to call this show Redemption.
This should be interesting.
Thanks for watching. We hope to see you next month. That was, yeah, I'm really bad at it.
The meeting will now come to order. Hello, I am Marcia Herbert, President of the Board of Education. I would like to welcome you to the April 12th, 2023 board meeting. In keeping with the board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being streamed on the CCPS website at www.carrollk12.org and broadcast live on Channel 21. We are also recording this meeting so that it can be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. Public participation will be held at approximately 5:15 p.m. Speakers will be directed into the boardroom from the building lobby and are allotted 3 minutes to address the board. As a reminder, please silence all cell phones and other devices. Board members, please turn off your microphones when you are not speaking. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I need a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
By Ms. Battaglia, seconded by Mr. Whistler. Ms. Savigny.
President Herbert, I would like to make a motion to remove item 6F from the agenda for this evening.
Do I have a second? By Dr. Dorsey. All those in favor signify by saying aye for the change.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Now, I will call for the vote for the approval of the corrected agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. At this time, I need a motion for the unapproved board meeting minutes of March 8, 2023.
So moved.
By Dr. Dorsey, seconded by?
I'll second.
By Ms. Battaglia. Comments, questions, corrections? I call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. At this time, I would like for the student who is here for the Carroll County Student Government Report. Good afternoon, dear.
Good evening, board members. My name is Flamatu Fofana. I'm the vice president of CCSGA. Unfortunately, Nikki Zhang is up at Massachusetts for a college visit, so I will be giving the board report for today. So currently, we are planning our April General Assembly. This is where we'll vote for our president, vice president, secretary, and second vice president for the upcoming school year. Our General Assembly is currently being planned for April 26th at Liberty High School, which is the president's home school. Candidate applications will be due April 17th, and if you're interested on being on the executive board, please reach out to your advisor or the CCSGA account for applications, or if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to our advisor, Mr. Melhorn, or any of our board members. For this General Assembly, registered students will have the ability to choose which workshop they want to attend. We'll be offering 3 different workshops, Environmental Affairs for Earth Day coming up, True Colors, which is about leadership and teamwork, and finally, Keys to Excellent Communication, which speaks for itself. Staff applications will be coming out soon after our General Assembly, so if students would prefer to be a staff member rather than an executive member, those applications will be out shortly. You can view the responsibilities of those staff positions right now, so if you'd like to familiarize yourself with these responsibilities and expectations of these roles, you can visit our CCSJ Instagram or website. Students can apply for more than one position, but they will not be appointed to more than one position. Just some updates of what CCSJ has been doing. CCSJ went on their Advocacy Day to Annapolis, and we spoke with Delegate Justin Reddy and Delegate Tomlinson, and we have officially voted for our Schwab for the 2023 to 2024 school year, or sorry, 2024 to 2025 school year. And a big congratulations to Chloe Kang, who will be the Schwab-elect next year. And those are all the updates that we have for this meeting. Thank you so much for listening.
And at this time, we will move on to public comment. Ms. Battaglia.
To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply. Speakers with a connection to CCPS will be allowed to address the board for the allotted 3 minutes. Only those speakers that have registered online and have notified the communications department will be permitted to speak. Priority will be given to those citizens that are addressing the board about an item on the current agenda. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Public participation is not intended to be a question and answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to questions. The superintendent board reserves the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the public participation period. Statements to the board should relate to a recent agenda item, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter or general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. The board has scheduled time on the agenda for public participation at approximately 5:15. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that all topics may be addressed. Additionally, the board retains the discretion to allow additional speakers as it deems appropriate. The board is allowing no more than an hour of public participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. All comments should be directed to the board members at the dais. Citizens may only address the board with their individual comments. Citizens may not stand in for another person or group and read their comments. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence. Citizens may leave any handouts for board members at the table in the back of the boardroom. Please do not approach the dais. Additionally, the public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, or if you are unable to complete your comments in a allowed time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board in writing. Those seated in the audience are asked to be respectful of the speaker and refrain from commenting to the speaker or the board members. First speaker is Amanda Jaskowski.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all again. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future represents the most significant education reform legislation in decades for our state, as you know. While most agree that the primary aim, increasing access to high-quality, inclusive education for all students, is sound, there's been much debate about the mechanisms by which we achieve this goal. In the past several months, there's been increasing discussion of the blueprint in our county, and I stand before you today in an attempt to clarify some misconceptions I've heard repeatedly in my community, among parents as well as school system leaders. Some have made claims such as, quote, the blueprint will be the downfall of CCPS and will, quote, have tragic effects on education. It is true that we now find ourselves in a situation where there seem to be few alternatives to increasing class sizes and shifting around educators to schools where the funding formulas require additional resources to be allocated. But it is not true that the blueprint requires these shifts, and it is not fair to claim that the blueprint is, quote, ruining our schools. We put ourselves in this position by cutting our budget year over year down to bare bones and cutting school system positions by over 300 during the time the blueprint has been in development. I'm also concerned that some of these issues are being presented as new. While we have not had the full implementation guidelines for long, many of the central tenets of the blueprint have been clear for years. Districts and neighboring counties have been working to build capacity and address the coming changes well in advance. This preparation has served them well, yet our county seems to have sat on its hands until we reached crisis mode. This, paired with an uncertain county budget allocation and extreme strain on our existing infrastructure in certain parts of the county, has led to a very difficult set of circumstances, to be sure. Today, I am respectfully requesting that the board please provide additional information to the public about the options you've considered beyond moving teachers and subsequently increasing class sizes. What were the alternatives you discussed, and why were those ideas rejected? I think it's important for us to have the clearest sense that everything was on the table before the suggestion that we increase the burden on already overworked and unsatisfied educators and take such drastic measures that put the quality of children's education on the line. It is simply not true, as was stated at a recent town hall, that there is no evidence that class size relates to learning outcomes. I will be sending you research evidence of this tomorrow. It is also not true, as has been consistently repeated by several board members, that the blueprint doesn't include outcomes measures related to student success. There is literally an entire pillar related to accountability, and many whose entire jobs are to measure outcomes of the blueprint, including academic achievement. Instead of complaining about government overreach, looking to circumvent mandated resources from groups of students who actually need more support, or casually wondering what would happen if we simply decided not to meet the mandate, the answer is decreased funding, we should be asking what could happen if we do. The blueprint is here. We would do well to embrace it, continue to think critically about its obvious limitations, problem solve together, and make sure we are doing absolutely everything we can to support our students and educators. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Moss. If I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Marla Posey Moss. I'm the president of the Free State PTA, the official state PTA Congress in Maryland, representing national PTA. And before I continue to speak, I would like to have all or any members of PTA please stand. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to always give acknowledgement to the local supporters of PTA here in Carroll County. I appreciate your welcome, President and Superintendent and Board of Education members. I just wanted to bring a face to the Free State PTA and give you a little bit of a perspective from the state level, and I'm glad you have some from the local units as well. First, I'd like to share with you what distinguishes PTA from other parent groups, especially since all PTAs are nonprofits and are membership-based advocacy associations. As the largest child advocacy association in Maryland with over 60,000 plus members, the Free State PTA values collaboration, commitment, diversity, respect, and accountability. The state PTA works with a constituent PTAs, just like was represented here, and on a myriad of professional business expectations ranging from leadership training, adherence to financial guidelines and government documents such as bylaws, promotion of partnerships within the school community, maintenance of insurance and tax filings, and administration of programs and grant funding that promote family engagement, the arts, health and safety, literacy, and a host of other parent interests that contributes to a positive school climate. A critical component that underlies our work as a PTA family is in diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. The PTA realizes that strong education that considers DEI helps children, their families, and school communities be successful. Moreover, a quality education is attained when diverse voices, perspectives, and experiences are infused in acquiring knowledge and learning in the classrooms, executing policies and procedures, and professional development. Additionally, achievement is improved when the implementation of education is tailored with the proper resources to meet the needs of students. That is equity. Membership to the PTA is always open to anyone who believes in the purposes and values of the PTA, and that includes individuals who do not have children, to parents and guardians of non-public school students, to members of the community, and of course to yourselves as policymakers. The legislative agenda, which you will be receiving electronically, completely considers parent advocacy in their involvement. The PTA mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. And I can't stress that enough, all children. Some of the bills that have passed in Annapolis with our advocacy is House Bill 185, non-public schools and child care providers, corporal punishment, the prohibition of it. A related bill on special education, judicial actions, attorney's fees, and related costs, House Bill 1237. And we do hope to invite you to our convention, which is July 28th through 30th. Thank you so much for supporting Maryland Public Schools.
Our next speaker is Sherry Uffit. Again, if I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Hi, it's Sherry Uffer. Thank you. So I wanted to thank the board for inviting me to speak and let everyone know that I am a mother of two students at a high school here in Carroll County, and I'm also happy to be a student support aide as well. So I have a interesting position from within the school, and I'm here today to discuss and reflect the problems I've seen with mental health for students of elementary and middle and high school age. I've found that the mental health of many teenagers in particular has decreased, especially after the COVID pandemic. But according to the National Library of Medicine, 16 studies have shown that between 2020 and 2021, children and college students as well have reported feeling, quote, more anxious, depressed, fatigued, and distressed, unquote, than prior to the pandemic. And unfortunately, even as recently as 2023, according to USA Today, an article that was published in February, suicide rates are up in this country. So my proposition is that we should incorporate 3 mental health days into the Carroll County school calendar. And that would mean that 3 days out of the school year, public schools would be closed for both students and teachers and administrators. As of now, there are 12 states that take part in mental health days. And within these communities, 74% of parents believe that children should be offered mental health days. I think that it would only benefit students and staff and contribute toward the well-being and stability of our school community. They could be placed strategically during times of instruction that are in between periods, between breaks. And I want to thank you for allowing me to come here and suggest it.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Paul Taylor.
Good evening, Board. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Paul Taylor, and my wife and I, we have 2 kids in the Carroll County school system. And over the past several months, my kids have had to endure an environment of racial bullying to the point where my son keeps coming home crying, which is making me very, very upset. And while we have engaged the respective school system and the administration has been very understanding and following the progressive disciplinary policy process, the bullying has continued and it has even gotten worse. And so I'm here today to ask the board, what steps will you be taking to protect my child and all the others who are similar to him and my daughter, to ensure that they're able to come to school and learn in an environment where they're free of bullying and having to endure this kind of a behavior in 2023. And so I need to know from this board what you will be doing to minimize or to mitigate or to address the policy, because it doesn't seem like it's punitive enough, because the behavior continues and it's the same people time and time again. And so I need to know what this board will be doing to ensure that my children and others like them will not have to endure this kind of a behavior going forward. Thank you.
Excuse me. Is this a elementary, middle, or high school issue?
High school and middle school.
Okay. I'll have one or two of our cabinet members meet you in the lobby to discuss the situation that you're dealing with and start to get resolution to that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we will be hearing from employee groups.
Okay, that's a tough one to follow. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent McCabe, board members, Commissioner. I am Celeste Jordan, President of CCEA. On May 25th, CCEA, CASE, and CCPS held right across Maryland. We'd like to thank the community for coming to the event. We're already making plans for next year. There is nothing better than seeing a child pick out their very own book to take home and to read. CCPS has used one inclement weather day this year, the day before winter break. Luckily, we've had a very nice spring break Thursday to Tuesday and beautiful weather. I hope all the students and educators took time to recharge and soak up some sun to be ready for Q4. As I used to tell my students, there is always something to learn, even on the last day of school. Q4 will be filled with standardized testing for most grades, AP testing for high school students, and final exams. Q4 will also have some fun times, play days, prom, and promotion and graduation ceremonies. I was recently searching the CCA shared drive for a document, and I found a speech by former CCA President Cindy Cummings Wheeler titled 20 Ways to Keep Your Teachers. Don't worry, I'm not going to read all 20 to you today. But it's interesting that this was written back in 2003. So, support the educator in matters of discipline. Nothing destroys the classroom atmosphere more than a disruptive student. If the educator has reached a point when they send the student to the officer support room, treat the incident as something serious. Deal with the student in a way that says the behavior is keeping other students from learning and is totally unacceptable. And do not immediately send the student back to class. Cindy wrote that in 2003. Now educators are dealing with behaviors that require students to leave their classroom while another student tears it apart. So their learning is being disrupted. Second thing that I'm going to bring tonight, really care about what your students are doing. An educator takes great pride in the achievements of their students. Stop to admire the children's posters on the wall or projects in the classroom. Occasionally glance through their notebooks, read their essays, compliment their students on their behavior as well as their classwork, and compliment the educators who plan the lessons and created an environment conducive to learning. Third thing, give the educator the benefit of the doubt. Show support and even grace for the educator in student-educator issues and in parent-educator confrontations. Do not be so quick to judge the educator without finding out all the circumstances. If you have concerns, privately discuss them with the educator. Personal illness, a death or other tragedy in the family, an accident, the birth of a child, and the lack of sleep that follows, all of these things can affect a person's performance temporarily. Give as much understanding and support as you can. According to a 2022 Gallup poll, 44% of workers in the K-12 education system say they are always or very often burned out at work. K-12 educators were the highest group expressing burnout at work. As we move through the last quarter, I hope we can all of us can offer grace to each other. We need to support the educators who work with the students and determine ways to alleviate these feelings. Educators should not be made to feel guilty about needing to use their earned leave. Educators should not need to worry about any new initiatives this school year. People often think of Q4 as a winding down time for school, but to educators and students, when May begins, it'll feel like it's going at warp speed. I hope all the educators and students take a deep breath and think about this quote from John F. Kennedy. Let us think of education as the means of developing our greatest abilities, because in each of us there's a private hope and dream which fulfilled can be translated into benefit for everyone and greater strength for our nation. One person can make a difference, and everyone should try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent McCabe, members of the Board of Education, and Commissioner Rothstein. I'm Cindy Porter, President of CASE, representing education support professionals in Carroll County who are LPNs, clericals, and assistants. As Celeste said, this is a very busy time of year for all educators. CASE was proud to partner with CCEA and CCPS to bring back the in-person Read Across Maryland Day at the end of last month. Making connections with our students and their families is such an important part of what we do, and that day was a wonderful example of what it's all about. We look forward to partnering again next year to continue to bring this worthwhile event to our community. Before spring break, I had the opportunity to support Sherry Main as the MSEA ESP of the Year from Maryland at the National Education Association Education Support Professional Conference. The conference was a wonderful weekend of learning and networking with other ESPs from across the country in the 9 ESP career families. For those who are not aware, an ESP career family is a group of ESP professions that share similar core job skills, responsibilities, education, and training. You've heard me speak on several occasions about the quality of education support professionals here in Carroll County. While at the national conference, one of the most informative sessions I attended while there dealt with the results of a recent NEA survey currently being compiled for public release. But even the results from the 2017 survey speak volumes of our ESPs. More than 57% have an associate's or more advanced degree. On average, ESPs have been employed in that occupation for 13 years. A major source of job satisfaction is the personal fulfillment from working with students. Since 1992, the percentage of all pre-K to 12 ESP working with special education students has increased from 31% to over 60%. 2/3 have given money out of their own pockets to help students with things they need. The majority live in the communities in which they work, and many volunteer there. You may wonder why I mention this myriad of statistics. It's become obvious that while those in this room usually hear me speak of the wonderful qualities of our ESPs, that not everyone in our communities understands. I feel these statistics are very much representative of the education support professionals in the CASE bargaining unit. Our bargaining unit members work tirelessly day in and day out for the students of our county, and I know they will be there as we make the fourth quarter push to the end of the school year, as they are every day. I couldn't be prouder to stand here as I do every month as the representative of these essential, hardworking people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, board members will be doing special recognitions, and we're going to start with Ms. Savigny with her two.
National School Library Media Month. April is National School Library Month. Our media specialists teach students how to locate and use information through both traditional resources and new technologies and instill the love of reading for a lifetime. Thanks to these dedicated employees for making our school media centers a welcoming place for students to live, learn, and have fun.
And you have one more?
And I have one more.
Yes, please.
National Teacher Appreciation Week is May 8th through the 12th, and May 9th is National Teacher Day. During this week, we celebrate our extraordinary educators who work tirelessly throughout the year to help all students learn, grow, and fulfill their potential. We are very fortunate to have such dedicated teachers who go above and beyond on a daily basis to meet the needs of our students and provide them with a high-quality instruction. Thanks to our teachers for all you do for our students.
Ms. Battaglia?
National Student Leadership Week is April 16th through 22nd is National Student Leadership Week. This annual recognition highlights the important role that student leaders play in our schools and in the community. We are fortunate to have a very strong and active student government association that gives students an opportunity to voice their opinions and develop their leadership skills. The board would like to thank Emily Tedeschi and our student rep and Nikki Zhang, president of CCSGA, for their outstanding leadership and the excellent job that they do representing our students. Thank you both. School Lunch Hero Day will be observed on Friday, May 5th. This day is an opportunity for parents, students, and school staff to thank our hardworking school food service workers. We appreciate these dedicated employees who do whatever it takes to provide our students with healthy meals each and every school day, and for making students feel welcome in our school cafeterias.
Thank you. Dr. Dorsey.
Okay, Public School Volunteer Week. Public School Volunteer Week will be celebrated during the week of April 17th through 21st. From tutoring and mentoring to chaperoning field trips and assisting in the classroom, volunteers play a crucial role in supporting the success of students and teachers. We very much appreciate the efforts of these dedicated individuals who do so much to support our schools, our students, and our staff.
Thank you. Mr. Whistler?
Hi, good afternoon. National Assistant Principals Week. Last week, April 3rd through the 7th, was National Assistant Principals Week. Our assistant principals work very hard to ensure our schools run safely and effectively. Our students excel academically and socially. Our teachers grow professionally, and our families and community members become involved and stay engaged in the education of our students. Thanks so much to all of our assistant principals for their outstanding work and leadership. In addition, Administrative Professional Week is April 23rd through the 29th, and Wednesday, April 26th, is actually Administrative Professionals Day. Thanks so much to our clericals, secretaries, and administrative assistants, both in our schools and at central office. These dedicated and caring employees are essential to the daily operation of our schools and offices. They assist our students, staff, and the public in countless ways and play a very vital role in their schools and our entire school system.
Thank you, Mr. Whistler. And at this time, we're going to start right with you with your board member activities. Please.
Thank you so much. A lot to report. It's been a busy month. On March 10th, I attended Westminster Elementary's bingo fundraiser. I am so grateful for teachers and parents who came together and packed the house to raise funds for their playground. On March 20th, I attended the Blueprint Town Hall at South Carroll High with our superintendent. I really appreciate her efforts to inform everyone on how Blueprint will affect our schools over the coming years. It's so very important that we manage expectations and ensure no one is surprised. For many, it was an eye-opening experience. I'm very concerned that some elements of Blueprint will significantly damage the academic success of our educators. The academic success that our educators have created as compared to other counties. I will continue to work personally alongside stakeholders across the state to either repeal certain mandates or create waiver processes that will preserve local Board of Education control on how we use resources to improve results for every student. On March 23rd, I participated in mock interviews for our junior class at Francis Scott Key High. I really appreciate the numerous leaders of our local businesses and civic groups that volunteered their time to help students improve their interviewing skills. On March 24th, I had a chance to visit Mechanicsville Elementary and see the incredible work of our teachers and staff. Every student I saw was smiling, engaged, and learning. There is little reason to doubt why that school is one of the very best of our elementary schools in the county. On March 27th, I attended Commissioner Joe Vigilotti's town hall in Tawnytown. I appreciated conveying to those residents some of the upgrades we'll see in some of our schools in that region, and it was nice to hear their feedback on how they think our schools are performing. On March 29th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Teacher of the Year Awards at Winters Mill High School. It was such an honor for me to see nearly 1/3 of our teachers recognized by parents and colleagues for the selfless work they give each day for our students. I really appreciate the Chamber playing a big role in recognizing our county's educators. On March 30th, I attended the Facts First Blueprint event at the Explorations Commons in Westminster. I appreciated the efforts by Carroll County Community College President Dr. James Ball and our very own CCPS Blueprint Administrator Angie McCausland, and they're giving parents details on how high school-age children can dual enroll at local community college at no cost. This aspect of Blueprint, which is one of my favorites, will give many disadvantaged students access to college courses while in high school. On April 1st, I attended a LEO convention at the Mount Airy Middle School. For those who don't know, LEOs are sponsored by Lions clubs across the country to encourage volunteerism and community service among our middle and high school students. Students from Carroll, Frederick, and Washington counties met to make craft items for donations to pet shelters, local homeless shelters, and our veterans groups. On April 3rd and 5th, I met with the principals at Linton Springs Elementary and West Middle, respectively, to check in and discuss their perspective on how Blueprint might impact their schools. I really appreciated hearing from them on how they thought it would impact their schools, and I look forward to having them partner with the staff and administration to help us figure out a way to move forward. And finally, I really want to thank our state delegation who secured nearly $400,000 in funding for playgrounds in our local communities. Legislative bond initiatives and block grants championed specifically by Senator Reedy in the Senate and Delegates April Rose and Josh Stanko in the House of Delegates will provide $75,000 each to Carrolltown Elementary, Westminster Elementary, and another $75,000 each for pre-K playgrounds at Spring Garden, Runnymede, and Linton Springs Elementary Schools. I really appreciate their collaboration and support for our students.
Dr. Dorsey.
Thank you. On March 9th, I attended the science fair at Pars Ridge Elementary School, and that was for students who attend Pars Ridge and Mount Airy Elementary Schools. Students proudly shared their exhibits, their problems or questions that they pursued, their hypotheses, the procedures they followed, and the materials used. And they also shared their conclusions and any future questions that arose. So again, it was a good evening, and it was great to have the parents and the community support the students in that effort. On March 10th, I attended our Curriculum Council meeting. At that meeting, Ms. McCausland shared information about the blueprint for Maryland's future, and the content supervisors presented instructional materials that they are recommending that we consider for the beginning school year 2023-24. I again thank Mr. Wernick for facilitating the meeting for us. On March 16th, I attended the MABE Conference Program Committee meeting, and the committee decided on our conference schedule for this year. We prioritized our keynote speakers and brainstormed topics and speakers for our hot topics and workshops for this year's conference. On March 17th, I attended the Equity Council meeting, and the main objectives of the day were to review and discuss the roles of Equity Council members for our meeting next month that we're going to be having with the school equity liaisons. And we also reviewed and revised the Equity Action Plan and the rubric that went along with that. On March 29th, I participated in Century High School's virtual mock interviews. Thanks to Melinda Ditson, Career Connections Coordinator at Century High School, for giving me the opportunity to interview several 10th grade students, and I had one 11th grade student. This provided practice for the students, and it certainly gave me a bird's eye view of how prepared and skilled the students are. So again, that was a very worthwhile experience, and again, thanks to Mrs. Ditson for inviting me to participate. And finally, on the 29th, I attended Carroll County Outstanding Teacher Awards, and again, it was an honor to recognize this year's Chamber of Commerce scholarship recipients, outstanding teacher nominees, and outstanding teacher finalists. We all know that teaching is certainly challenging, and it seems to get more challenging each day. But we also know that it can be so rewarding, and it was very good to shed a positive light on the teaching profession and to thank and congratulate the honorees for the evening. All schools, I think, were well represented, and I certainly know for all teachers that were recognized, there are certainly others who are working tirelessly day in and day out, also excelling in the profession. So I thank and congratulate again those who were recognized, and certainly thank the Chamber of Commerce for continuing to make the awards possible. And we had several businesses at different levels, the premier level, the corporate business level, and PTA sponsors. I again thank them as well for supporting this outstanding Teacher Awards program for us.
Thank you. Ms. Battaglia.
So happy fourth quarter. I know a lot of students and especially teachers are now excited because this means almost the end of the year. So we're heading around the corner. We're almost there. A couple events I attended was the Read Across Maryland event, which I'm so glad I got to attend. I took my youngest daughter with me to there, and she loved it. She had a good time. Attended the town hall with Commissioner Vigalotti, where he touched on everything that's happening in District 1, and also the Outstanding Teacher Awards. It was nice to be in person again. I was really excited to have that happen. Upcoming, I'll be at the town hall that Mrs. McCabe will be having later this month. And there's various plays around the county with different schools, so I do ask you to check them out. I know some are opening this weekend, which would be Liberty High School's Freaky Friday, and the Addams Family at FSK. And next weekend will be Footloose at Man Valley, and Into the Woods is having one at Winters Mill, and 9 to 5 will be at South Carroll starting the 28th. I hear Matilda was fantastic for Century High School. And then Westminster High will be having the Lightning Thief opening on April 27th. So again, urge everyone, great plays that our schools are doing. These kids work really hard. It is like a half a year project. And I know with my daughter, she's not getting home till almost 7 o'clock at night. Rehearsal runs long. So I do appreciate everything that our staff and our students are doing to make these productions wonderful for our schools. So take your kids out, go to those productions, and check out everything that's there to offer. And here we go. We're finally in warm weather. I'm so happy.
Thank you. Ms. Savigny.
Thanks. Just a couple of really quick things. It is a really busy time of year, so much going on with spring sports, the plays that you mentioned. I do have plans for several of those upcoming, so really excited to see the kids and all the hard work that they've been putting in. It's just a fun time of year. And a lot going on with schoolwork as well, with AP exams and all those sorts of things. So really busy. Just want to send out lots of warm wishes to all of the students, all of the teachers for all their hard work for this really busy time of year. It was really exciting to go to the Outstanding Teacher Awards again this year for the first time in person in a couple of years. So it was really nice to be back in person. And I think it was one of our largest number of nominees this year. And so that's a very exciting time to see just how appreciative folks are. And to see so many wonderful teachers just being recognized for the work they do on a daily basis. And it'll be really exciting to see, so we have our 8 finalists, and it'll be exciting to see the selection very soon. And just also wanted to briefly talk about conversations that we've been having in the community. So very thankful for the town hall discussions that have been happening. Lots of parents, educators reaching out, asking questions, trying to understand what Blueprint means to the school system. And so I just appreciate the reach out from the community. The folks are really starting to get involved, to understand what's going on. And I do especially want to thank the commissioners. Mr. Rothstein, I know I've actually had several discussions with several of your compatriots, and it's they've been very good discussions. I just want to thank you all for being so open to having those discussions and trying to understand, the challenges that CCPS is facing, and acting as true partners in this. So just want to thank you all for that.
Ms. Emily.
Thank you. On March 13th, CCSGA took our annual Advocacy Day trip to Annapolis, where we toured the U.S. Naval Academy as well as the State House. And I want to send a huge thank you to Senator Reedy and Delegate Tomlinson for the time meeting with us and listening to our advocacy on the different bills and subjects that we prepared for them to hear. On March 22nd, all CCPS high school students were able to vote on the student representative on the Board of Education for the 24-25 school year, after being able to watch a video on their candidates, which included a Q&A and speeches. The votes were counted, and I'm very pleased to congratulate Chloe Kang, a current sophomore from Liberty High School. To prepare her for her term, Chloe will be shadowing Sahithya Sudhakar next year. So thank you to all of the students who participated in voting. Your voice is heard, and your perspective is to ensure that your perspective is shared with the board. And again, congratulations to Chloe.
Thank you. And Commissioner?
Oh, I pushed a button. Okay. That's the first test.
Okay.
So, never give up an opportunity to say thank you and call it like it is. And in this case, aim high, as Emily, down to my left, received an appointment to the U.S. Air Force Academy, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Although West Point would be, no, I'm kidding. The other thing is, you know, gifted and talented come in so many different shapes and sizes, and had the opportunity yesterday, last night, to attend the 4-H award ceremony and talk about a lot of gifted and talented young men and women receiving awards, being identified with just stellar futures ahead of them. Very proud parents, right, Ms. Battaglia? And you know, the families coming together. It really showed what Carroll County is all about. And you know, gifted and talented could be from the books, but it also could be from the work that they're doing, and a lot of it is work at the 4-H. So very impressed. A couple other things, you know, being here, I do appreciate the opportunity, because when folks do get up, there's really no fluff when it's being spoken. Every one of the topics that was brought up from our community was spot on. Blueprint, bullying, mental health. I mean, these are things that we all have to tackle, and appreciate the opportunity. Superintendent attending, not attending, but running the town hall. I thought that was wonderful. Besides just a packed house, again, it was very collaborative. It was very, you know, opportunistic of the community to speak to you, to us, and understand the challenges that lie ahead, and also trying to come up with solutions to a very complex problem set. And part of that complex problem set has to do with resources, and those resources specifically have to do with money. We are going through the budget. Tomorrow we have a work session in the county, and then on Tuesday, and Tuesday's scheduled to be the last work session that we have. So the intent is to establish a budget, a working budget, to go to the community, to the public in early May, to get their comments, so then we can finalize it by the end of May by law, having to be done. Really appreciate Mr. O'Neill coming over and, you know, doing a deep dive, just as you have also, you know, and the whole team. And it's not if this or that when it comes to that 6.7 million, it's that. And that's what we're working towards. May not have the ability to convince my colleagues, but I'm going to work on it, because unless you can tell me different priorities than what you already have, I think you're saying the same thing. So that's a commitment. It doesn't mean it's a done deal, but we have a long ways to go, and it's open. And the last comment, and I apologize, is really open to comments. I mean, the phone, you know, is so important. Text me if you got ideas, text me priorities, and let us work the actions. But it's not my budget or the school's budget, it's our budget. So, yeah, we got a ways to go, but we're going to get there together. So, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will finish up. First of all, I do want to thank our legislators. I have talked, emailed, and texted that group more than ever this year. And I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also wanted to make a correction. Our group here, our cabinet, I look at Ms. McCabe, I look at Mr. O'Neill, I look at Mr. Shockney, all the cabinet people in the back. They have been working really hard for more than just 6 months on this blueprint. It has been years, and it just didn't happen overnight. And the thing I really enjoyed about the town halls, it's a reality. What we have said is the truth, and these are mandates. So I just want to clarify that we have not been sitting down and not doing anything. They have been, and as I've said before, they have been doing 2 jobs all this year and before that. So, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart because they've really been working hard on that. And while we're talking, we've all been following the commissioner's budget process. And I know our group and the commissioners group have been running back and forth, meeting together. At their initial work session, they took the unprecedented step of including our total FY24 request in their working budget draft. And that was a first that I can ever remember. And I worked in this system a long time. Yesterday, in their most recent work session, they decided to reduce $1 million from our request amount. All they did not include the total amount into the base, which is very important for growth in the plan in future years. I wanted to comment on this process and be sure to inform our interested stakeholders as it moves forward. First, I do want to thank the commissioners. We have really worked hand in hand like no other year that I can remember. The approach they've taken makes it very clear that they prioritize education and our funding request in a manner that we haven't seen for a very long time. And I really do appreciate that support of our FY24 budget, as well as their understanding of future physical challenges before us in the coming years under the blueprint. And I will take, and this was suggested by Mr. Kyler, but he suggested to make a notebook. And I think that notebook has really helped and really clarified information. I thought that was a really good idea. I'm sorry I couldn't tell one of you two that you did it, but Mr. Kyler, I have to give him credit for that, even though I'm mad at him. And, and I am. I look forward to ongoing work with our county commissioners to address our local needs this year and in the future. And I will tell you that the Carroll County Public School System is the best advertisement for people moving to Carroll County. At the same time, I do feel the need to address the decision to reduce the $1 million from the FY24 plan. While I understand that the commissioners have tough choices to make, this also causes us hard decisions too. Fortunately, that $1 million reduction will directly impact our employees because it is ongoing money. As we have signaled in all our recent meetings, anything the commissioners provide after our inflation cost and some minimal mandates will go to our employee compensation or priority staffing. As you can tell from some of the upcoming agenda items this evening, along with Superintendent McCabe, we have been focused on providing fair and competitive salary plans to our employees after many years of waiting patiently for more competitive raises. We have also focused on retaining some key critical staff that the board forward funded using our own fund balance. The $1 million reduction will need to be taken from plans in those 2 areas, or else we will need not to implement some of our mandates. These are the choices we face, which only grow in future years. The commissioner's open budget process will continue to move forward, and I encourage any stakeholders who wishes to advocate for full funding requests to do so. And I want to thank you, Commissioner, for stating about phone and contacting him. In addition to their public meeting, the commissioners will hold a public budget hearing at the Scott Center, Carroll Community College, on May 9th at 7 p.m. And I really do want to thank you again, Commissioner, because we have never, ever had such a good working relationship, and I want to continue that. But I want that $1 million for our people. Sorry. Thank you. All right. But it has been really nice to work with the commissioners. It hasn't been like any other. All right, now we will move on. Superintendent's report. We're going to let her talk for a while.
Good evening. I'd like to begin this evening by congratulating the 739 teachers who were recognized by the Carroll County Chamber of Commerce in the 34th Annual Outstanding Teacher Awards Program. This is a wonderful recognition for our dedicated teachers, and I would like to congratulate those who were selected as finalists. Leslie Bollinger, Grade 4 STEM, Cranberry Station Elementary. Tricia Dean, Media Specialist, Liberty High School. Judith Hemler, Kindergarten, Mechanicsville Elementary. Jordan Kinney, Networking and Cybersecurity, Career and Tech Center. Denise Cressline, Advanced Academics, East Middle and North Carroll Middle. Michael Passon, Instrumental Music, Sykesville Middle. Ashley Sevick, Social Studies teacher, Shiloh Middle. And Lauren Stevens, Biology and Human Anatomy, Manchester Valley High. The Carroll County Teacher of the Year will be chosen from among these 8 outstanding teachers. We are looking forward to recognizing the finalists and naming our Teacher of the Year at the May 10th board meeting. I also would like to congratulate the 36 students from Carroll County Public Schools who were named Carson Scholars for 2023. These students will be awarded a $1,000 college scholarship. In addition, 126 Carroll County students have renewed their Carson Scholar status by maintaining high academic standards and a strong commitment to their communities. I am also proud to share that 49 students from the Career and Technology Center competed at the recent Skills USA state competition, with 25 of those students medaling in their event. Together, these students brought home 4 gold, 3 silver, and 9 bronze medals in a variety of individual and team events. The gold medal winners automatically qualify for the Skills USA Nationals to be held in Atlanta during the week of June 19th. Congratulations to all of these students and their instructors. Next, I would like to congratulate Adeline Centenio, a 5th grade student at Piney Ridge Elementary School who was awarded first place in the statewide 2023 Arbor Day poster contest. 5th grade artists created posters based on the official theme, Trees Are Terrific and Cool Our Communities. Piney Ridge will receive 15 trees for planting later this spring to celebrate Adeline's award. Congratulations as well to Chloe Kang, a sophomore at Liberty High School who was elected student representative-elect on the Board of Education for the 2023-2024 school year. She will be shadowing next year's student representative, Saitha Sadakar, and will move into the role of student representative the following year. Tim Blizzard, applied mechanical engineering instructor at the Career and Tech Center, has been awarded the Gene Haas Foundation Scholarship for the AME program. The foundation works to recruit more young people to pursue careers in manufacturing and to create state-of-the-art advanced training programs to ensure that graduating students have the skills necessary when they enter the workforce. Tim plans to award up to 5 $2,000 scholarships to deserving AME students to assist with post-secondary tuition. Congratulations to Tim. Michael Duffy, athletics supervisor, recently received the William T. Hastings Contributions to Wrestling Award presented by the Maryland Wrestling Officials Association. The award recognizes his willingness to help Carroll County and the state of Maryland have a wrestling season during COVID, and also for his incredible contributions to girls wrestling in the state. Dave Dodson, a teacher and head wrestling coach at Manchester Valley High School, was also honored by the association with the Outstanding Sportsmanship Award for exemplifying the true meaning of sportsmanship in the sport of wrestling. Congratulations to Michael and Dave on your outstanding accomplishments. On a very positive local note, Senator Justin Reedy worked hard to secure $225,000 in specific funding in the state capital budget for 3 CCPS school playgrounds and their upgrades at Piney Ridge, Runnymede, and Spring Garden Elementary Schools. We wish to thank the Senator for his support of these communities. And speaking of support, I would also like to thank Giant Food for their financial contribution to the school system. We greatly appreciate the support of them and our other community businesses. And finally, as you may know, this year we used just one of the 4 inclement weather days built into the school calendar, leaving 3 days unused and making the last day of school Monday, June 12th. I have heard from our community that they wish to have the last day of school fall on a Friday, and this would be Friday, June 9th. Later in this meeting, the board will vote on an action item to request a waiver from the Maryland State Board of Education. We will be sending a communication to all families and employees, notifying them as soon as we receive a decision.
Well, I thank you, Ms. McCabe. I do have to make 2 comments. Tim Blizzard from Career and Tech is a man of few words, but I will tell you, he does touch the community, and this fall, he had a really big piece of equipment break down. And with his contacts, that person, who is nameless, paid, I think, almost $10,000 to get that equipment repaired. And I cannot thank Tim and whoever that person was out there, but I do want to thank them, and they did not want to be recognized. But that's the kind of work that Tim does. And then he has students come back. And that's a prime example of how important Career and Tech is, and that connection, and that young man or woman, whoever it was, came back and paid that bill. So I cannot thank them enough, and congratulations to all. Now we will move on to the CCPS 2021-2022 MSDE school report card data. And I think we just saw some of these people last month.
Yes,
we're keeping them busy.
Thank you. At the prior meeting, we presented some student assessment data recently released by MSDE and mentioned that this month we would be able to present additional MSDE report card data, including the school star ratings. Mr. Shockney and his team are here to present that overview this evening.
Good evening. We were just here last month, but we're excited to be back to continue presenting on our student and school achievement data. This is kind of a third iteration of we've reported previously on the state survey, along with the MCAP assessments, and this is kind of a final culminating point. I wanted to point out what we already know. This is data from the 21-22 school year. Data that's a full years old at this point in time. So again, I'll turn things over to the team, and we'll work through the presentation. If you have any questions as we go, please feel free to ask, and we'll have time at the end as well. Dr. Hart.
Thank you. Greetings, Superintendent McCabe, President Herbert, and board members, student representative, and commissioner. Thank you for having us again. We are here today to review our Maryland report card results from the 2021-2022 school year, compare star ratings and scores to the last report card in 2019, and identify our strengths, areas of focus, and next steps. We will share the information using a presentation and discussion format to continue our practice of monitoring academic progress and making informed decisions. Before Mrs. Wilder, Schaefer, and Mr. Yurdar present, we wanted to share this brief summary from the Maryland State Department of Education in reference to the Maryland report card. Just as a student report card shows how well a student is performing in subjects, the Maryland School Report Card describes a school's performance on the Maryland Accountability System. The school report cards are designed so parents, educators, stakeholders, and others can easily understand how their schools are performing, engage in conversations, and plan and discuss ideas and solutions for Maryland schools. Each school's results can be found on the Maryland Report Card website, which is mdreportcard.org. As shared, the Maryland Report Card measured the 2021-2022 school year and was based on how students performed on Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program tests, access to a well-rounded curriculum, graduation rates, English learner proficiency, attendance, student readiness in high school, and survey results that asked about school quality and student success. These factors determined how many points out of 100 a school received, and the points determined how many stars a school earns. Schools earning 75 points or greater earned a 5-star rating. 60 to 74 points is a 4-star rating. 45 to 59 points is a 3-star rating. 30 to 44 points is a 2-star rating, and 29 points and below is a 1-star rating. Now Mrs. Wilder-Schaefer, Mr. Yurdar, and Mr. Wernick will share data, strengths, areas of focus, ratings, and next steps for Carroll County Public Schools.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so as Dr. Hart mentioned, the Maryland Report Card describes the school's performance on the Maryland Accountability System. As you can see, we're going to look at the Maryland School Report Card measures. Elementary and middle school follow the same, follow the same measures with academic achievement, progress in achieving English language proficiency, academic progress, and school quality and student success. While high school has a few differing measures related to graduation rate and post-secondary success. I'm just going to briefly describe the indicators for you. So academic achievement for elementary and middle includes the percent of students scoring proficient or higher in ELA and math on the MCAP and the average performance level of students in ELA and math MCAP as well. Academic progress includes student growth for ELA and math, credit for completion of a well-rounded curriculum, and percent of students scoring proficient or higher in science. Progress in achieving English language proficiency describes the percent of students identified as English learners each school year and their progress towards English language proficiency within 6 years. And lastly, school quality and student success includes the percent of students not chronically absent, percent of students with access to well-rounded curriculum, and of course the results of the school survey for educators and students. Not noted up there is just for each of the indicators, their points differ based off of elementary and middle. The only difference is elementary school for academic progress is rated out of 35 points, and middle school is rated out of 31.5 points. So they differ just based off of their population and things like that. High school, I won't read the academic achievement, the EL, or the school quality and student success. They're the same, but the differences here are the graduation rate, which is going to include the 4 and 5 year adjusted cohort graduation rate, and then readiness for post-secondary success, which measures are on track in 9th grade and credit for completion of a well-rounded curriculum. Everything else is the same. Okay? Yeah?
Just a quick question. The growth piece, the student growth piece, how is that measured?
That is when they go back and look at our scores from 2019 and they apply points on how we scored overall from our proficiency rates then compared to now. Okay. This is just comparison star ratings by level from 2019 and 2022. So as you can see, in 2022, we do have 12 total 5-star schools all around. Compared to 2019, we had 7 total 5-star schools. In 2022, we had 19 total 4-star, and in 2019, we had 24 total 4-stars. And in 2022, we had 5 total 3-star schools. Compared to 2019, we had 5 total 3-star schools as well. Okay, this is our star rating comparison broken down by elementary school. The orange is our 2019 star rating compared to the 2022 star rating. In elementary school, we had 7 schools that improved from a 4 rating to a 5-star rating. We did unfortunately have 2 schools that decreased by 1 star rating, with Winfield Elementary going from 5 to 4 stars. However, they only decreased overall by 1.2 points. So they were right on the cusp of, they must have been right on the cusp to begin with, so then they decreased and unfortunately went down a star. Robert Moton Elementary went from 4 stars to 3 stars and decreased by 7.8 points since 2019. All of which, in Winfield Elementary's case, they decreased in academic achievement and school quality and student success. And Robert Moton, unfortunately, decreased a little bit in each area overall. Okay, this is how elementary schools perform overall in each indicator during the 21-22 school year. Overall points earned in academic achievement with 12.2 out of 20 points. This is a really good slide to show areas of improvement that we can focus on in each level as well, and as we go on through middle and high. So of course, as our proficiency increases for MCAP, our average performance level will increase, and at that point, so will our points earned over time. And same for academic progress, EL, and school quality and student success. Okay. This is just specifically broken down by elementary school. I know it's very small. It was a lot to get on one slide, but it just shows each indicator and the scores for each school overall, and then their percentage at the end. So our overall percentage ranges from 84% at our highest, and then our lowest percentage of 58.1. However, on average, most of our scores performing within the 70%. Okay. I will now pass things over to Mr. Yurdahl to share about middle and high school.
So this graph shows the star rating comparisons by middle school from 2019 and 2022. So we have 7 schools rated 4 stars and 1 school rated 3 stars for the 2022 school year. 2 schools decreased in ratings. Those 2 schools are Oklahoma Road from 5 to 4. Their overall percentage decreased by 3%, and their largest indicator decrease of 3 points is in academic achievement. Northwest also decreased from a 4 to a 3, with an overall percentage decrease of about 10%. Their largest indicator decrease of 5 points in school quality and success. We did see increases in Westminster East and West, significantly by about 5% for both schools. That gave them a star rating move up from a 3 to a 4. This chart shows overall middle school performance broken down by indicator. From 2019 indicator, scores for academic achievement and school quality and student success have decreased by about 3 points. Academic progress has increased by more than 4 points, and that is our strongest performing indicator. We have less than half of the total possible points that can be earned in academic achievement, which includes proficiency ratings from the 2022 MCAP. This shows individual middle school performance broken down by indicator. Mount Airy and Oklahoma Road display the highest overall percentages of 72 and 73%, both scoring close to the 5-star percentage threshold of 75%. Northwest, our 3-star school, has the lowest overall percentage of 54%. That falls 6% behind the 4-star threshold of 60%. None of our middle schools score particularly well in academic achievement, averaging around half of the total possible points earned. This graph shows star rating comparisons by high school for 2019 and 2022. Star ratings have remained the same from 2019, with 2 schools, Liberty and Century, scoring 5 stars, 2 schools, Westminster and South Carroll, 4 stars, and 4 schools, including flexible student support, scoring 3-star. Gateway is not included because MSD has determined that not enough information has been collected to rate Gateway. Overall high school performance broken down by indicator. From 2019, we see our largest decrease in indicator academic achievement of about 5 points. And progress in achieving English language proficiency of about 3 points. We don't have any increases from 2019. Graduation rate has, for the most part, remained the same, with just a slight decrease of 0.1 being our strongest indicator, as it is historically. And similar to middle school, we score about half of total points possible in academic achievement and less than half in progress and achievement English language proficiency. Here we have individual high school performance broken down by indicator. Century and Liberty display the highest overall percentages of 77 and 76%. Francis Scott Key is our lowest performing school with an overall percentage of 57.1%. its lowest indicators being in readiness for post-secondary success and school quality and student success. Despite academic achievement being low overall, I think it's good to note that Westminster gained the most points in this category of academic achievement, knowing that that's our lowest amount of proficiency amongst all schools, all high schools. And now I'll pass it on to Steve, who will talk about next steps.
Thank you. As we shared last month, we shared many next steps for ELA, for math, and at the individual school levels. And so as schools continue to look at this, they'll develop their school improvement team processes, and they'll really dig deep into the report card as well as the MCAP data, the specific MCAP data. They'll do a deep dive in analysis, looking at as well as their benchmarks, and formative and summative assessments, and then they'll develop their strategic actions within their school improvement plan that should align to the data that they're seeing within the MCAP as well as with their star ratings. They'll also communicate to families their MCAP results as well as their star rating results, which all schools have to do per MSDE. At this point, again, the Maryland Report Card website has individual school reports as well as additional information. And if you have any questions, we'll welcome.
Miss Savigny already has her card up. Imagine that.
I know, big shocker. Just a couple of quick questions about what this kind of all means in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, so we all know about the accountability measures that are coming through for Blueprint, but how does this factor into that, right? So we look at the star ratings. Does this, I guess it's the big, like, so what, right? Like, what does this mean in terms of funding, in terms of gauging, you know, how we might meet those accountability measures for the Blueprint? So just kind of a little bit of backstory on that, if you don't mind.
Sure. This just, to me, it points out our weaknesses and our achievement on the MCAP. Our instruction, our curriculum is all aligned back to that. Obviously, the data continues to speak of the impact of the pandemic. No doubt about it. In a lot of our other areas, although there are targets and there are student groups that we can continue to target, our English learners, for example. But overall, this just it reinforces kind of what we already knew, in that our achievement on MCAP had a significant impact, and the pandemic had a significant impact on our students. Again, like we had talked about before, I'm very interested. It won't be long, hopefully, before we'll be receiving this year's MCAP data. I'm very curious as to the growth from this year compared to last year as well. But this is yet just another piece of information for schools, for us centrally, to be able to cross-check our goals and what we're working on. But again, this aligns directly with what we're identifying and through the Blueprint and what we're trying to do there. So if that answers your question, Ms. Savigny. Okay.
It does. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand, what are our goals for the future? If our average, I didn't do an average or anything, but let's say it was a 4.1 or something overall from all the school star ratings. Do we have a goal to say, we want to get, would those goals look like we want to get 5 schools to increase in the number of stars next year, or that we want to increase our overall rating, our average rating from 4.1 to 4.3? And what does that mean? How would we go about achieving something like that? Just trying to understand the strategic aspect of it.
Right. I think strategically, we would look at the components that make up the star rating, and we would have our goals associated with those components, rather than looking at the star ratings and determining how many, let's say, 5-star ratings we wish to have next year. The good news is the components that make up the star ratings already align to what our goals are and much of what the Blueprint asks us to do. So I think, as Mr. Shockney was saying, if we continue to align our work to the components that make up the star ratings, we will see increases in those ratings.
And as a school administrator previously, it really was about the trend data. Where has our school improved in those indicators in those areas across multiple years? And of course, with COVID, we don't have the data, from 2019 to 2022. But as we continue through, we really want to look at that trend data to see what areas do we need to focus on specifically within our schools based on this data as well as other MCAP data.
And it was the academic achievement indicator was across all 3 levels, and that's why we broke it down like we did. That's, that was glaring as to our greatest area, for improvement on when you're looking at all the other indicators. So, just like we have talked about before, making sure that we have good standards aligned instruction. We're providing interventions as well to support our students. It's going to be key moving forward. But again, I'm very anxious to see, what our data from this year looks like, because there's significant lag time between, what we're bringing to you now in this report and when this data came together under very different circumstances at the time.
Anything else, Ms. Savigny?
No, I was just, I was looking at the English language proficiency piece of it. So it looks like there are only a couple of schools that actually have a number figure there, and it looks like, you don't gross up their overall percentage if you're not measuring that piece, but so just trying to understand, so you actually get a point score in that category if you have a certain percentage of students?
They didn't give us the actual end size for that, but only the only schools that received actual points have a certain percentage of an EL population.
Okay. So just
and I think it was just 5 elementary schools that have that. So.
Right. Okay. I was just curious if we were potentially on some sort of threshold where we would have to start measuring that more closely for additional elementary schools in the near future.
That's a good thing to look into.
All right, Mr. Whistler.
Hi, thank you so much for the report. The report we see today is, in my opinion, a little bit different than what we saw last month. Last month we saw huge drops, and in this data it was almost static to a point, very, very little. And so that prompted me to go on the state website to look at the scores and compare statewide, and I noticed a big asterisk on there that said that they changed the model, the computation model for 2022 versus 2019. And so I have 2 questions. Number 1, do you know what those changes involved? Like what elements of the computation model did they involve? And number 2, do you think those changes at the state level kind of give us an artificially high star ratings, or are they bringing our star ratings down and they could be higher? I'm just curious about that asterisk I saw on the state website about the changing of the mathematical model. If you have any insight into that, you might not.
And the answer is no. We don't have a clear view as well, and we have contacted MSDE in reference to the computation and how they get scores. And if you go really deep, you'll see that some schools are measured differently. Some it may be out of 35 points, and sometimes it's out of 22 points. And so we're trying to get a clear understanding of what that means and how that determination is made. And we aren't the only school district that's asking those questions. But as soon as we get a clear picture and a clear understanding, we'll be more than glad to share that information with Mr. Schnock to come back and share that with you. But we've all had the same questions as well.
Yeah, again, it's just very different from last month's report. And again, I don't know if there's something going on at the state level just to make things look more euphemistic than what they really are.
And I think just to keep in mind that while, of course, MCAP and academic achievement is a portion of your Maryland report card, it is just a portion. And it looks at so many other indicators that also have sometimes larger overall points than what our academic achievement area does. But from each level, they also have different weights on how they come up with those calculations. So there is unfortunately just no one simple answer that we could even give. But just to keep in mind that even though we did report differently on MCAP last month, that's just one portion of it.
Right.
And 2 different assessments.
Sure.
The assessment 2019 is different than, and I'm sorry, the assessment from 2019 is a different assessment that was utilized last school year.
Yeah.
Dr. Dorsey, did you want to?
Thank you so much for your efforts.
Okay. Tara? All right. I have to say something though about this because I just can't keep my mouth shut. Because when you all came, and some of you weren't here, but on 2019, that was I mentioned it then, I'm going to mention again. It is very subjective in certain parts of that, and you all have to agree to that. And Mr. Shockney and I we've had that discussion. But I want to tell you something, and I want everybody to know this. There was a school, a 5-star school in Baltimore City. I think there was only one. They did not have one person proficient in algebra. Now, that tells me something about stars. You know, I really have a hard time stomaching that, you know. Academic achievement is very important. The MCAT scores are there. But when you have a school that has 5 stars and 0 proficiency in algebra, I just, that kind of skews things to me. And I know we were skewed in 2019. The other thing we must remember is that when we came out of COVID, we really had a lot of disruption in our classes. And in this year, things are much better. So I just want to put that in perspective. And that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your info.
And I had forgotten about that, Ms.
I
Sherbert.
didn't. I didn't forget that at all because I was not very happy about that subjectivity to some of that. So, yep. All right. Well, I saw the man walk in. We are moving on to school's construction report. Ms. Savigny.
The monthly construction report tracks progress on ongoing capital projects. As always, Mr. Marks is here for any questions or discussion. I did want to note that the 2 large projects, the Career and Tech Center and East Middle, continue to progress on schedule and at budget. If you ride around the East Middle property, you will see that the new building is largely enclosed now, and the vertical siding is even going up in places. On the far side of the building, from where we are positioned here, the original wall sconces from the old school are installed on the exterior wall. With the building largely enclosed, work is progressing rapidly inside. We still need everything to remain moving on what is a very tight schedule, but later this summer, perhaps in late June, we will announce an open house for the community to be able to participate in the transition from the old school to the new. Any questions?
All right, Ms. Savigny, do you have any questions? No?
I actually do.
Okay, I knew that. That's why I said that.
I was actually, one of the things I was going to ask about was East Middle, like when we're going to have the sort of
There you go.
celebration and a walkthrough. So that's very exciting. Is there anything, I don't want to jinx it, but is there anything that we're concerned about being able to complete in time to start the new school year in that building?
I would say I would say the thing that I'm most concerned about is just the fact that once the students do start in the school, we will have the task of raising the old building.
Right.
And so that is going to just create some complexities for the school as far as entrance and egress and equipment on the site during school hours.
More mud.
More mud. That's my main concern. Mr. Marks, any other remarks about that?
No, I think that's the highest concern we have. We can only promote everybody to take the bus as much as possible because it's going to be a constricted site. We won't have a full bus loop there and completed because we have to remove that hill after we take the school down. Yes, and there's stormwater management work that's going to happen also. So thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Yes, so it is going to be very busy still. We'll make it. We'll have the Principal Carver to disseminate the information out to the parents, as we get closer to understand what next fall is going to look like.